workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of snow-covered roadways as you head out for this Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28. A bit slick, so give yourself a little extra travel time this morning. HOV lane set to open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, in Washington County, an earlier jackknife tractor trailer recently removed from I-79 southbound a mile before the Cannonsburg interchange. Watch for possible leftover delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you this morning until 10. Dom DiTomaso is behind the glass. This is the Fan Morning Show pre-show, which is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Dom, I just heard your three big predictions for 2026. You and I will be working together tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, so maybe we can revisit those there. And then also on New Year's Day from 2 to 6. And we've already thrown around some ideas for those shows and what we will do. We are going to revisit some New Year's resolutions that I had for the Pittsburgh sports teams. At least on one of those shows, likely on New Year's Eve, and then I'll give new ones on New Year's Day. But I did get a kick out of some of those that you had a few minutes ago. What was it? 4th of July of 26 will be the greatest holiday in the history of man.
Yep.
The Bills will win the Super Bowl. That was actually my preseason pick. The game that happened on Sunday in Buffalo, that was my preseason Super Bowl pick.
Eagles-Bills.
Yeah.
Looking like it could still happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rule it out. I do think if there's a year that Josh Allen gets it done, it's got to be now. I mean, Mahomes not in the playoffs, Burrow not in the playoffs. Good chance that Jackson is not in the playoffs, and if he is, he's a compromised version of himself. And then the third one, the year of Austin Bechtold. And that's one that you said you're willing to put some money on. So now Austin is going to have some pressure on his shoulders.
He has 365 days to get it done.
To have the best year of his life. I hope he does. I hope all of us do. But Dom, we worked together on Christmas Eve, and we have not seen each other since then. So how did your Christmas holiday go? Because I know in this pre-show, we're not supposed to talk any sports.
Right.
So
yeah, that's the rules of engagement.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit about Christmas and how that went.
Yeah, no, it was great. Very relaxing. I got some great gifts. I got the Game of Thrones books, which I was looking forward to. And I've said before, reading is now my new thing, so I'm looking forward to that. Got some cologne. Overate to a very unhealthy level. And now I'm enjoying the week between Christmas and New Year's, which is always a fun time. You never know what day it is. You always feel tired. It's a great time to be alive.
So reading is your new thing.
Oh, yeah. At least for right now.
What got you on that kick?
Nah, Donnie, you were recently in college, and if you're listening, you might have been in college recently. Senior year, it's a lot of partying and drinking and talking to girls and failing to talk to girls. So I figured I might as well have a wholesome hobby to feel somewhat good about myself. And reading is what I landed on.
Now, have you completed any books under this newfound love, or are you just telling the world that reading is your new thing and you have not yet finished one?
Well, I started one. I started the Misery book by
Stephen King.
Yeah, the James Caan, Kathy Bates movie.
Yeah.
It's based on a book.
Correct.
So I started reading it, and then that kind of fell by the wayside. But that was because Thanksgiving kind of came around, and so I gave myself a pass. But now I'm all back in. All completely back in. Game of Thrones, I'm going to read that. And then there's another book that I just heard about because apparently DiCaprio and Scorsese are going to do a remake of it. It's called What Happens at Night. That looks really good, so I'm going to try and read that. There's a plug for that book. So yeah, I'm all into reading.
Now, are you going to go back to Misery, or have you given up on that?
Nah, I already know what happens. And I was like, listen, if I have no other books to read, I guess I'll give it another shot. But I also don't know where I left off, so like I'd be rereading something. I feel like that one we just cast aside and chalk it up as an L.
Are you ever interested? Now, I mean, I don't know if your dad is a reader, like, and it's funny you bring up Misery, and that's Stephen King, the guy who is the king of horror. If you didn't know, pretty much every single one of his books has been made into a movie, and my dad has read most of these, and he loves being the guy that says how different a book can be from the movie. So is that something that doesn't interest you? Like, oh, I picked up on this in the book. This never happens in the movie. Because as people know, if they've ever read anything by Stephen King, you don't even have to read his whole catalog. The guy has, I guess back in the day when it was the typewriter era, they would say the guy had diarrhea of the typewriter. Like the guy could just not stop typing. Like a short story to Stephen King is like 400 pages, whereas it's usually like $1.20 for everybody else. But you are aware that he has a very extensive catalog.
Oh, yeah. And I've seen a lot of his movies. I mean, I guess I'm like that. That's why the Game of Thrones books I'm intrigued by, just to see the difference between the show and the books. But for the most part, like if I've seen a movie or a show, I'm not too pumped up to read the books because I already know what happens. And also, listen, reading's my new thing, but anybody who says reading is better than watching is full of crap. Like, who are we kidding? And the Misery movie is so good. In fact, I felt like James Caan driving here. I was afraid I was going to go off the road and then, Johnny the Barber would come and lock me in his basement. But no, I'm probably not going to end up reading it. I'll watch the movie again, though, because it's excellent.
I thought you were going to call Marty Griffin to get on the case driving in here.
Yeah, he should be.
By the looks of some of the roads out there. Don't worry, I'm sure we will see some of those social media posts in due time. Although once I got on the main roads this morning, it was okay. But yeah, that seemed like a little bit of snow that maybe caught us by surprise. Although it wasn't a ton of snow. I feel like it's like 1.5 inches of snow, and it was mostly the soft stuff that you can very easily brush off or hit the windshield wiper, and you would be just fine. Now I have the catalog of Stephen King books up here, and there's even some that I forgot about. I feel like he also has some huge ones that people may not realize is Stephen King. Like, you're aware that The Shawshank Redemption is Stephen King?
No, I am not.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the book was called Rita Hayworth in the Shawshank Redemption because that's one of the posters that Dufresne has up. Yeah, he wrote that in the 80s, early 80s. Have you ever seen Stand By Me?
No.
Okay, great coming of age movie. I would highly recommend that one. A very probably one of my favorites. I'm probably overrating it a bit, but I mean, you pull up the cast and it's guys that you know, and that's what they did when they were kids. Like Jerry O'Connell, who's a buddy of all of the Barstool guys. You know, he's probably the most prominent out of the like little group of 4 that were in there. He's in that movie as a chubby kid. Corey Feldman, who was a massive star in the 80s. River Phoenix, who is the late brother of Joaquin Phoenix. Will Wheaton. And then the bully is Kiefer Sutherland. But I highly recommend that one. But Stephen King wrote that one, too. That was called The Body. I think they were both short stories for Stevie Boy. So, again, like 300 pages worth. He wrote both of those in 1982. One of them is considered maybe the greatest movie of all time, or at least it's in the conversation. And I think that Stand By Me is pretty high up there when it comes to the coming-of-age movies. But, yeah, I mean, It, if you've seen the old one or you've seen the new one, that's Stephen King. The Shining, Jack Nicholson, one of his greatest roles, that's Stephen King. The Green Mile, Tom Hanks, that is Stephen King. Carrie, a very good one from the 70s, that is also Stephen King. I think, did they just redo Running Man? I feel like they just redid that with Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was an Arnold movie back in the 80s. Stephen King also wrote that. So you could pretty much chalk up like a horror movie. It's if you have to take a guess at who wrote the book, I would just guess Stephen King. Cujo, that's the one about the dog. Pet Sematary, Stephen King.
Oh, I love Pet Sematary. Love Pet Sematary.
Now, the new one or the old one?
The old one. The new one's fine, but the old one is epic.
I didn't watch the new one at all, but I do like the old one.
Oh, when that baby, not to spoil it, but if you haven't seen it by now, you probably never will.
Yeah, I mean it's like a 35-year-old movie.
yeah. When the wife comes back from the dead. That was the first, I don't know if you remember your first ever horror movie. That was my first ever true horror movie that I've ever seen. And it scared the piss out of me the first time I saw it. Do you remember your first ever?
Yes. The first one that I actually focused on and really scared me. I've told this story on the air before. I was like 7 years old. My dad got me started on this stuff early. You know, he wasn't worried about the potential scares. He just decided let's throw you into the deep end. And I watched The Exorcist when I was like 7 or 8 years old.
Oh my God, 7 or 8.
I was petrified from that movie.
Donnie, 7 or 8.
My dad actually met Linda Blair back in the 80s, who was the star of that movie. He has an autograph from her somewhere at home. But yeah, that's like his all-time favorite. So I watched that movie when I was young, and then I really didn't have. I wouldn't say like there was nothing that could scare me, because there was plenty, especially when I was a kid. But I started to really enjoy horror movies after that. So I felt like starting it at a young age actually benefited me, because there's still people. I mean, there's people that we work with who will refuse to watch one. The man you said will have the greatest 2026 of anybody here, I think he's afraid to watch horror movies. Joe Starkey, which, if you know Joe at all, probably isn't much of a surprise, afraid to watch horror movies.
Yeah, I'm not shocked.
I don't think Crowley is much of a fan, which is funny because the guy he normally does the show with, Doran Dickerson, he's probably the biggest horror movie buff here. He and I have conversations all the time that really aren't surrounding around football or sports. It's normally about horror movies.
Yeah, you would think that he would get Crowley. Or I feel like Crowley Crowley's so good at his job, but I think he would be even better if he watched a horror movie and really had that even deeper connection with Doran.
I feel like he tried to get him to do that a time or two, but Crowley just wouldn't go for it. I mean, Crowley is kind of a scaredy cat. You look at the guy and he kind of fits that bill. There is a funny. We have somebody in the YouTube chat who's just naming random books and saying it was Stephen King. The Lion King was Stephen King. Wizard of Oz was Stephen King. I would probably guess that if I had no idea. That's Stephen King. The guy just wrote everything. Do you know a little piece of trivia? Do you know the name that it was like his little alias that he wrote a handful of books under?
No, God, no. I thought Stephen King was an alias. Like, I didn't think that was his real name. Now you're telling me there was another name he went by?
I'm pretty sure. Okay, I just want to confirm it, but. Okay, yes. I got it here. Richard Bachman.
Richard Bachman.
Richard Bachman was a pen name of Stephen King.
And that was before he just said, like, F it, I'm Stephen King?
So I'm going to try to look here on the fly, since I didn't really think this is where the conversation would go. But I'm going to look here on the fly and kind of see, like, if he had, like, what the crossover was with Richard Bachman or Stephen King.
I've never heard of this Richard Bachman. Maybe I should go by a pen name.
Intern Dom.
yeah, I guess it is my pen name.
But yeah, I mean, he Okay, now I'm looking. Yeah, pen name for horror fiction author Stephen King. Adopted in 1977 for the novel Rage. I don't know what else he did. He had a little thing called the Bachman Books, a collection of short novels by Stephen King that he wrote between 1977 and 1982. But then the book was not released until a couple of years later. The Running Man was one of those. So he only wrote 4 books under Richard Bachman, but yeah, that was his.
So Carrie wasn't under
little alias.
Carrie wasn't under Bachman. That was a King book.
Yeah, I guess he was writing both under both names at the same time. I don't know, kind of confusing. That was just always an odd piece of trivia that I knew that I wanted to make sure I could confirm.
Was Shakespeare a pen name? Well, actually, Shakespeare never existed, so I guess it doesn't matter. He was multiple people. People don't realize that. That's a history fact.
Really?
Yeah, it's my theory, but it's pretty much confirmed.
Pretty much confirmed.
I don't think Shakespeare was a single person. I think he was multiple people that all wrote these different things, and it was all then grouped throughout history as one person. I feel very strongly about that. The history books won't say it, but I'm telling you right now, it's a fact.
Now, what gives you that belief that it was just a group of people and they all called themselves Bill Shakespeare?
Well, I think I read it once on Reddit, and I was like, oh, this is interesting.
There you go, Reddit. I mean, that might as well be the truth.
No, someone like threw it out there, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then I did my research, and it's like a whole theory. And I could probably find facts if I dig deep enough. But yeah, the Shakespeare authorship question theory says that Shakespeare was not a single person, but it was a group of people under the name Shakespeare. And they just say like, oh, this was William Shakespeare, but it was a group of people. I'm telling you, Shakespeare did not exist.
They all just decided to have that same headshot of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you also aware that the Steelers' first ever draft pick was William Shakespeare?
I think I did know that.
A man named William Shakespeare. I don't think he ever played a game.
Now, he was one person. I can confirm that.
Yeah. I also believe the first guy to, and this was, I'm going to guess it was England somewhere, or somewhere in the UK. I believe the first guy to ever receive the COVID vaccine way back when was named William Shakespeare.
Now get out of here.
I'm pretty sure. Because I remember seeing tweets about it because they just photoshopped Shakespeare's face on this guy as he's getting like the shot in the arm. which of course made me laugh.
Do you think
also,
they're like how does the person have a last name Shakespeare in 2025? Like seriously, do you think they're related to one of the Shakespeares?
I mean, maybe, maybe. So maybe the guy did exist.
Not the William Shakespeare, of course, but maybe another person named William Shakespeare, and they just passed the lineage down.
Yeah, of course, not the actual guy, because we might need to run with that one now that he just doesn't exist.
I'm telling you, he didn't exist.
Well, did I ever tell you that Sarah's big conspiracy theory that I am kind of with her on is that Helen Keller was a total fraud.
Oh, yeah. Which I'm starting to be on Sarah's side with that one.
I mean, think about when Helen Keller was around, the lack of technology that was had on planet Earth. And Sarah also works in early interventions. Like, she works with very young kids and kind of the early, determination of speech. And, after that, they get into their early stages of writing and knowing words and just like having all of that down pat. You're telling me somebody who was blind and deaf was able to fully understand languages? I don't know, man. I mean, I have a hard enough time doing it, and I don't have either one of those issues.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Listen, if it is true and she was able to succeed with that, then I mean, she should be knighted, and we should name everything after her. But
they made a movie about her.
That's true. I mean, they make a movie about everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
At this point, you're gonna have a movie made about you in 5 years, and then Bechtold after the year of Austin.
Yeah, it'll just be 2026, the year of Austin Bechtold. Who would star in that movie? He'd probably want DiCaprio.
Yeah, or Timothy Chalamet. You know what? The guy who plays the guy who plays Frodo in Lord of the Rings. What's
Sean
his name?
Astin?
No, not Sean Astin.
Elijah Wood?
Yes, Elijah Wood. He would play a great Austin.
That's not a bad pick.
Who would play you in a movie?
Oh. Adam Sandler?
Oh, okay. I should have known that's where you're going to take that.
I was going to joke about Austin's usual attire because he does dress like Adam Sandler, except Adam Sandler can get away with that because he's Adam Sandler.
Right.
He's not just any other guy. 412-928-9370. That's the number to join the conversation. Maybe you're already tuning in. Maybe you are tuning in on our YouTube page. We already have the chat rolling there. Maybe you're also tuning in on Twitter. You can watch the shows live there now as well. Let's do this fan morning show thing. 412-928-9370. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Looks like it's going to be one of those mornings. Lots of snow-covered roadways around the region. Be sure and give yourself lots of extra travel time. Meanwhile, we did have an earlier disabled tractor-trailer. It was a jackknife tractor-trailer that had blocked a lane of I-79 southbound a mile before Cannonsburg. That has since been removed, but expect some slick roadways there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 very heavy on the outbound side between Fox Chapel and Harmer. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
By the way, a shout out to our guy Steve on Twitter. 25 books read in 2025 for our guy Steve. He said 30 is the goal for 2026, so good stuff there. That whole conversation, I was trying to push off the fact that I'm a very lazy reader myself when it comes to books. I mean, obviously, I'll read articles and such as it pertains to work, but I have been reading, speaking of movies and books going together, I have been reading Friday Night Lights for what feels like 2 years because I'll read like a good chunk of it, get some good momentum going, and then just stop for months. Either life gets busy or whatever. That's one of those things I have to try to push myself on as well in 2026 because, I mean, that's my favorite football movie. I like a lot of what I've read from the book so far, but that's another good example, Dom, of a book that is a whole lot different than what the movie portrays, what Hollywood portrays sometimes. I'm an idiot. I guess kind of the me not reading thing backs that up. But I'm an idiot. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm an idiot. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. I know some in this town are a little bit allergic to doing that. I'm going to be wrong a million times. That's just part of the job. Kind of like a baseball batting average. Our job isn't to be correct every single time. It's to be entertaining. And based on the numbers that I've seen for the past 12 months and more, I'd say that most of us here are doing a pretty good job of that, not to mention the Marconi that we have on our mantle for the year. All of that being said, I am an idiot for believing in the Pittsburgh Steelers against a bad football team with a crappy rookie QB. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I am in for Adam and Doran until 10. Dom DiTommaso is behind the glass. He is in for Nicholas Harry Callis. I believe his last day, at least this week, filling in for our guy Harry Callis. By the way, a quick birthday shout out to him. Yesterday, I believe it was. I hopped on Facebook. I told Harry, happy birthday. The time is 6:06. It is time to make that smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Social media tried to tell me Saturday night, and I did not want to listen. After that Ravens game went final, and we all watched on Peacock, if you had that, you would have about 7 different services to consume NFL Week 17 action. But you may have watched that game between the Ravens and the Packers Saturday night, and you watched Derrick Henry do his thing. 200-plus yards, 4 touchdowns, just an all-time performance for an all-time running back. And if you hopped on social media, if you hopped on Twitter, all you saw was, well, there we go. The script is in. The Steelers are going to lose tomorrow. It will all come down to Week 18. The consensus from Steelers fans was that they would go to Cleveland and they would absolutely lose the game. And I tried to talk myself out of it. I tried really hard. I picked the Steelers to win on Sunday. I got the feeling of, all right, I think people are overreacting here. I still think, independent of what happened in Green Bay tonight, that the Steelers tomorrow will go into Cleveland. They will take care of business. Maybe it's too close for comfort, but they will get the job done. We don't have to worry a ton about it. That was not the case. I was wrong. All of those on social media, all of those on the text line or the YouTube chat, or wherever you consumed, that told yourself, yeah, the Steelers are going to lose the game. My own fiance, Saturday night, we were at my parents' house in Delaware. I go into our room. I tell her that the Ravens won the game. First thing she says, Dom, the Browns are going to win tomorrow. And again, I'm thinking, nah, they'll take care of business. I mean, come on. The Browns are 3-12. I know this is their Super Bowl, but really the only thing that they are playing for besides pride is for their best player to achieve an all-time single-season record. They have a crappy rookie QB who didn't really change my opinion of him with how he played on Sunday, because even the pass that went for a touchdown was just a god-awful throw that was hauled in by Harold Fannin, who he, as a rookie, has been impressive, the Browns tight end. But somehow the Steelers could not make a play on that. He made a couple of throws that were impressive, but that was about it. 2 interceptions, 2 pretty bad ones. The one to Kyle Duggar was awful. But still, my feeling going into the game on Sunday, doing pregame coverage with Cabali, with Hathorn, and Jeff will join us in the next hour, my feeling was, all right, everybody out there is saying that they're going to lose this game. It is the consensus that Pittsburgh is not going to beat Cleveland. Whether you are throwing out the, well, look at Tomlin's history, look at the fact that they have actually struggled in Cleveland in recent years, or you want to go with the real conspiracy theory route, well, all of these games are fixed anyway. The NFL script is out there, and the league wants it to come down to Week 18. Whatever reason you were using, you were proven correct, and I was proven wrong. And I felt like an idiot after the game. They got me again. They got me again. 3 wins in a row. I'm thinking, you know what? This team's playing pretty good football. I know those 3 wins came against teams that aren't in the playoffs. But still, you win 3 games in the manner that they won. They won a tough game in Baltimore. They dominated a Dolphins team that at the time was red hot. They went into Detroit, and yes, that team is not going to the postseason, and since then has laid an egg in Minnesota. But at the time, they go in and they are taking on a team that is, by a lot of the numbers, still one of the best teams in football offensively. They shut down that running back tandem. They hold Jahmyr Gibbs, who is one of the single most electric players in football, to 2 yards. They win that football game in chaotic fashion. But what mattered is they were winning. They were actually stacking wins. And then it came to a position where, hey, all they need to do, you take care of your business, you win the game in Cleveland, it doesn't matter in Week 18. Don't worry about what the Ravens do against the Packers. Yeah, since that game's standalone and in prime time, you can certainly scoreboard watch. You can hate watch. I was watching and rooting hard for the Packers, which, by the way, Malik Willis looked awesome. That guy had one of the best quarterback performances across the league in Week 17. But you watch that game, you see the Ravens win. Okay, all the Steelers have to do is win the game in Cleveland, and they could not do it. They could not do it. They got me again, man. Again. 3 wins in a row. I'm thinking, okay, they're going into this game. Yeah, they haven't won without Big Ben in Cleveland in quite some time. Tomlin has never done it. We'll get to that more a little bit later. But they get to a game in which all they have to do is win. And you think for the first time since Big Ben was their QB, they have a guy that will push all of that noise to the side. Aaron Rodgers is somebody who can cut through all of the nonsense going on. DK Metcalf not playing. Calvin Austin not playing. TJ Watt still out. You think they still have the advantage at QB that is strong enough mentally and really physically. He still throws a much better ball than Shadur Sanders. That they can win this game. And they couldn't do it. They scored 6 points. And pretty much everybody was bad. I gave out my game balls yesterday. There was one Steeler that I probably did slight. I thought Alex Highsmith played a hell of a game. 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback hits. He was all over the place. He had to be. He was somebody who probably deserved a game ball from the Steelers side of things. But it was just the Browns' day. They played for their Super Bowl. And maybe the Steelers were a little bit too focused on one individual player reaching a milestone. Maybe that had to do with that game going south. But regardless, they lost. And now they have set themselves up for a winner-take-all in the AFC North in Week 18. And I get the feeling that not many people have a lot of confidence in a victory. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. You can hit that number on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But I want to hear from you. Coming up next, let's get some calls on this. You call, Dom will get your info. We will get you on the air. 412-928-9370. How do you feel about the Steelers right now? December 30th, 2025. Do you trust them to win the game Sunday night? Do you want them to win the game Sunday night? Because there are certainly going to be people from the negative side of this that say, screw it. I just hope they lose at this point. 412-928-9370. Are you rooting for a loss or do you want that division title? 412-928-9370. Want to get some calls on this coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Falcons took down the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24, which means that the Carolina-Tampa Bay game on Saturday is no longer a win and in situation for Tampa. Even if the Bucs do win, the Panthers would still win the division if the Falcons beat the Saints on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Rams have now fallen to the 6th seed in the NFC, so a lot of fallout from last night's game. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And also, let me tell you, I was supposed to tell you 30 minutes ago, the Fan Early Morning Show is brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk, is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What a change a few weeks can make in the NFL. The Rams dropped their second in a row with a 27-24 loss to the Falcons, thanks in part to 3 interceptions from Matthew Stafford. A couple of weeks ago, they were playing for the potential of the NFC's top seed. Now they're playing for nothing in Week 18 other than the dwindling hopes of Matt Stafford winning an MVP. I'm Denton Day.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the Fan. And FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost on every college playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. You can ride with a favorite, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay, then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. FanDuel, the best place to get into the football action all playoff long. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. The big game in Pasadena on FanDuel New Year's Day between Alabama and Indiana. Indiana is a touchdown favorite in this game. I don't think Alabama is going to be able to erase a 17-point deficit again. Indiana has the better quarterback. I like Indiana to cover this spread. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get your college playoff profit boost today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt in. Required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Trade away your sleigh for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0%. Upgrade that sleigh. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's Grand Lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5 and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season,
Remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Snow showers this morning, the high 24.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Primary roadways around the area are fairly steady. In fact, the surfaces, they've been treated, but they definitely will be slick in spots. Be careful. Give yourself lots of extra travel time. That seems to be what a lot of folks are doing this morning. Outbound Route 28 between Aspinwall and Fox Chapel Road, you are seeing mainly steady traffic, a little bit heavier than normal, while the Parkway West, inbound delays starting around the runaway truck Sandpile. Parkway East, that is jamming at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can follow us on Twitter or X. I'm still too used to calling it Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the show there now, too. You can watch all of the shows there at 93.7 The Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Donnie Football in for the guys this morning. Dom DiTomaso is behind the glass, and we are taking your calls on the Steelers. Because I'm an idiot. I fell for it. I thought that Sunday would be different. I thought they would get their job done. Clinch the AFC North. Not have to worry about Week 18. Rest some of their starters, some of the veterans. Have guys active at QB like Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. And have a game against the Ravens not mean anything. That would have been nice. Yeah, the stakes are high. It's good for the NFL. It's good for other fans that the game is now Sunday night. The winner takes the AFC North. The loser goes home. But it probably won't be fun for us. It certainly won't be stress-free. How do you feel about it? 412-928-9370. Our guy Anthony in Oakland will kick us off. What's going on, Anthony?
Happy New Year to you.
Thanks, Anthony.
You and your fiance.
Thank you.
You know what? I like you. I was apprehensive, but I had the Aaron Rodgers effect. I said Aaron Rodgers was going to be the common denominator, was going to push this team over the line, and then all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers morphed into Mitch Trubisky Sunday. He was horrible, and then when you rewatch the film, you see you say he can't be a 20-year vet, because on that last series alone, he never manipulated the defense. He stayed stationary of where he was going, and when he talked about Gainwell as being such a great wide receiver, well, if you would have looked off MVS, Gainwell was wide open for a walk-in touchdown. So these are things that can't be hidden anymore. I don't know what happened, between what happened, after watching Green Bay go down in flames. But something happened to them because that game was in their hip pocket, and they let it get away.
Anthony, before I let you go, I am actually, as silly as it sounds, as ridiculous as it sounds, I'm going to get into this more a little bit later about what their game plan was against Myles Garrett. It really did feel to me like they were too worried about that guy breaking the record against them, and Aaron Rodgers was too worried about that guy getting the all-time single-season sack record against him more than they were winning the game. Like, I understand, going away from a guy, trying to take him out of a football game. Normally, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Anthony, I feel like when you take out a team's best player, you're going to score more than 6 points.
Here's what bothered me. Drake May wasn't concerned about Myles Garrett when he got sacked 5 times. You know what Drake May was concerned about? Winning the game. That's why they blew the Cleveland Browns out. That's what the focus should have been. Now, if there was any other selfish motivation, then they're right in the DK Metcalf camp, who the week before showed us something about being selfish. So if they lose Sunday, which I think they will, unfortunately, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. Thanks, Donnie, and be safe for the new year.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. I hope you have a great new year as well. I mean, I have to agree with you. It's selfishness that could end up hurting them in the end in more ways than one. You bring up the Metcalf situation, but something that I will get into later, and maybe I'm just drinking too much Kool-Aid on it, and everybody who covers the team, they want to get out in front of this and say, no, don't be ridiculous. They were just taking Myles Garrett out of the game. When you take out a team's best defensive player, you are going to score more than 6 points. One other team scored as little as 6 points against this Browns defense this year, Dom. Are you aware of who it was?
No, I don't think I am.
It was the Miami Dolphins when they were at the breaking point of their season. Everything for them kind of flipped after that game. They went to Cleveland. Similar weather, crappy in the 40s or 50s, rainy. They lost that game 31-6. But it's not as if the Browns just shut down every team. I understand they have a good defense. Jim Schwartz has done a really good job with that unit. For as bad as the Browns are overall, they do have a good defense. They have given up 30-plus points 5 times. They gave up 41 to the Ravens, 34 to the Lions, 32 to the Patriots, 31 to the Titans. The Titans scored 31 points on the Cleveland Browns. The Tennessee Titans. The Bears put up 31 on the Cleveland Browns. The New York Jets put up 27 points on the Cleveland Browns. The Steelers, the first time around, they took Myles Garrett out of the game, and it worked. They scored 23 points. They shut them down. They won 23-9. It was, not a perfect day for the Steelers offensively, but that's what it should look like. That's what that game should have looked like on Sunday, and it didn't. They played scared, and then they lost. 412-928-9370. We will take more of your calls in just a few minutes. Hop on the Fan Hotline. That is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. More of your calls on the Steelers coming up next. Jeff Hathorn in 30 minutes' time right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night 27-24. Atlanta blew 2 21-point leads in the game, but they came back and got the win. Bijan Robinson, meanwhile, a big part of that, 229 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Falcons get the win. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Upgrade your sleigh on a brand new GMC at Joe Ball GMC.
JoeBallGM.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show, Donnie Football with you until 10. Adam and Doran are off. Dom DiTomaso is behind the glass, filling in for Nicholas Harry Callis, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. And, man, I like to see this. You pull up that call screen and you see that baby loaded up. 412 928-9370. Thoughts on the Pittsburgh Steelers? Do you think they will win on Sunday night? Do you even want them to win on Sunday night? Because I know there are plenty of people out there that are kind of rooting for them to lose. They want to see this baby crash and burn. Listen, they got to the magic number. They got to 9 wins. That might be their Super Bowl at this point. 412-928-9370. Jeff is in Latrobe. What's up, Jeff?
Donnie, you are selling yourself to become a believer. It's, and I'm almost 70, so I've seen them for years. I don't think they're going to win. I can't root against them. I don't want them to crash. But since you both are into reading this next year, try reading Brian Toohey, The Fix Is In. I texted the station weeks ago, and I predicted this very thing would happen, that the league wanted the drama to rekindle the Ravens-Steelers Week 18, take it all. Gambling. It's gambling. It's bread and circuses. I love the show. Come over to the dark side and accept the reality that it's orchestrated drama.
Jeff, I appreciate the call. Always nice to talk to somebody out from around my neck of the woods. Dom, where do you come down on that? I know the guys had that conversation yesterday afternoon. I was listening on the drive home from my parents. I know a couple of callers hopped in on this is all fixed. The NFL is fixed. They wanted this to happen. I can't really bring myself to that.
No,
like,
that is.
I don't think the game Sunday was called with the intention of, hey, we're going to call. I can't even remember who the referee was on the game. But I don't think the intention was like the league was going to call down to John Hussey and say, hey, you make sure everything goes in favor of Cleveland because we want that big Sunday night football matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there should have been pass interference on the last play of the game, and were there a couple other iffy calls? Sure. But anybody who thinks that this game is rigged is a moron. And I hate to say it, and Jeff, you sound like a smart guy, but I mean, come on, people. I get that we're mad that the Steelers lost, and now we got a winner-go-home game on Sunday. The game wasn't rigged, and by the way, NBC made the wrong call picking Steelers-Ravens for Sunday Night Football anyway. So who knows if that was even going to be the primetime game, for God's sake. So anyone saying it's rigged, it's a stupid argument. I wish it was rigged, to be honest, because it's better than the Steelers sucking the way they did. But come on now.
Plus, I think if it was rigged, that would benefit the Steelers because then you would have one of the, they are without question one of the most popular teams, maybe the most popular team in the NFL, like worldwide. You would think if things were rigged, they would have more than 0 playoff wins in the last 8 years. Did you want it to be Seattle, San Francisco, Sunday Night Football?
Yes, that would have been my number one choice, just because it's for the division and it's for the 1 seed.
Yes,
and I also now I would say Panthers Buccaneers, but now that the Falcons won and that's all up in the air, I guess that's kind of out of the equation because it's not technically for the division. But Seahawks 49ers, that should have been the last game of the regular season.
That would have been my vote too. I wonder. And I actually know a guy or two that will sometimes work on the Sunday Night Football crew. It was kind of going back and forth with him on Sunday, asking him, what they were feeling for that Week 18 Sunday night game. And he did say it came down to 3 spots, and we all knew it would be those 3 spots. I had actually forgotten after the Steeler game. I forgot about the possibility of San Fran and Seattle being for the 1 seed. We knew that Pittsburgh and Baltimore would be one of those games. We knew that the way things broke down on Sunday that Tampa Bay and Carolina could be one of those games, and then San Fran, Seattle. And those were the 3 games that got thrown out there, and I guess the trade-off was as long as ESPN gets both of the other games of intrigue for Saturday, they will throw the other game. It really seemed like it came down to, based on the conversation I was having, it didn't seem like NBC was really interested at all in the Carolina-Tampa Bay game. It seemed like the whole time it was going to either be San Francisco and Seattle or Pittsburgh and Baltimore. I think just selfishly, I was rooting for Saturday night. Thought that would have been nice. You can just kind of take in all the games on Sunday. You only have to worry about the Steelers on Saturday. You have that 4 o'clock game, but whatever. I was rooting for that, but they didn't want to go back to San Francisco 2 weeks in a row. That may have been something else that played a factor. 412-928-9370. Evan is on the fan. What's up, Evan?
Hey, morning, Donnie. Thanks for taking the call.
Yep. What's up, man?
Wanted to make, an all-around point. Whenever you have fans calling about the bread and circus of it, it's changing my topic. But that part drives me insane. You're excusing the ineptitude of the team. I mean, and Dom, you touched on that too. The way that they performed on Sunday is abysmal. Aaron Rodgers was totally worried about Myles Garrett the entirety of the game. The moment DK threw a punch, I knew we weren't making the playoffs. The only way that it was rigged is because Tomlin signed an extension. They were destined for 9-8. They're destined to miss the playoffs. They're destined to have a first-round loss if they do. So the point of the entirety of the call prior makes me infuriated because it excuses the last 10 years of ineptitude. The further we get away from the leadership and regime that was instilled in the Steelers, the more you see there is not a leader at the top. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, Evan, I appreciate the call. And be safe out there if you are on the roads. Hopefully they get those things cleaned up in a little bit here this morning. I also want to note that if things play out how they are after Week 17, if the Steelers do win on Sunday night, as of right now, their opponent in the first round would be the Houston Texans. I really don't want any part of that Houston defense. Now, do I like their chances against the Texans more than the Bills? Yes, because I do think Josh Allen is going to be a man on a mission in the postseason. But I would really want that matchup to be Steelers-Texans or Steelers-Chargers, and I don't even know if all of those possibilities can work themselves out. But what we do know is that the Steelers have to take care of their business on Sunday night. Nobody else will have to do the dirty work. It has to be Pittsburgh that gets the job done. 412-928-9370. More of your calls coming up next. Jeff Hathorn joins the show in about 15 minutes. Trey Essex joins the show at 8 o'clock. 412-928-9370 is the number to join. Fan Morning Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Marcus Freeman announced on Twitter yesterday that he is returning to Notre Dame in 2026. He got interest from different NFL teams, namely the Giants, but Marcus Freeman back to Notre Dame next season. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000, or choose 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See below for details on all offers.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? In Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-880-1212. That's 800-880-1212. Again, that's 800-880-1212.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the scene of an accident now off to the right shoulder of the inbound Parkway East. This is between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale, and backing traffic up through that Wilkinsburg interchange. Once you do get by, you're going to be heavy again between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill down past Parkway Center. Second delay past Banksville. And Route 28, that is heavy from the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Taking your calls on the Steelers. Do you have faith they can get the job done Sunday night? Will they win their first division title since 2020? Will we get to witness our first Steelers playoff game with fans in the stands since 2017? Technically January of 2018, but the 2017 season. That loss against the Jags was the last home game that had a capacity crowd in the playoffs for the Steelers. That's how long ago it's been. That's when the streak began. That was the second year of what has now turned into an 8-year drought. That's when it got to them stacking losses. They lost that game in New England, the AFC Championship, in the 2016 season, and then they were off and running. They have not won a playoff game since beating the Chiefs in a field goal fest way back in January of 2017. We are coming up on 9 years if they don't do it this year. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn joins us in a few minutes, but want to take a few more calls on this. Greg in Youngstown, always bringing the heat. What's up, Greg?
Hey, not much. Let me hit on 3 points really quick. We have the worst kickoff returners in the league. The Cleveland Browns have the worst special teams. I've watched every game. They've given up like 3-4 touchdowns on special teams. And we got 2 slow guys returning kickoffs. That's number 1. Number 2, everybody says how great the Browns defense is. They had a linebacker playing on one leg, and they have Devin Bush, and their best middle linebacker is out for the year. So I don't want to hear it how great their defense is. And number 3, that was blatant interference in that end zone. Now, there's an eye in the sky. You would think they have, again, fans are allowed to see the game fixed when you see that play. I mean, they have to get all the referees together and say, what do you think? Everybody knows that was interference. That's blatant interference. And everybody just brushes that off. That's why people say the game's fixed. I mean, and you can't blame people on that play.
Yeah, Greg, I get what you're saying there, and I take all of your points. When it comes to the interference on the last play, I guess where I come down on that stuff is, I really try to not blame the officials for a game's outcome. There are very, very, very few times where you can point to that and say that one call made by the officials directly impacted how a game finished, what the result was. I think the easy example for us in Pittsburgh is the Jesse James play. That game against the Patriots. That's an example of that. Number 2, when that happens, yeah, probably interference. Would be very easy for the official to throw the flag. But my other thought is, I'm not going to be the person that bitches and moans about it because it should have never came down to that play. It should have never gotten to that point in the game. And again, the Steelers let that happen. 412-928-9370. Brian is on the Turnpike. Now he's on the Fan. What's up, Brian?
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep, what's up, man?
I was just thinking, you asked about, I don't think the Steelers are going to pull it off Sunday. I think they're too hurt, and it's an division game. Those teams might not be real good. I mean, Cleveland and that. But when they play each other, it's a completely different atmosphere for them. They play up. They play hard. They should have beat Cleveland easy, but they didn't. But you guys were talking about Aaron Rodgers and his performance on Sunday, and, yeah, he made some mistakes. But my question is, how many passes were dropped by receivers on Sunday? I'm not sure. I watched the game, but I don't have the total in my head. It seemed like there was an awful lot of passes dropped, so I don't think you can really lay it in his hands that they didn't score more points. And the other thing is, in general, for the Steelers looking for the future, when Chuck Noll was there, yeah, he had his, obviously won the 4 Super Bowls, and then he had some down years. But, he rebuilt the team when Cowher took it over. And obviously there was an instant impact. And when Cowher, he had to rebuild the team in the middle of his tenure and, obviously come back and won the Super Bowl in 2005. I don't get that same feeling now. I don't feel like we're really rebuilding. So I just leave you with that, and Merry Christmas. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate the call. Hope you have a great New Year as well. To your point about the drops from receivers and not putting a lot of it in the hands of Aaron Rodgers, listen, you're going to get a couple of drops every game. Aaron Rodgers stunk on Sunday. And if you don't think so, you were just not looking at what happened in that game objectively. He was not good. He played one of his worst games as a Steeler. I thought he played afraid of Myles Garrett specifically. I mean, Dom, you're one of the biggest Aaron Rodgers fans out there. You could not come away from that game thinking that Aaron Rodgers played well. I know that you feel like there have been games over the course of the season where maybe he hasn't gotten enough love for his performances, but you cannot have watched that game Sunday thinking, well, Aaron Rodgers did all he could. He played great. They just happened to lose.
Well, now, hold on. I agree he didn't play well, and if you look at the numbers scream that he sucked. He played fine in the first half. He really did. They weren't letting him throw the ball that much because they were afraid of Myles Garrett sacking him. So there were a lot of checkdowns, a lot of swings, a lot of throwaways. Second half wasn't great, but let's also be honest here. The last drive of the game, money pushed to the middle of the table. This is do or die. He went 80 yards down the field and had a 4th and goal and threw a pass that I thought there was interference on. So
yeah, he threw 3 passes to his best buddy MVS in that spot.
Well, he didn't have a wide receiver 1. His wide receiver 1 punched a fan last week and missed the game.
They should probably throw it to the guy that wears number 88 more often, because it seems like when they do, good things normally happen. He's somebody I circle, by the way, Pat Freiermuth. He's going to go somewhere that runs a modern offense, and he is going to become a great player. Like, imagine if he was in Chicago with your boy Caleb Williams. Imagine if he replaced Travis Kelce in Kansas City. Just a couple of examples. What if he played for your boy Joe Burrow? He'd be a great player. I got no doubt about that.
Sure, I completely agree.
Okay, so Rodgers he was good up on that last drive. Really,
yes, he was.
Until it got to them scoring a touchdown. That was it. He was not good in the game Sunday. He even said so himself, which I do appreciate when players take accountability. I also think that he has more power at the line of scrimmage than most of the quarterbacks have had in the last few years.
Do you think Shador played better?
I think they were both at about the same level, but that should speak volumes. I think Sanders is not good. His 1 touchdown pass was up in the air for about 15 minutes, and his tight end had to play it like he was in center field. And, I think all the credit there goes to Harold Fannin. I did not think Sanders played a good game. He had a few decent throws, a few nice throws.
I thought he at least outplayed Shador, so he was the best quarterback in the game.
For
what it's worth.
Yeah, that's not saying much for what the game was like on Sunday. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Windy, cloudy, high of 25 today. Maybe some snow tomorrow evening with a high of 29 on New Year's Eve. Jeff Hathorn, 93.7 The Fan, joins us coming up next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
One accident gone, another to take its place. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes of the inbound Parkway East between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Meanwhile, we do have an accident on Neville Island, the 5300 block of Grand Avenue near Phillips Avenue. Delays on the inbound Parkway West, right around the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while you're in line near the Route 8 at the bypass on inbound Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with the solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football in for the guys this morning until 10. Dom DiTommaso is behind the glass. I was joking with Dom earlier. I truly have no idea who is hosting the midday show today. Pony and Chris are in this afternoon. I'm filling in for them tomorrow and on Thursday. But a little peek behind the curtain, I was supposed to do the midday show today. Our guy Adam Crowley was unable to do the morning show this morning, so I get bumped up. So it may be a surprise who rolls in here to do
Ron Cook, maybe
10 to 2.
Little Ron Cook spot during the holiday
after his morning walk and cereal. Ron lives the life down there. He really does. He came on last year. I think it was 1 year post retirement. He came on with Joe and me on the exact 1 year date, and he walked us through his daily routine. It just sounds glorious. It is time for a Hawk Report. That is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa card, 5% cash back for every dollar spent through December 31. That's tomorrow, so you better get on it. And the Hawk, Jeff Hathorn, joins us here. If you were watching the show either on YouTube or on X, there you see the Hawk. A very nice Nike hoodie there, Jeff. Was that a Christmas gift?
No.
Oh, look at that. I need to get me one of those.
Rolling the team gear today.
I need to grab me one of those at some point. I have the tie-dye hoodie we got years ago, and I have the gray cutoff hoodie, which I do enjoy that. But people, you know, it's amazing, Jeff, the amount of people that ask about fan merch all the time. I don't know if you ever get those questions from people.
Yes.
I get questions about it all the time, and we try to talk our big boss into like opening up some sort of online store. He just won't go for it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Although you're rolling the dice by the initial order, so maybe we need some actual firm payment commitments, and then we'll do it.
So Jeff, you were there on Sunday. We talked Sunday morning. You joined me for pregame coverage, along with Mark Cabali. We all had the feeling of, okay, this could be a little bit too close for comfort. I do think Mark said 27-7, so he had them winning pretty comfortably. You and I both thought it would be tough, but they, should still win the game by like 10 points. That did not happen, Jeff. So from your vantage point on Sunday, how did you see things going down?
Well, I mean, it's not just one thing that really turned this game. It would be easy to just say it was this or that. I mean, listen, offensively, they just couldn't get anything going. That was the bottom line. They tried to throw the ball 39 times against the best pass rush defense in the league. They hadn't given up 300 yards in a couple of years, and yet there they went trying. And listen, I don't mind them trying to minimize I mean, you'd be crazy not to minimize Myles Garrett. Like, I get that part of it. But there are times when you look back now where there was we had praised Rodgers for his ability to find open guys, where he fixated on players and missed open guys, and fixated on guys like MVS and Scotty Miller, and just missed some open receivers. Not that there were a ton of them running free. I'm not saying that at all. And it seemed like, even though they were trying to minimize Myles, which I get, maybe they were a little quick in what they were doing. They could have taken a couple more chances than they did. And then, it's hard to rip Kyle Duggar. He's been so good, but how do you not knock that ball down, that floater up to Harold Fannin? So there were all kinds of things. Even Boswell missing that field goal, just like he seemed tentative about his footing. Because, man, for him to leave a 54-yarder short is like back in the day leaving a 35-yarder short.
Yeah, I mean, he oddly struggles in Cleveland. I forget what they popped up there. He's like 1 of 6 beyond 40 yards there. Now, I know he did knock down a couple earlier in the game in the second quarter, but yeah, I didn't feel great about having him out there for a 54-yard field goal. Jeff, I'll get right to it about Myles Garrett. I have the tinfoil cap on when it comes to that. I watching that game on Sunday, it felt like they were petrified to allow that guy to break the record. They should have just sent Mason Rudolph out there on the first play and let Garrett sack him and then go on with their business. Because if they were going to play afraid like that all afternoon, then they got what they deserved.
I think they played afraid in the first game, but it was Dylan Gabriel and it didn't matter. And they made it a couple of plays more, because I don't know that they blocked different for Myles. I think they tried to minimize him, and I won't go as far as what Myles said in that they worried more about the record than winning the game. I think they worried so much about him, it did impact their offense. And Donnie, you may have a point that instead of worrying as much, but then again, if Myles Garrett would have had 3.5 sacks and the Steelers lose, you'd be destroying them for saying, why aren't you chipping? Why aren't you bringing in an extra guy? Why are you allowing Myles Garrett to ruin your opportunity to win the division? So I get what they were doing. It's just their execution was bad. And you know what? It was one of Aaron's worst games, maybe his worst as a Steeler. I mean, he missed some plays, and it just looked. And I don't know why they didn't stay more committed to the run, and not to the run on 3rd and 5, but to the run at other points of the game.
We get on the Ravens for that a lot. John Harbaugh gets pretty well-deserved criticism when Baltimore loses a game, because you then look afterwards and think, man, he only let Derrick Henry touch the football a dozen times. He didn't let him touch the football after like the middle of the third quarter. That's what happened to them in New England last Sunday night. And then you see what he did on Saturday, and you got a vintage Derrick Henry game. I mean, one of his best. That dude just does not slow down. The only time he slows down is when his coach doesn't put him on the field. You know how good and how dangerous that guy is. The Steelers, though, it's kind of the same way. Like, you come out of a game like that, you play a team that was 3-12 going in, and you have what has turned into a pretty good 1-2 punch in the backfield between Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. And they have the ball for a total of 19 carries on the day. It's got to be more than that, Jeff.
Yeah, and not just the carries. Like, your most dynamic pass catcher right now is Kenneth Gainwell. It's not any of the receivers. It's Gainwell. So how is he not getting more opportunities in the pass game? Whether you split him, I mean, come up with something where he can get the football in space and be able to do some of the things that he has done. You know, I listened to John Harbaugh's news conference yesterday, and I mean, he gushed about how big of a weapon and how tough it is to try to figure out where Gainwell is. And why didn't the Steelers do that more against Cleveland? Again, listen, Cleveland is a legit top 10 defense, and pass defense, they're top 5 probably in the league. But, man, there's no excuse to a 3-win team. You go up there and you don't score a touchdown.
Jeff, just had somebody ask for me to ask you, is Darnell Washington a bigger loss to them than DK Metcalf?
The fact I have to think about it is interesting. I still think it's DK because of what defenses have to do to account for him. It gives opportunities for other guys. So I'll still say DK, but I get the question about Darnell. I mean, Darnell not just with his ability to catch the ball, but his blocking. And, Donnie, here's the thing to me that drove me nuts in the game. You send in the tush push, and you realize you don't have Darnell. There's not one other guy. I mean, it's not like Darnell's been a clean bill of health his entire career with the Steelers. Like, you haven't repped somebody else. Okay, if Darnell's not available, YA, well, I want you to go in there. Or, you know what, Spencer, you're going to line up as fullback, and you're going to push Hayward forward. The fact that they didn't know what they were going to do, they had to burn a timeout, and then came up with that play where they threw it to Scotty Miller instead of running the tush push. Like, that was one thing to me of how you weren't prepared for that type of situation. If there's a little thing that I thought showed a lack of preparation by the coaching staff, it was that.
That's what frustrates me the most. It feels like when one, with some other teams that are more offensive based, they lose a guy, they plug somebody else right in. And it's like the operation never stops. It doesn't matter where the guy is on the roster, 1 through 53. It feels like the Steelers lose a guy to injury, and, well, now that Darnell Washington's out, we can't do the tush push. Like, it feels like they are vulnerable there, that when one guy goes out, they don't always live up to that next man up mentality.
Right. And I get it. Listen, Darnell's really good at it. And if you don't want to run it, I just don't see how in that type of position there isn't somebody else that you could run, or that it appears that you haven't repped anybody else in case of emergency. Okay, you go in for Darnell. Like that little thing, and having to fry a timeout, and then Aaron seeing one-on-one coverage with Scotty, like one-on-one coverage with DK, okay, but one-on-one coverage with Scotty, if it hits, I know it's the greatest play ever, but man, that wasn't good.
Why don't they throw the ball to Pat Freiermuth more, Jeff? I mean, I know that that's easier said than done, but it seems like he is somebody that has been wasted for most of his career here.
Well, and I know that Cleveland runs a lot of man, but I think a guy can equally be a zone buster and a seam buster. So if you could find the opening in the zone in the middle, he could also find the opening in the seam. And those were a couple of Aaron's best passes because he had to thread the needle to get it to Freiermuth. But, yeah, I'm with you. It was a 2-minute situation. I know they're giving up some more in the middle, but why not split him out wide? Like, if you're going to look at your options and you're down to your 4th, 5th, 6th receivers, why not just throw him to the outside? Or why not give Jonnu more opportunities? I mean, the guy had 80-some catches last year. Like, why are you toying around with some of these other receivers? Why not split out a tight end or just flood more of the zone with the tight end and give them more chances?
Speaking of the receivers that they have, oh, man, I really hope that somebody today, Jeff, in just under 5 hours, brings up Roman Wilson to Mike Tomlin. What's he always say? One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. And that's what Roman Wilson was going to have on Sunday. I can't wait to see what Roman Wilson does on Sunday against the Browns. And you could have told me the guy didn't even get a helmet. That's how noticeable he was on Sunday, Jeff. I am starting to think more and more that we are seeing the final days of this guy in black and gold.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm not there yet, but I think what they're so focused in it is the moment, and they don't trust him in a game, period. Because if you did, he would be getting out there. they don't trust he's going to be where he needs to be, that he's going to do what he needs to do, because you can't tell me that he's not more of a physical presence or has a bigger big play ability than some of the guys that are playing routine snaps. So I don't know what has happened behind the scenes, but it's a guy they do not trust. They love his upside and ability, and they'll praise this and that, and but when it comes down to it, because think about it, Donnie, when has he had his touchdowns or his big plays?
Garbage
it's been
time.
In games yeah. So there's obviously something, as much as it's on the coaches, like, why isn't he playing? He must not be showing them something in practice as to why he just, not even when he gets a helmet, he doesn't get on the field.
Jeff Hathorn, check him out. 93.7 The Fan, 93.7thefan.com. He is our sports director. Jeff, I will talk to you tomorrow afternoon, right around 5:15. So thanks for hopping on. I'll talk to you in about a day and a half.
And, Donnie, I will be in your seat with Jim Colony tomorrow morning.
Oh, how about that little teaser? Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony doing the morning show tomorrow. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Donnie.
Jeff came at us on the fan hotline. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's a little telling what he said there on Roman Wilson. And I wouldn't mind getting into that for a few minutes coming up next. We'll take some calls on that as well. Jeff saying point blank, they don't trust him. That is a former third-round pick. So if you want to chime in and join the conversation, 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We have Trey Essex joining the show at 8 o'clock. So let's take some calls up until then on the Steelers, on Roman Wilson, who played 9 snaps in the game on Sunday against the Browns. He was not targeted, and that was without the first 2 receivers in the game. Metcalf was out. Austin was out. And Roman Wilson still gave you nothing. 412-928-9370. The Fan text line, you can hit us up at that same number, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More Fan Morning Show next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons took down the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24, and that has a lot of playoff implications because now Carolina-Tampa Bay on Saturday is no longer a win and in-game for Tampa. Even if the Bucs do win, the Panthers will still win the division if the Falcons beat the Saints on Sunday. Meanwhile, in the NFC, still in the NFC, the Rams, they have fallen now to the 6th seed, which means it's looking like LA will go on the road in the first round of the playoffs. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Classic in San Francisco last night, 42-38. 49ers over the Bears. And what we learned is the Bears are a Super Bowl caliber team. They lost the game, but Caleb Williams and the offense is that good. On the run, there's not a better quarterback in the NFL right now than what Caleb Williams is doing. The Bears, like the defensive woes, are that solid on that side of the ball. I'm Chris Cole.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit, not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smell Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram wrap up the year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lincoln Place section of the city. Crews on the scene of an accident now at the intersection of Glass Run and Baldwin Roads. We also have an accident being tended to in Lincoln Borough on Lovedale Road near Liberty Way. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that is getting in line for you right around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West just heavy between Banksville and the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can follow along on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch all of the shows there now, too. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Want to get more into what Jeff Hathorn said there about Roman Wilson. We'll take some of your calls on this. Jeff saying they don't trust him. The Steelers were without DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin on Sunday, and they chose to play guys that were basically on the unemployment line considering retirement a little over a month ago instead of him. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Adam Thielen, Scotty Miller. I mean, they probably would have thrown out Ben Skoranek, who had a cast on his hand for the last couple of weeks, instead of Roman Wilson. The guy got 9 snaps, 0 targets in a game where the Steelers did not have their top 2 wide receiver threats. I am really starting to wonder if we are down to the final days of Roman Wilson in black and gold. And this is a former 3rd-round pick we are talking about. He doesn't play. I think he had a half dozen snaps all of 2024 as a rookie. They came in Vegas against the Raiders, and he was just out there getting some cardio in. He did not get targeted in that 32-13 win. This season, he has been targeted 5 times just once. He has achieved more than 2 receptions just once. And like Jeff said in that conversation, anything positive that he has done has pretty much all come in garbage time. He had 4 receptions for 74 yards and a touchdown against Green Bay. Probably the most forgettable 4 receptions for 74 yards and a touchdown that a Steeler has ever had. Had a late garbage time touchdown against the Chargers to kind of put the lipstick on that pig. The amount of games this season where he has been targeted 0 times. The Jets in week 1, the Patriots in week 3, the Vikings a week after that, the Browns following that bye week, 0 targets. A lot of games with just 1 target and no receptions. Chicago, he was targeted a couple of times, no receptions. The guy just does not play. That is a major issue when the dude is a 3rd-round pick. I heard shows going through the names yesterday of guys that were drafted later than Roman Wilson that have been better receiving threats. Not all of them are even wide receivers than Roman Wilson, who in his career has a dazzling 12 receptions for 166 yards and 2 touchdowns. Antonio Brown used to do that in 3 quarters. Roman Wilson hasn't done that in 2 seasons. 412-928-9370. Jim is in Cannonsburg. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind, man?
Roman Wilson. I loved him at Michigan, and he looked like he was going to be a playmaker. And then somebody's got to know why they don't trust him. I mean, what the hell? He looked like he was going to make a difference. And then if you don't give a guy an opportunity, I mean, I don't care. Obviously, there's some personal issue with something, but cut him or throw the ball to him. I mean, he can play. It's just I don't understand why he don't get a chance. And the OC, that's pathetic. If you don't throw down the middle of the field constantly, look at Chicago, Caleb Williams. He's constantly a threat. Defense is playing for us knowing that you're only going to – it's like basically a run every time, whether it's a pass or a run. You're planning for a 4-yard gain. It's kind of pathetic from a fan standpoint, and I don't understand them. And then another thing, why can't anyone criticize anyone else? This is ridiculous that some of the play of like Aaron Rodgers is Hall of Fame quarterback, no doubt. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks ever. But when you just throw the ball away, you're not looking downfield for somebody. Come on. I mean, I'd play with no helmet for the salary these guys get. So
yeah, Jim, I know a lot of people, have that mindset there at the end. But when it comes to Roman Wilson, another player that people will now start to bring up, and I've seen a couple of comments on this, both on the text line and on the YouTube chat. Caleb Johnson is following under that same category. Here is a player that was a king of the football and shorts portion of the offseason, and now the dude is being a healthy scratch late in the season. Somebody that every single person that covered the team said, oh, this dude's going to make such an impact. He might be pushing Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Warren to the side by week 5. The Steelers got a steal. They didn't have a second-round pick. They made their third-round pick count, Caleb Johnson. And now that dude doesn't play. So they've hit on a couple of guys in the middle rounds. Herbig is kind of the crown jewel of the mid-round picks under Omar Khan and Andy Weidel so far, but we're not seeing Roman Wilson. Now we aren't seeing Caleb Johnson. Those two following under the same pattern. And I also thought Roman Wilson was a pretty solid player at Michigan. He was on a national championship team. And he certainly helped out J.J. McCarthy become a first-round quarterback. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Coming up, we will take more of your calls. If you have thoughts on Roman Wilson, his lack of use, 412-928-9370. A little bit away from Trey Essex. Also a comment made by Adam Schefter yesterday, which will certainly get people stirring the pot a little bit. That is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24. Atlanta blew 2 21-point leads, but ended up coming back and getting the win. Bijan Robinson, 229 total yards and 2 touchdowns. So if you had him in your fantasy football championship game, congratulations. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Snow showers this morning, the high 24.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Upgrade your sleigh on a brand new GMC at Joe Ball GMC.
JoeBallGM.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$50-minute mark on the fan. We're about 10 minutes away from that. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Donnie in for Adam and Doran this morning. Dom is behind the glass in place of Nicholas Harry Callis, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. Dom and I will be together tomorrow afternoon, Thursday afternoon. And then Friday, I am in my usual spot, 10 to 2, but I will be riding solo. I have no idea if Austin Bechtold, who Dom has predicted will have the best 2026 of all time, I don't know if he will be back in the fold. He spent the weekend in New York. He attended the Penn State Bowl game, the win over Clemson in the Pinstripe Bowl. But, Dom, you said the kid has a fresh new haircut. He's ready to take on everything in 2025.
It's going to happen. It's the year of Bechtold. He no longer wears fat people's clothes. He has the haircut. He looks good. This is his year. He's going to get a girlfriend, is my prediction, and he's going to, just skyrocket.
Somebody who has not taken advantage of the year is Roman Wilson. He is the topic of conversation right now. You can join in at 412-928-9370. The guy can't get on the field when the Steelers are down DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin. He should be the top guy for them if they are down those two players. Instead, we are seeing MVS, Adam Thielen, Scotty Miller, guys that were contemplating retirement going into the season or very, very close to it. That's who we are seeing in place of a player like Roman Wilson. Jeff Hathorne, he joined us at 7. He said they don't trust him. I think that's pretty clear that Aaron Rodgers doesn't trust him. or else the guy would be out there. 412-928-9370. Douglas is in Monaco. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, don't dump me. I'm a Ravens fan, but I live here, and I listen every morning. And I love a competitive Steelers team because I think it makes everybody better. But the fact of the matter is the team is just not any good, top to bottom. You could take a third-string Charlie Kohler in Baltimore and put him up for Owen Wilson, and he's more productive. You didn't get any good passing game until you brought in the old guys, Thielen and MVS. Your best guys are Gainwell and Highsmith. You know, it's an endemic top-to-bottom problem with the organization, finding talent, acquiring talent, using talent. It's clear Aaron Rodgers doesn't trust Freiermuth. It's clear he doesn't trust Jonnu Smith. It's clear he doesn't trust any of the other receivers besides DK. And it's easy to say, we beat the Ravens. Well, it's easy to get up for your biggest rivalry game. But to lose to a 3-12 Browns team, it's just, it's terrible, and you guys need a reset so badly, it's disgusting.
Doug, I do want to ask you before we let you go, as a Ravens fan, would you feel better Sunday night if Lamar Jackson plays at, say, 80% or Tyler Huntley starts?
The way Tyler Huntley's been playing this year, I mean, he came in after being on the Browns and you know, lit up that game and won that, and he won again against Green Bay. I'd go with Tyler.
I'm worried about that, too, and thanks for the call, Doug. And the reason why I'm worried about that and worried about Tyler Huntley being the starter in that game, which sounds insane. I never in a million years thought I would be suggesting that, because they will give the football to their best player who is also healthy. Lamar Jackson, when healthy, yes, he is their best player. He's a multi-time MVP. But he has not been healthy all season. You have a generational running back named Derrick Henry. And when Tyler Huntley plays in the game, they will give him the football. And they will give him the football aplenty. Now, the Steelers have had their games where they have been shredded on the ground. You think to the Bills game. You think to a handful of games early in the season where it was not pretty. I mean, the Jets game right off the bat ran all over you. But then they have games where they have clamped down against the run. Jonathan Taylor, who was going to run away at the time with Offensive Player of the Year. People suggested he should be the league's MVP. They shut him down. Devon Achane, going into that Monday night game, was running for like 7 yards a pop. Shut down. Jahmyr Gibbs had 2 yards against the Steelers a couple of weeks ago. So they have shown that they can shut some of those guys down. But Derrick Henry is different from all of them. You see every single week the graphic is always Derrick Henry and some of the best running backs to ever play the game. Hey, here's what Derrick Henry did that was historical this week. Here's other guys that did it, and it will be Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson, Barry Sanders, maybe Jim Brown. You want to go way back. That's how good Derrick Henry is. The guy is a Hall of Famer. 412-928-9370. Coming up, I want to take a look at some of those receivers from that 2024 draft. How bad is it looking for a guy like Roman Wilson? What are some of the guys around him accomplishing? Does it make that pick look even worse? 412-928-9370 helps you join the conversation. Also, something Adam Schefter said about Mike Tomlin that we will get to. Trey Essex joins the show at 8 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Marcus Freeman announced on Twitter yesterday that he is returning to Notre Dame in 2026. He got some interest from NFL teams, namely the Giants, but he will be back in college at Notre Dame next season. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now, in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Homewood section of the city of Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the intersection of North Homewood and Penn Avenues. Also one on the ramp from 79 southbound to the Southern Beltway. And we have one in Elizabeth Township at the intersection of Round Hill and Simpson Howell Roads. And one near the Glenwood Bridge in the Lincoln Place section of the city at the intersection of Glass Run and Baldwin Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
that somebody's going to lose that game. And when they do, there are going to be conversations that occur all around the organization. What went wrong? Look, there have been questions about both coaches' futures. That both these coaches, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, for all they've done, for all they've meant to their respective organizations, for all they've meant to the National Football League, they will have a big say. I think these guys will go in there and say, okay, you know what? It's been a great run. One of them may go in there and say, it's been a great run. Might be time to go try something else, whether that's TV or another job somewhere else. Like, those things are possible. They're within the realm of possibility for the wide range of outcomes after Week 18.
Adam Schefter yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. Another claim that Mike Tomlin could call it quits after the season, could go hop on TV. That ain't going to happen. The Steelers have hit 9 wins. It is a successful season from their standpoint. It could all come crashing down Sunday night. It doesn't matter. The owner will say they won 9 games. They were over 500. They were better than average. That's all that matters. At least that's how it feels. I mean, I'm not doubting that Mike Tomlin wouldn't be great on TV. I think he would. But he also doesn't seem like he's interested in leaving the coaching realm anytime soon. I would believe that he would go coach somewhere else before he goes to TV. Then again, we all thought when Bill Cowher went to television that he would hop right back into coaching, and it never happened. Because sometimes those coaches realize, hey, this ain't all that bad. Only working a couple of days a week. If that, no real pressure on me. I'm just kind of shooting the breeze with some former players and coaches about football. Pretty nice living. Make a couple mil a year doing that. So, no, I don't see that transition taking place. Now, Dom, what if they did a one-for-one swap? What if Mike Tomlin joined Jim Nantz and Tony Romo became the next Steelers head coach? I know that is one of your pipe dreams.
It'd be ideal for both sides. Tomlin would be all-time great on TV. Romo is going to be a great head coach. I would sign up for that tomorrow.
You know what was weird? Maybe I just haven't seen the guy because of doing pregame all season. But I did notice when they took shots of the booth all day Sunday, before the game, during the game, and maybe since for the other times that they have had Nantz and Romo, I've been in attendance, so I haven't been watching the TV broadcast. He looks like a cartoon character.
Who, Romo?
Yes. Like, is there something up with his face? I feel like he hasn't always looked like that. Yeah. He looks like a cartoon.
Sure.
Or yeah, like the way that he moves his mouth is cartoonish.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anything's... Yes, you are, yes. He's an odd-looking fellow. But he can sure call one hell of a game, I'll tell you that. He can look however he wants.
Because watching the game Sunday, that was it. You know, I get to watch maybe one game a year with my dad, and that was a comment I made to him. I was like, he kind of looks... Like, why does he look so, like, goofy? He looks like animated, almost. And then I had a friend text me the exact same thing. They said, Romo looks like a cartoon character. Does anybody else see it? And I'm like, I'm not kidding. I said the same thing to my dad a half hour ago.
Hey, listen, the man pulled Carrie Underwood, so, yeah, he must be doing something right.
And Jessica Simpson.
At one
time. And then he came here, he played the Steelers in the cold in 2008, and the Cowboys blew a 10-point fourth-quarter lead. Those are back in what I like to call the good old days, Dom. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Just for fun here, looking at a couple of wide receivers that were picked around where Roman Wilson went in the 2024 draft. So he was the 84th overall pick. And, man, there were a couple of guys right ahead of him that make it a little bit easier to soften that blow, but a couple of guys right behind him that do not make it easier So the two receivers ahead of him in the third round, Malachi Corley and Jermaine Burton. Corley already on a different team. He is with the Browns. He has a whopping 12 receptions for 75 yards in his career. And Burton already cut from his NFL team. And, I mean, he got to play with Joe Burrow and two other great receivers. 4 receptions for 107 yards is all he was able to accomplish. Roman Wilson having a better career than both of those guys. So clap it up for Roman. 12 receptions, 166, and 2 touchdowns. How about Jalen McMillan, who got picked 8 slots later? 8 touchdowns, 628 yards so far for him in Tampa Bay. How about Troy Franklin in Denver early in the 4th round? 972 yards and 8 touchdowns. Malik Washington in Miami, 534, a couple of touchdowns. So the one silver lining is that the Steelers had a lot of fire around them with Malachi Corley. They likely would have made that mistake if they didn't take Roman Wilson. So that was one that they happily avoided. 412-928-9370 helps you join the conversation. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Windy, cloudy, high of 25. Stay safe if you're out there on the roads. We did get some snow overnight. Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champ, former Steelers offensive lineman. He joins the show next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up the year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Listed accidents shortening up a bit. We still have one, though, in Elizabeth Township, the intersection of Round Hill and Simpson-Howell Roads as crews are on the scene. Also one near the Glenwood Bridge, the intersection of Glass Run and Baldwin Roads. That's in the Lincoln Place section of the city. Meanwhile, we do have some slow traffic on I-79 in both directions between Cannonsburg and the Meadowlands. Parkway West, you are just a little bit heavy at Banksville. Parkway East getting in line between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
802. Make the smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Donnie in for Adam and Doran this morning, taking you up until 10. Dom DiTomaso behind the glass in place of Nicholas Harry Callis. And 8 o'clock on Tuesdays on the Fan Morning Show is the time for former Steelers offensive lineman, two-time Super Bowl champion Trey Essex. He is with us now, coming to us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Trey, hope you had a very good holiday. Hope you have a great New Year as well. But, man, the Steelers did not give us a gift on Sunday. That was one of the ugliest performances of 2025, and I would expect you to agree.
Totally. It is now Tuesday, 8:03, and me and Charlie Batch got a little bit of therapy yesterday as we reviewed the game yesterday on the Snap Count. Make sure you guys tune in, Snap Count on X, and then Big Play Pittsburgh on YouTube and Instagram. But, yeah, that's about as ugly as it gets with everything that was on the line, with it being a T-shirt and hat game is what we call those games when they are for a division title. That was about as ugly a performance as you can have offensively. I thought the defense actually showed up in the second half and played winning football, but offensively, that was about as bad as it looks.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to jump all over the defense because really beyond the first couple of minutes, and I still thought it was a sort of a fluky touchdown pass for Shadur Sanders, just floating it up there that Harold Fannin hauled in. I saw a post earlier. The Browns had 41 yards of offense on 21 plays in the second half. I mean, that makes it sting even more that the Steelers could not win the football game. From your vantage point, offensively, biggest issue, I feel like it has to start with the quarterback, no?
It is. It's the quarterback and the decision-making and the execution. When we lose, it hurts more because it's how we lose. Now, later that night, the Sunday night game, the Bears lost a game to the San Francisco 49ers. And if I was a Bears, I'm frustrated that we lost that game, but I'm feeling good because we put a good performance out there. We dictated what we wanted to do. With our offense, it feels like we're always on our heels. We're always adjusting to what the defense does. We don't come in with the confidence that we have an identity and we're going to do what we want to do offensively. We should have went to that game and handed the ball off to Gainwell and Warren 30, 40 times. There was no other reason not to. With your big number one receiver out in DK and your next best receiver or the most consistent receiver being Kenneth Gainwell, you would have thought he had 6+ catches and at least 10 targets, and he wasn't targeted in the second half at all. So some of the decisions we were making, not playing to our strengths, not running the ball consistently enough when it was working, and decided to throw fade routes to Scotty Miller on 4th and 1, that's the stuff that just drives me crazy, and it makes you mad as a Steelers fan when these are the issues that you're dealing with. It's common sense to us. How come it's common sense to them?
Now, Trey, you bring up that play to Scotty Miller on 4th and 1, and I wanted to ask you about that, so I'm glad you transitioned into it. Now, I only played football at the high school and then D3 college level, but I also played offensive line. Now, you can answer this from the NFL aspect, too, which is perfect for this. Would there be times for you when you would hear a play or you would hear a play get checked into something else and think, what are we doing? This is not going to work. Like, I wonder if you could ask everybody on the Steelers offense that question about that 4th and 1 play, like what the mindset was of, yeah, I'm gonna throw this, I'm gonna throw a go route to Scotty Miller on 4th and 1. Like, that's what I'm checking into here.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the call in the huddle. Usually when you
Right,
get a
I
play
feel like
call,
he like audibled into that. Or he had
it
to
was
have.
an option on the play, and he decided to go there. Like, it was within the framework of the play call, and nobody knows what the quarterback's going to end up doing
Right.
once the play is called. Because the number one option, the number one read on that was Adam Thielen. It was obvious. But obviously, A-Rod has free reign. He saw a single high safety. Any other time, if that's DK or George Pickens, if he so magically be here, not get traded away to the Cowboys, I don't mind that call. You're going to one of your best playmakers in a crucial situation, and that's their specialty. It's a jump ball or a one-on-one ball or a 50-50 ball. Scotty Miller has only been active for 2 weeks. I can't imagine they've built a rapport. He's built a rapport with A-Rod in that short amount of time. Granted, he's been here all season long, but he hasn't been in a game-time situation in this type of moment on that type of play and has come through before. Meanwhile, we were running the ball well inside. Now, to answer your question specifically, as an offensive lineman, my bias is to always run the ball. Always. I always think if it's a pass, you should have ran the ball. If it doesn't work, I'm like, told you so. You should have ran the ball. We already run it well. And they had just ran a beautiful tush push earlier in the game with Connor Hayward, a fake tush push with that little option read.
Yep.
So it's like, these are the plays that have been working. We have been doing that well with Connor. Why are we deviating away from what's working and doing something that we haven't done the entire season? It's crazy to me. I don't understand that logic from Arthur Smith or A-Rod. Now, I think Arthur called the right play. Like I said, they had that rub route with Freiermuth running a streak and rubbing off for Thielen to come over the middle, a little mesh route, and he was open. And that's the number one read. Arthur called that. So I can't blame Arthur for that. I'm just wondering what A-Rod is doing, not playing to our strengths. That is the $1 million question.
Yeah, it felt like the way that Jalen Warren was running the football. He had 12 for 64 on the day. I mean, you're running for that successful of a clip every time. You got to get the football in that guy's hands more often. Kenneth Gainwell only ran the ball 7 times in the game. It does seem to correlate, and I brought this up with John Harbaugh and the Ravens. You notice when they lose games, it's because they're not giving the football to Derrick Henry. Kind of the same thing here, Trey. I feel like if you give the football to Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell more, you're probably going to win the football game.
The crazy thing is that's exactly what the recipe was when we won the 3 games prior. I had a little stat, and it was give the ball to Gainwell and Warren 25 plus times, and they did that each of the last 3 games, and we won the game. Between them two, they should have 25, and that's being modest. I think, honestly, between those two, they should have 30 plus, with Warren getting at least 17 and Gainwell finding his way with the rest of the reps. But it's crazy to me that when you see what happened with the Baltimore Ravens team, who didn't play to their strengths, when they just stopped running the ball against New England with the lead, and New England came back and won that game and put them in the precarious situation they were in on Saturday, they went back to what worked for them, and that was Derrick Henry running the ball downhill and just completely bruising the Green Bay defense. And you would think with that recipe, with the weather the way it was, with the fact that it was only a 1-score game the entire game, why are we passing the ball 2 times as many times as we're running the ball? It flies into the face of common sense.
Yeah, and I can't believe I feel this way, and I want to see if you feel the same way, Trey. If the Ravens decide to go with Tyler Huntley on Sunday night, I'm actually more fearful of that, because if they play an 80% Lamar Jackson, he'll take the game into his hands too much. If it's Huntley, they're just going to give the ball to Derrick Henry, their best player.
That is exactly right. That's exactly what they're going to do, and they did this past Saturday. And not to take any away from Snoop Huntley, he played a hell of a game on Saturday too, when gave him the opportunity to pass the ball or scramble, which has been an issue for us as mobile quarterbacks getting outside the pocket. Shador did it a few times as well. So, yes, the way that Huntley played on Saturday was the best the quarterback position has looked for the Baltimore all year long, because Lamar has been compromised from the beginning of the season. He's going to want to play. He's going to want to ride for his boys. I know that. So I'm hoping he does, because I think a compromised Lamar is worse for that offense than what you were pointing to. If Tyler Huntley starts, they're going to ride Derrick Henry.
A few more minutes with former Steelers offensive lineman Trey Essex, a 2-time Super Bowl champ. Trey, it felt like the consensus Saturday night after the Ravens won that game in Green Bay was that the Steelers would then lose on Sunday. And I started out the show by, just calling myself an idiot. I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought
I didn't either.
I thought, you know what? Aaron Rodgers will make sure that, they stay focused on this. They don't have DK Metcalf. They don't have Calvin Austin. They don't have TJ Watt. But I think they'll do enough to take care of business. They're playing a bad team with a bad rookie QB. Did you ever get that feeling as a player? Probably not a whole lot because you got to play with, and you had Big Ben every time you went into Cleveland at least. But, going into a game against a pretty down opponent, like a weird feeling beforehand, and then what would result in kind of an upset loss?
I remember one game, and I think it was that game versus the Raiders way back when Richard Seymour gave Ben a right hook. Yeah, I think it was that game. That was a weird game. I think Terrell Pryor also had like some kind of 98-yard touchdown.
Yes,
that was a
Jeanette
weird game.
Zone 93-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. We went there. That was a weird feeling, but we had to like traverse cross country. We never felt that way when we were going somewhere in division, like especially Cleveland. And I thought going into this game that Aaron Rodgers, despite those weird feelings that guys might have got, would be the X factor, and he was, but just for the other team, because I think ultimately his decision making was what cost us the game.
What is your confidence level that they can get the job done in Week 18?
I think winner takes all. Home game in Pittsburgh. We've had relatively good success at home when facing Baltimore with things on the line. I give us a fighter's chance. If we stop Derrick Henry, we win the game. That is the bottom line. We stop Derrick Henry, which I will give the defense credit. They have stepped up in a big way versus the run. Even Derrick Henry didn't eclipse 100 yards, even though he got close to it the first time around. But they've shut down some elite runners during this run. They shut down Jonathan Taylor. They shut down Jahmyr Gibbs. They shut down Achane for the most part. And so if they can do that versus Derrick Henry, I think we win this game. And then I think we win it comfortably within like a touchdown. That's about as comfortable as you can get in this rivalry.
How big of a loss is Darnell Washington to what the Steelers want to do on the ground?
It's huge because not only is he a heck of a player, it's going to be interesting how they rotate, because what we've been doing is that jumbo package with Spencer Anderson is he would come in and be the extra tight end on top of Darnell Washington, and then we would bring in Andres Pete to play left guard. Now, I think a lot of this is contingent based on the health of Isaac Seumalo. Hopefully he comes back, because he was playing some amazing ball this year, and he solidifies that line, even though I think the least of our worries, ironically, going into this game, is our offensive line. It's been playing the strongest, I think, of any unit consistently at this point in the year. So I have a lot of faith in them. But not having Darnell Washington is going to have a trickle-down effect. And if we get Isaac Seumalo back, plan on seeing a lot of Spencer Anderson at tight end. And so he might start and play at least 40, 50 snaps at tight end, because Darnell Washington is a big part of our offense and is definitely going to hurt us a little bit not having him out there.
And Trey, going on about the offensive line, I mean, you were the Steelers' offensive line utility man for a handful of seasons, kind of before Kelvin Beachum came around and did the same thing, which, as an aside, it amazes me that he's still in the league. What a career that he has turned out as a former seventh rounder. But your thoughts on the offensive line, a group that I think has really come together, and specifically the right side of that offensive line. Frazier, McCormick, and Fautanu all in the same draft class, and they all seem like guys that can be really good here for about a decade.
Oh, that right side is going to be good for the next 10 years. That's one side. The way they've played and the way they developed has been fun to watch, because you don't even worry about them anymore. You're not even questioning the snap issue with Zach Frazier that he had last year. And you're not even questioning how good Mason McCormick is, coming, fourth or fifth round out of Montana or North Dakota State, one of those schools and then obviously Troy Fontano, he has the resume. He was a left tackle at Washington, but came and played right tackle and has made it his own. He is doing some things out there. Like, Troy is fun to watch because he has moves. And usually when you think about offensive linemen, they don't have moves. He is punching, he is trapping, he is quick setting, he is setting back vertical setting. So it's fun to watch. Now, this left side is going to be interesting. With Broderick coming up, I don't know if they're going to give him that 5th year. I don't think they will, especially with the way Dylan Cook has been playing. But Dylan Cook has been playing lights out. That's been cool to see, too. And if we can keep Isaac Seumalo there for at least 2 or 3 more years, we have a solid line. I think we're going to next year with at least a top 10, maybe top 5 offensive line.
Do you think they may just stick with Dylan Cook, given the way he's played?
I think they're going to have a competition. I think they're going to have an open competition. I mean, they did invest in Broderick, and he was playing better when he got hurt. And so you got to at least give him the chance to compete for that position. But I think Dylan Cook has played so good that he goes into camp next year as a number 1 tackle.
Trey, before we let you go, remind people where to find you.
Find us on the Snap Count on Twitter. Me and Charlie Batch giving you our 2 cents on the Steelers and the state of the Steelers. And also on YouTube at Big Play Pittsburgh and Instagram. Tune in every Monday at 7 p.m. and every Friday at 2 p.m.
Trey Essex, former Steelers offensive lineman, 2-time Super Bowl champ. Trey, thanks for taking the time, man. Have a great New Year.
Appreciate it, Donnie. Have a happy New Year, brother.
There we go. Trey Essex. You know, Dom, sometimes there are easy conversations, easy interviews in this business. I mean, whether it be TV or radio. Trey is always a very easy one. I mean, I've only gotten to talk to him a couple of times filling in on the morning show, but it's one I always look forward to. I mean, sometimes you run into a guest that maybe you're unfamiliar with, and it's kind of like gritting teeth, pulling teeth to get through a couple of minutes. But what? That was 15, 16 minutes with Trey that just flew by. But I've had times before. I know the guys have had times before in the afternoon. You get somebody, it's hard to get like 6 minutes out of them. It's tough. It's tough. I always forget which baseball guy it is, and I don't want to slight the wrong one. One of like the big baseball writers we have had on a couple of times, and he will keep things very, very short, and he will end it abruptly.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I truly can't remember which one it is, so I don't want to say the wrong one. But we've had him on a couple of times, you know, around free agency, trade deadline season. He will just end his sentence like right in the middle. Very bizarre. 412-928-9370. You can join the conversation. You can hit us up on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So great stuff there from Trey Essex. Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now, he will join us at 9 o'clock. The Penguins made a move yesterday, and there's also something Penguins related that Dom wants to get into, having to deal with the people that get into the arena. But coming up, more about the loss in Cleveland and why it's sort of a microcosm of Mike Tomlin's career. I want to get into that coming up next. We'll take your calls too at 412-928-9370. Donnie Football in for the guys on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24. Atlanta blew 2 21-point leads. They were up 21-0 and then 24-3. So 2 21-point leads, but ended up coming back and getting the win. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. Last night it was a 2-point conversion in Buffalo that Josh Allen missed. Tell me if you've heard it before. Crunch time, and Josh Allen misses. Philadelphia Eagles, 13. Buffalo Bills, 12. Should the Bills have gone for 2? Well, not if they knew they wouldn't get it. Allen chokes it away. The Super Bowl host choked away as well. I'm Drake Soul.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See dealer for details on all of them.
Looking for extra cash this holiday season? Keystone Shooting Center wants to buy your used guns. Keystone offers competitive pricing on single firearms or entire collections. They are the fully licensed and legal way to sell your used or unwanted firearms. Stop by their store today for a no-obligation appraisal. They'll even travel to you for larger collections. Visit 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars or call 412-357-8000. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh's shooting destination.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all.
One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Getting reports of some down power lines now. This is on South Weinbittle Street in the city's Bloomfield Shadyside section in the area between Miter Way and Cypress Street. So watch for delays there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Just a slight slowdown on both of those tunnel entrances, while Route 28 the Parkway North remain up to speed. HOV lanes, by the way, are still open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can follow along on Twitter. You can watch the shows there now as well at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We dive into some hockey talk in a little bit. Dan Kingerski will join the show. The Penguins making a trade yesterday. We will get to that. Danton Heinen, one of the players sent back in the trade. We will tell you who they got, what else they gave up. Was it a smart move from Kyle Dubas and company? I feel like the Tristan Jarry move was a good one. You get that off the books. Jarry immediately getting hurt in Edmonton and getting placed on injured reserve. But I feel like mostly that one was good because they get the contract out of their hands. 412-928-9370. Talking Steelers until then. Want to get into why I felt like the loss in Cleveland was kind of a metaphor for Mike Tomlin's entire career. But first, I want to chat with Ben in Katanning. What's up, Ben?
Hey, I had a couple questions here. One, make them quick. One would be, who keeps calling that pitch play where, we're 3rd and 1 and we throw it back 10 yards? Is that Arthur Smith? Because if it is, I seen that like Matt Canada played that other wide receiver screen. And 2, is our defense too predictable? Because they keep beating us over the middle all the time. Is that like zone defense that we're losing on or what?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the zone defense, yeah, I mean, they're going to get beat over the middle. That's why that they give up a lot of yardage to tight ends. But the defense, I feel, as a whole, just in general about the defense, I feel like they have been a pretty good unit for the back half of the season. Now, they've had their down games. That game against Buffalo, the second half was really bad. First half, pretty good. The effort against the Lions, I thought, pretty good for about 2.5 quarters. It started to fall off late, but then they came up big when they needed to. I thought the defense more than did its job on Sunday. Like, you can say what you will about Mike Tomlin having his team ready to play, the 53 guys ready to play in a spot where it was going to be the Steelers with an opportunity to win the AFC North and not have to worry about Week 18. But when the conversation comes down to his defense and the performance of his baby and the job done by Terrell Austin in that spot on Sunday, I thought they had a good game. They limited what the Browns were able to do really after the first few minutes. It was a fluky touchdown to Harold Fannin. And really, if Kyle Duggar just makes a smarter play on the football, that touchdown never happens, and who knows if the Browns ever score. That game could have ended 9-6, or it could have been a 6-6 tie, or something like that, or maybe the Steelers win the game 6-3. Who knows if the Browns are able to get the field goals that they need, because the one they got at the end of the game, they got that field goal because the offense had already put them right there. They went 4 and out. But they made Shedeur Sanders look like a rookie QB, be on a couple of throws, had 2 picks, pretty bad picks. One deflected. The other one was a terrible decision and a terrible throw. It was the offense that dropped the ball easily. And you ask about the pitch play, yeah, I mean, that's Arthur Smith. Now, there might be times where Aaron Rodgers checks into that if he feels like it's going to work better. But, yeah, I would say 9 times out of 10, that's just what the play call was. And it hasn't been as frustrating of a play this season because they have guys that can run the football better on that play. Guys like Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, they can hit the hole a lot faster and with more conviction than what Najee Harris could do. Harris was too slow to pull off a pitch play and having to get to the outside or having to hit the hole very quickly. That was what I felt was his main weakness. They have 2 guys that could actually pull that off, so that's why they call that play a good bit. 412-928-9370. Jim in Monroeville. What's up, Jim?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call this morning, Donnie Football.
What's up, man?
Look, obviously a terrible game by the offense, by the team. But, I hate to bring this up, but I'm sorry. The officiating in that game, and I'm talking about the last play of the game. I don't care if this was the Minnesota Vikings versus the Raiders. I'm not saying this because I'm a Steelers fan. I think something has to be said about that no call at the end of the game. And I know Mike Tomlin would probably come out today and say, hey, we can't rely on a pass interference call to give us a win. And I agree. But at the same time, man, at that point, I stood up and said, great, that's a penalty flag. We're on the goal line, one more play to punch it in. And that didn't happen. I think that's something, as a fan of the game, it sucks. Lack of a better word, it sucks to watch a game where it's an obvious pass interference, not called. And this was a game that mattered to the Steelers and meant nothing to the Browns. And, I just want to get your thoughts, and I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a little bit about it earlier. Thanks for the call, Jim. I mean, I normally don't want to come away from a game thinking like, man, the refs just screwed the Steelers, and, they should be the team benefiting from these calls. And, could they very easily have thrown a flag on that last play? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm also, I'm not always going to be up in arms over a play like that because we see ticky-tacky calls get made all of the time that sometimes when they let the boys play a little bit, it's okay. Because something that has been taken away from the game of football, a game that a lot of us love to either play at one time or consume as fans, it is kind of a commentary on the state of the game that anytime the defense gets a stop, you are just waiting for a flag to come flying in and take away all of that positivity. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. We'll get to more calls coming up next at 412-928-9370. We also have the Penguins trade to talk about. Dan Kingerski joins the show at the top of the hour. We will get into that. 412-928-9370 is the number. Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night 27-24. Bijan Robinson had one heck of a night. 229 total yards and 2 touchdowns as Atlanta gets the win on Monday Night Football. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things. Great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to SmaleKia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
About 10 minutes away from the 50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran this morning. Adam with the day off, taking the couple of days leading up to New Year's Day off. Jeff Hathorn and Jim Colony will be hosting the morning show tomorrow. Doran Dickerson taking more of his paternity leave. He and Rochelle having a baby a couple of months ago. So another congratulations to them. Doran taking time around the holiday to spend it with his beautiful family at home. Dom DiTomaso is behind the glass. He is filling in for Nicholas Harry Callis, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. We get back out to the phones at 412-928-9370. Sam is in Cannonsburg. What's going on, Sam?
Donnie, what's up, brother? How are you?
Good. What do you got for me?
Question and another narrative question. First question, Darnell Washington. Is his arm broken, or is it kind of Aaron Rodgers broken where they might be able to wrap that thing up and he can at least come back in for, like, the tush push? Did you hear anything on that?
Well, it appeared that after the game, I think it was the Mike DeFabo tweet that I saw, that he had it, like, in a sling, and he had the wrist pretty heavily wrapped up. So DeFabo's tweet said left wrist was wrapped from his hand to his bicep, and the arm was in a sling. It did not look good.
Yeah, so I guess my thing with that is they're really relying on him with the some of the inside and outside runs, especially with that tush push. I mean, why not just get Spencer Anderson some reps this week, have him fill in? He can push Connor Hayward plenty enough. He's got enough butt in him, too. And then my second thing, is this the last week of Aaron Rodgers' career? I mean, you know, he's not coming back next year, I don't think. I mean, it'd be a pretty sad day. I think he's been pretty electric in Pittsburgh. Whether the play's there or not, I think he's been a net positive for this town and for the team. And with that is Mike T gone if we end up losing this ball game.
So to answer those kind of going from 3 to 1, I do not think Mike Tomlin is gone unless it's on his own accord. I mean, if the Steelers lose the game, I think it will be the final football game for Aaron Rodgers. And that's something that has kind of been undersold. I mean, I've been included in that, in the underselling of it. Now, we will get more and more into that, I think, as the week goes on and the closer we get to the game, because I feel like the tipping point normally when it comes to the reaction from a game and then the preparation for another game, it's normally what happens today around noon. The Mike Tomlin presser, I feel, is like that turn the page point, to cue up a little Bob Seger, that you go from reacting to the game that just happened to the anticipation for the next one. But I do think that's absolutely a storyline in this game, and I think maybe it's a little footnote, and Dom, we had this conversation earlier, maybe that's a little sidebar as to why NBC said, no, let's do Pittsburgh on Sunday night, because if the Steelers do lose, that could be it for one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. A guy that has won the league MVP 4 times. He's a Super Bowl champion. He will be in the, first class Hall of Fame room in Canton one day. I wonder if that's a little underlying story to why they decided to do Pittsburgh. Like, hey, not only is it for the division, but if the Steelers lose, that could be it for one of the most decorated players the league has ever seen.
Yeah, now it's tough because, he could return next season. I don't think he will. I don't think it'll be here. I think if he plays next year, it'll be in Minnesota. So I guess you go into it not knowing 100% if it's his final game, but if it turns out to be, then they can say that they had it.
Yeah, that is something too. I do like the little pull with Minnesota. Maybe they kind of realized, hey, we should have called him all along and not rode with J.J. McCarthy. But that is something that he and Brett Favre do have in common. I know that he has tried to separate himself from Brett Favre when it comes to football. I think that, like in an odd way, kind of went to the Myles Garrett sack record thing. Because Brett Favre, as accomplished as he was, he very infamously gave himself up on a Michael Strahan sack that led to Strahan at the time, and now still tied with T.J. Watt as the single-season all-time sack getter. But those guys loved, both of them, taking it way into the offseason and kind of playing at their pace and deciding if they wanted to keep playing football or not. Now, that is ultimately their prerogative, and it is up to the teams that are interested in staying interested or just kind of leaving them behind. But that is something that has to be considered, that it could be the final game for Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, not only in a Steelers uniform, but in the National Football League if things do not go well. Kevin is in California. Now he's on the Fan. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man?
Hey, just real quick, I have a question. What the Browns defense did to the Steelers as far as, the Steelers being without DK and Calvin. And obviously, I think they said the Browns had the number one pass defense, I think, in the league at the time.
Yes.
If the Ravens decide to follow the same, formula, what can the Steelers do offensively this week differently to help them shake them out of that, being able to be schemed out of the game like that?
Say it again, Kevin. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What can the Steelers do differently on offense, seeing that they're going to have the same, wide receivers available? What can they do differently this week to get out of that funk of not being able to get the ball down the field?
So I like the question there. I have to admit I completely lost focus looking on Twitter for a moment, but that's why I had to ask Kevin for the question again. But I think it goes back to something that Trey Essex talked about earlier this hour. You can open things up passing the football if you can run the ball with success. And they showed they could do that against the Browns. They just didn't stick to it. They went away from it. Jaylen Warren ran the football well. Almost every time he had the football in his hands, positive things happened. 12 carries for 64 yards and only 7 carries then for Kenneth Gainwell. You have to give the guy more than that. You have to give those guys more than that, because with what you're not able to use at wide receiver, you have to use your best players to their strengths. If that means running the football more, sticking to a pretty simple pass game, that's what I would do, at least. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. The Penguins made a trade. We get into that with Dan Kingerski at the top of the hour. They also have seemingly struggled to get people in the building this season. We get into that coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Marcus Freeman tweeted out yesterday that he is returning to Notre Dame in 2026. The head coach got a lot of interest from the NFL, namely the Giants, and some people even connected him to the Steelers, but he is going back to Notre Dame next season. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Mount Lebanon crews on the scene of some earlier down power lines. This ties up the intersection of Bower Hill Road and Coolidge Avenue. Also in Penn Hills, an earlier accident tying up Union Green Drive. This is near the intersection with Salzburg Road. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dom, you know what the most damning stat or nugget that was shared on Sunday was by Jim Nantz, who I think is absolutely one of the best in the business?
What's that?
The Steelers have not won a game in Cleveland without Ben Roethlisberger as their quarterback since 2003. That's a testament to a couple of things. How good Ben was against the Browns. You know, quarterbacks occasionally will just dominate within their division. Ben dominated the Browns. Kind of like how Tom Brady dominated teams like the Jets and the Bills. Kind of like the way that Josh Allen has dominated some of that division. And maybe how Drake May will be the next guy in line to do that. But they are now losers of 4 games in a row. Since that tie in 2018 to start the season, the Browns have won 6 of the last 7 games in Cleveland. And the one outlier in those 7 is the one game that was started and played by Ben Roethlisberger on Halloween of 2021. 2019, it was Mason Rudolph. That was the Myles Garrett game, the helmet game. The final game of the 2020 season, which was January of 21, Mason Rudolph started that game because the Steelers had already clinched the AFC North. Then Big Ben started and won. They won the game 15-10. Then they lost early in 22. They lost back-to-back games in November in 23 and 24. And then they lost on Sunday. And some of the quarterbacks they've lost to in that time, Jacoby Brissett, Jameis Winston, who's by far, I think, the best one. They lost a game in there to Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and they lost a game on Sunday to Shedeur Sanders. It kind of feels to me, and this is probably a little bit harsh, but I think in a way it's a microcosm of what Mike Tomlin's career has been like. You go back to that 2003 game, that was still Bill Cowher. Tommy Maddox was the quarterback of record in that game for Pittsburgh, 73 yards and a touchdown in that game. Jerome Bettis ran for 93 on the ground. So that also means that without Big Ben at QB, and there have been a few times, clearly, during Ben's career where somebody else had to fill in, Mike Tomlin has never won a game in Cleveland sans Big Ben. And I feel like you can kind of draw some parallels as to, well, Mike Tomlin hasn't really accomplished anything great without Big Ben. Now, there have been examples left and right throughout NFL history of coaches that get carried by great quarterbacks. I mean, the guy that many consider to be the greatest head coach in NFL history, Bill Belichick, he just had a horrendous first season at North Carolina. He was never all that great of an NFL head coach without Tom Brady. And we have also seen seasons of really lackluster play from that position where Mike Tomlin has gotten this team to 9-8 somehow. You know, the Duck Hodges, Mason Rudolph year, that is looked at as a good year under Mike Tomlin's ledger, and I think it should be. Getting a team that's quarterbacked by those two guys to 8-8 at the time is impressive. We are going to look back and think that a team that was quarterbacked by Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph getting to 10-7, that's a hell of a job, even though Rudolph was really the key cog in that down the stretch. But that was wild. And I knew that the Browns had been on a bit of a streak, and I knew that they, since that tie back in 2018, have had the better of this rivalry, but I didn't even realize going into the game Sunday that Mike Tomlin has never won a game in Cleveland without Big Ben. And again, I feel like that was just a testament to a couple of things. And in a weird way, kind of a metaphor for Tomlin's career. Fan weather. That's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Windy and cloudy, high of 25 today. Tomorrow for New Year's Eve, high of 29. A chance of snow for New Year's this year. Coming up, the Penguins made a trade yesterday. We get into that coming up next with Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey. Now we will dive more into that. Following the chat with Dan, we get into more Steelers stuff as well before the show is over. And at some point, we will find out who is hosting from 10 to 2 after me. Donnie Football in for the Guys Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Coming off the Neville Island Bridge, beware an accident now blocking the right lane. Crews are on the scene near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange, and that is causing slowdowns as traffic gets to the left to get by. Parkways east and west, little heavy into their respective tunnels, while Route 28 and the Parkway north, that are pretty much up to speed for you. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie in for Adam and Doran on New Year's Eve. I will be 2 to 6 tomorrow on New Year's Eve. I'll be 2 to 6 on New Year's Day. And I will have Dom DiTommaso with me behind the glass the entire time. He is in that spot now in place of our pal Nicholas Harry Callis. And on the Fan Hotline, we welcome in Dan Kingerski, covers the Penguins for Pittsburgh Hockey Now. Dan, the Penguins with a trade yesterday. Now, I might get the pronunciation messed up here. Yegor Chinikov, am I pretty close on that? Does that sound correct?
You're in the ballpark, especially for Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's a actually
with my Yinzer accent.
It's more Igor than Yegor Chinikov. Yeah, Chinikov. We'll find out today if he's with the team or if not tomorrow. We'll get the exact syllabic pronunciation.
And the Penguins get him in exchange for a couple of draft picks and Danton Heinen, a 26 second-round pick, a 27 third-round pick, as well as Danton Heinen goes back to Columbus in this trade. Your initial thought on this deal, Dan?
It was not an insignificant price to pay for Chinikov. That 2026 second rounder they gave up is the St. Louis Blues pick, and the Blues kind of stink. So that will be, a pick probably in the 30s, maybe low 40s. So it wasn't insignificant what the Penguins gave up, but what they get is a young player with a very high pedigree, 6'1", 203 pounds, laser of a wrist shot, can really skate, has some offensive instincts. It just never came together in Columbus. He got frustrated. Coaches got frustrated with him, like a lot of young, great offensive players. The defensive side of the rink can be a problem for him. So, it went sideways. And now the Penguins get a chance with a 24-year-old guy with the world in front of him to see what they've got.
16 goals is his career high. He had that in the 23-24 season. He has also never played in more than 62 games. Now, is that more to do with injuries, more to do with, just kind of falling out of favor in Columbus, being pushed back, or a little mix of both?
Yes. Last year he suffered a fairly significant back injury that kept him out for most of the season. But then when he returned, he found he didn't have a lineup spot. Coach Dean Evison basically just shelved him for the final, stretch of the season, which caused a bit of rancor internally. That's when he made the public trade declaration. I think it was July 15th or 17th through his agent, basically saying, trade me right now and hang up the phone. That's kind of what he did.
Do you know if there were other teams interested? Is that why the price was maybe a little bit higher than what you would think for a player with this production?
Yes. When he made the trade request publicly this summer, there were plenty of teams interested. So in terms of the price, Donnie, you had sort of two things working for the Columbus Blue Jackets. One, Chinakov's pedigree. But two, yes, if the Penguins didn't pay that sort of price, I imagine plenty of other teams would have come fairly close to it. So that there was probably a little bit of a bidding war.
Talking to Dan Kingerski, covers the Penguins for Pittsburgh Hockey Now, the man that runs Pittsburgh Hockey Now, Dan Kingerski. Where do you expect Chinakhov to fit in with this lineup? Does he play up on the second line, or do you expect him to be bumped in the 3 or 4?
Well, fourth line would be a waste of what you just did, right? I really think third line would fit him very well. Just essentially take Ville Koivunen's spot on the kids line. Chinakhov being 24, it's not like he's 30 joining that line. He'll play the left wing. I mean, this is how I envision it. Obviously, Dan Muse hasn't yet weighed in with his opinion on the matter. But Chinakhov taking the left wing beside Ben Kindle. Rutger McGroarty can flip over to the right. And now you've got a pretty good line. They've played well, has the Penguins kids line to this point, but they haven't put the puck in the net. Now with Chinakhov, you're going to play 14, maybe 15 minutes a night. And, if all goes well, now you've got the scorer on that line that Koivunen was supposed to be.
Penguins play tonight at home, 7 p.m. puck drop against the Carolina Hurricanes. They also play New Year's Day, 7 p.m. against the Detroit Red Wings. That'll be part of a home-and-home against Detroit. Dan, what would you say is the Penguins' New Year's resolution for 2026?
Boy, they should have a lot of them. A lot of different people should have different resolutions. But as a team, I really think what they have to really focus on is cleaning up. They have to red up their house, as you might say, because they have played so well for such long stretches, but not gotten the results because they implode at the wrong time or they just play sloppy. I really am at a loss to explain it other than just some players can't dial into a clean game. That's not supposed to be the way it is. But for the Penguins, it has been, with Erik Karlsson and Chris Letang, the fans, certainly have voiced their displeasure on those topics, right? But if the Penguins can just clean up their game, meet the hockey gods halfway, they're actually going to be pretty good in the second half.
41 points for the Penguins, 37 games in. The only other team with that few of games played in the entire Eastern Conference is Philadelphia, who does have a playoff spot as of now with 45 points. Dan, do you have faith that the Penguins can be in this thing until the end, or how do you think that second half could play out?
Well, yeah, I mean, faith or confidence, those aren't words I generally buy into because that's not my job, right? I do think they can and should be in this race. The Eastern Conference is so wonderfully mediocre from basically top to bottom. The Florida Panthers would be the class of the field, but they're just depleted via injury. Plus 3 straight seasons of playing deep into June will take its toll. The Carolina Hurricanes are always beatable late in the season and in the playoffs because their style just wears them out. The tank is empty, and they're kind of a one-trick pony. So after that, you look at the Washington Capitals, whom the Penguins have beaten and can beat, and the rest of the teams in the East, well, it's, top to bottom. I mean, the best team right now is the Buffalo Sabres of all teams. So, yeah, they should definitely be in the race. And look, when Sidney Crosby is on your team, you always have a puncher's chance.
How do you grade Dan Muse's job about halfway through his first season?
I think he was a much-needed breath of fresh air, wind of change, and all of that. Got them off to a good start, has given a lot of players the room and encouragement to grow their game. Ryan Shea, Parker Wotherspoon specifically, but even Justin Brazeau. You also look at other players, Anthony Mantha and guys who are having a nice resurgence with the Penguins. That speaks well to Dan Muse. Obviously, he will be judged in April by the cleanliness of the Penguins game, like I mentioned a little bit before. If the Penguins don't clean up and the details of their game remain just chaos, well, that's going to reflect poorly on him. So I suppose the second half will be judged there.
Something that Dom and I are going to get into in a little bit, but I did want to ask your thoughts on it, Dan. Looking at the attendance figures across the National Hockey League, when it comes to percentage capacity, the Penguins are 30th in the league, 88.8%. 7 teams are at 100 or more. The Golden Knights fit in 102.4% of their capacity crowd on average. What is the issue beyond, okay, maybe they're not as good as their hot start indicated, but what are some other issues you think with why they can't get people in the building?
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble, Donnie. When I start talking about fans, I get just a stream of Twitter replies or X replies. You don't have to pay to go to games and all, and that is true. For a few decades now, there has been a lack of Penguins fan culture, of anything to buy into for the people going to games. Pittsburgh is not naturally a hockey town. So, building that hockey culture, unfortunately, in kind of a very weird way, was blunted by having Mario Lemieux, by having Yager, and then Sidney Crosby and Malkin, where Penguins fans have sort of been conditioned to be fans of a player rather than the team. And now that you've had Sidney Crosby for 20 plus years, God help them, fans, I think, are a little bit, they're over it. Having Sidney Crosby, having Evgeny Malkin, and what's the phrase? You can die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. I think there's some of that happening. Also, Penguins ticket prices are a little bit priced out of whack for the market. And Penguins fans, like I said, don't go for the sport. They go for the player or they go for the winning. And right now, the sales feature is the game and maybe some winning. So it's been a tough slog for the organization.
Our guy Phil on Twitter wants me to ask you, Dan, when Gino is coming back. Is there any timeline there?
It's one of those honey mustard questions. If I knew, I'd report it. No, he hasn't started skating with the team yet. He's been skating individually, on what Mike Sullivan used to call the injured ice, as if the ice were hurt too. So not until he joins the team can we put really a timeline on this. I just don't know.
There we go. Dan Kingerski, Penguins reporter, Pittsburgh Hockey Now. Dan, thanks for taking the time, man. Have a great New Year.
Have fun.
There we go. Dan Kingerski giving us a little hockey talk there. The Penguins making that trade. Igor Chinikov. I think I might have that one down. Segment was brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A little bit of NFL breaking news that I want to get into next. Dom and I will still have that conversation about Penguins attendance. I want to get his thoughts on that because he wanted to talk about it. So we will get into that coming up. We'll take your calls at 412-928-9370. Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24. Atlanta blew two separate 21-point leads, but came back, got the win, and Bijan Robinson had one heck of a night. 229 total yards and 2 touchdowns, so big night for him, and Atlanta gets the win. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And by the way, Donnie, I don't know if you were watching the basketball action last night. Big game, Denver at Miami. And I don't know if you saw this, but Denver's 3-time MVP big man, he went down with seconds to go in the second quarter and did not return in the second half. So big story out of basketball and what was otherwise a very good night.
The NBA season is back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is already running plays straight out of a championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about Fan Cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10%. 10% Fan Cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still scoring Fan Cash. Fan Cash unlocks real value. You can use it on authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events with NBA legends. But that's not their only play. As you know, other sportsbooks let injuries box you out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first-half injuries across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player goes out with an injury, Fanatics Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Atlanta Falcons upset the LA Rams on Monday Night Football, have now won 3 straight games heading into the final week of the regular season, and that win streak has some saying that they should keep head coach Raheem Morris and GM Terry Fontenot. I think that's crazy and that the team needs a fresh start. The bigger question for Atlanta, it's not coach and it's not GM. It's what to do with disappointing young quarterback Michael Penix Jr. I'm Nick Costos.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 1/5/2026.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews remain on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the right lane of northbound I-79 near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange. Traffic is extremely heavy and jammed approaching the scene as you get by in that left lane. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west, just minor slowdowns entering their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28. Parkway North's HOV lane set to close at 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
(412-928-9370) is the number to join the conversation. You can also hit us up at that number on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie in for Adam and Doran. 35 more minutes. And Dom, we do have the news on who is hosting the midday show today.
Oh, this is so exciting.
The man who normally produces the midday show, Austin Bechtold, the man they call City Limits, the man that you say will have the greatest 2026 of them all.
And see, it's starting off strong already. Hosting the midday show to end the year, going to go into 2026 better than ever. I feel more confident than any other prediction I've ever made. And I was right about Caleb Williams 3 years before everybody else.
You were. I'll give you credit there. He looks like a very, very good player. He's having a great year. I mean, I do think it's a very good combo between Caleb Williams and Ben
Here
Johnson.
we go. Here we go.
What, you don't think Ben Johnson deserves any credit there?
No, but you're trying to discredit Caleb Williams. That's what you're doing.
So you don't think that the coach has anything to do with the young quarterback's
Nah, sure he does.
progression?
Caleb Williams is the one throwing the ball down the field.
The natural talent was always there for Caleb Williams. He was the first overall pick. But I think it got refined into the better player that we are now seeing because of Ben Johnson.
Maybe Caleb Williams has made Ben Johnson a good head coach. You ever think about that, Donnie?
Well, yeah, we just had that conversation about Big Ben and Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, who has never won a game in Cleveland without Ben Roethlisberger as his quarterback. How about that, Dom? The Penguins' attendance is something that you wanted to discuss. I asked Dan Kingerski about that a few minutes ago. They are 30th in the league in percentage capacity. 88.8%. The only two teams behind them this year are the Buffalo Sabres, which is kind of surprising to me because that always seemed like a pretty hockey-heavy town, and the team is not playing all that poorly. They are right there in the heat of the playoff race about halfway through the season. And then the San Jose Sharks, this one shouldn't be much of a surprise. There's about 1 million better things to do in that area of California than go to a hockey game. They fill out only 87.8% of the arena. So why do you think it is, Dom? What do you think is the biggest overarching reason?
Yeah, so it was Penguins Jesus who tweeted this out. And I think, Penguins Jesus and I are cool. I think we're like buddies. He doesn't like Pony, but him and I are cool.
Yeah, nobody really likes Pony.
True.
On Twitter especially.
So I saw him put this out there, and I was pretty surprised, to be honest. And then you're looking at all the other teams, and people said, well, it's because the Penguins are losing and they stink. Well, Nashville is second in attendance, and right now they're one of the worst teams in the league. So you can't really use that as an excuse. I know the exact reason, Donnie. I know the exact reason. Attendance is down because Penguins games used to be the best game experience in the city. Better than Steelers games, better than Pirates games in terms of going and enjoying the actual event. Now it might be the worst for a number of reasons. Ticket prices are just inexcusably high. When you get to the game, parking is inexcusably ridiculously high when it comes to their prices. And I just went to a game last week, so I can tell you firsthand. You have to take out a loan in order to get any food or drink in the arena. And it's just, the other part of this, and I talked about this with Starkey last week, and he kind of brushed it off as no big deal. There is nothing around PPG Paints Arena that makes you want to go there outside of the game. At least if you go to the Steelers game or Pirates games, you can go to the North Shore, you can walk across the bridge, take in the river, whatever. PPG Paints Arena is in a terrible part of town, which is also why I think that they might try to look to go to the North Shore in the next 20 or 30 years. But that's a whole other conversation. Going to a Penguins game is not what it used to be. It's too expensive, and right now it's not worth it because the team sucks.
Yeah, I thought that maybe the hot start of the season would have them doing a little bit better than what the numbers look like right now. And I guess I made the point about the San Jose Sharks and why there are so many other things that you can do around San Jose that is more attractive than going to a hockey game. But at the same time, as I make that point, look at the teams that are 1 and 2. The Vegas Golden Knights fill out 102.4% of their arena every night. The capacity there is 17,500. They get nearly 18,000 in that building on a given night. That is in Las Vegas. If you've ever been there, there are a couple of different things you can do in Las Vegas. You will not go bored. Nobody has ever been bored being in Las Vegas, and if they are, that's their problem. And then Nashville at number 2, that has turned into like the 2010s into the 2020s version of like that next big city. It's one of the biggest party cities in America. And on any given night, they have over 100% of their capacity in attendance. And Dom just said it's not like they are playing great hockey right now. So I think there's absolutely something to the reasons that you just said, Dom. I have the Penguins Jesus tweet pulled up too, that the prices are just way too high. Parking, getting in and out is wild. Josh Carney, who he covers the Steelers, if you're not familiar with him, he had a pretty funny reply. He said parking is a racket down there. I think that's a funny way to put it, but he's right.
It is. It's awful.
It is a crapshoot. You have those random little private lots that'll be like $40 right by the arena. And my thought when I drive past is, how am I going to get my car out of here at the end of the night? So that is always something that you're kind of throwing at the wall. There's construction all over the place trying to get to the arena.
And when the weather's bad, you drive around these roads that aren't salted or plowed, so it's like a hazard even getting to these parking lots that cost an arm and a leg to go to.
Yeah, so it is kind of a mess. I do think it would do them well if they did bump down ticket prices, because that seems to be kind of the theme of the last few years, because their attendance has not been good for the last few seasons. Since the playoff drought has begun for them, you've seen games. I remember going to a game last year. It was on Halloween. It was a very nice weather day. So obviously you're going to have people doing their thing for Halloween with their kids, but it was like a 70-degree day in late October. That place was a ghost town. There could not have been more than 12,000 people in the building.
Yeah, I told you I went to the game last week against the Oilers. It was the Tuesday night TNT game, big time. Jari was back in town. The place did not have the feel and energy it would for what is arguably the biggest regular season game on paper. Nobody's going to these games, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
The same team, Donnie, that had the sellout streak from 07 to 21, like 15 years of selling out every game. Something has changed in the past 4 years, and it's not just the product on the ice.
Yeah, and your point there about what a big game that would have been. I think anybody's chance to see a player as good as Connor McDavid, you're going to take advantage of that. And the attendance just has not been there, and I don't really expect it to get better in the second half of the season unless they really get hot and turn it around and get ready for a playoff push. You can follow along on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also watch the shows now on Twitter. Austin Bechtold will have you covered from 10 until 2. The guys are in this afternoon. But coming up, some breaking news in pro football that we will get to that Steelers fans will want to hear, and then we will part ways in about a half hour from now. Donnie Football in for the guys on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Falcons beat the Rams last night on Monday Night Football 27-24. That had a lot of playoff implications because now the Carolina-Tampa Bay game on Saturday is no longer a win and in-game for Tampa, because even if the Bucs win, the Panthers could still win the division if the Falcons get a win on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Rams have now fallen to the 6th seed in the NFC, so what looks like one of the best teams in the NFL will now most likely play a road game in the first round of the playoffs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Georgia and Ole Miss square off again in the last of the CFP quarterfinals, and the Bulldogs are 6.5-point favorites. These two met in Athens 2 months ago, and Georgia outscored the Rebels 17-zip in the fourth to win the game by 8. Georgia's defense has only gotten better since then, and I can't stress enough how big of a loss Lane Kiffin is for a game like this. Rah-rah can get you to a blowout win versus Tulane. This is a whole other animal. Sick 'em. I'm laying the points with the Dogs. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A little over 10 minutes away from the 50-minute mark on the Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. That bit of pro football breaking news we wanted to get to. The finalists for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class have been announced. And Hines Ward is not among the finalists in 2026. Dom, did the committee get it right?
Nah, this one's so tough to me, Donnie, because we all love Hines Ward, and he means so much to all of us. I do think he's a Hall of Famer. I also kind of see why they're keeping him out, but if it was up to me, yes, I think he is a Hall of Fame wide receiver.
So there are 3 other receivers that are named finalists for this. Now, not all of these guys get in. 15 total finalists for the class of 2026. One of them is an absolute slam dunk. That is Larry Fitzgerald. I'm not even going to waste your time asking if you think Ward, just off the top of your head, was a better player than the other two. The other 2 guys, Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt, the 2 receivers that have moved on to the finalist stage of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Reggie Wayne, yes. Holt, that's another tough one. Like, I don't know if he was that much better than Hines Ward.
I kind of have the same hold-ups. I would go with Reggie Wayne. I know people can point to, like, well, he got to play with Peyton Manning his whole career, which is certainly going to be a plus for anybody. But he grabbed that mantle after Marvin Harrison was done, and he ran with it. Now, Ward, what he was able to accomplish in some seasons before the arrival of a true franchise quarterback is pretty impressive. 2002, his QB is Tommy Maddox. He had 112 catches for 1329 and 12 touchdowns. 2003, the same thing. 95 grabs, 1163 and 10 touchdowns. And then he was an 1,100-yard receiver in his age 33 season. 755 yards in his final year. So kind of a similar track to what Reggie Wayne did in his last few seasons. They both played like the exact same amount of time, 14 years. But Wayne had the run from 2004 to 2010. He was a 1,000-yard receiver every single year, and then he did it again in 2012. So I think that gives the guy the nod. But now that I'm looking more at Torrey Holt, he played 3 fewer seasons than Hines Ward. From 2000 to 2007, 1,000 yards every single year. He had almost 1,700 yards in 2003 with 12 touchdowns. 2000, he had 1,635. He led the league with 19.9 yards per reception. I know that Hines played a different style, a lovable style for people in Pittsburgh. I think the problem is I would put the dude in the Hall of Fame if I had the choice to. I think I've noticed with myself that I am somebody that would have more guys in the Hall of Fame than are already in it. Like, I probably give the nod to some guys that maybe shouldn't be in. The issue is that the position group is just so competitive at that spot. And there are some guys with such gaudy numbers that you have to put them in there. And you really have to be a player that had like an all-time lasting legacy, I think, to get beyond that. Now, Ward does have the Super Bowl MVP, which is something over both of those guys that they don't have. And I do think that there is some credence to that. The guy won multiple Super Bowls here. I think it just comes down to the position that he played. Like, I think he's a Hall of Fame player. It just gets really tough because every single year the wide receiver numbers are going to look better and better.
Yeah, and then I looked these numbers up, but he only had one season where he was top 5 in reception yards, never was a first-team All-Pro, only, quote-unquote, only, but only 4 Pro Bowls. I mean, is that Hall of Fame numbers? I don't know. And again, I'm with you. I want to put him in. I want him to be a Hall of Famer. 2 Super Bowl wins, the Super Bowl MVP, like you said. And he blocked, and he was just the toughest SOB out there, and we all love him. And he retired early, I think, because he didn't want to play anywhere else. So he's a Steeler. He's one of us. But, I mean, you kind of look at it, and it's like, I don't know. If the guy played for the Cardinals, I don't think any of us would be saying he should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point, too. I mean, kind of the point that I make with, I've made that point before cross sport, but like with Derek Jeter, where I think he's probably still a Hall of Famer if he plays for a lesser team like the Diamondbacks, let's just say, to keep it with Arizona. But he's getting in with like just the right amount of the vote, not 99.7 or whatever it was that he got. And people were mad about the one guy who didn't vote him in. I think it does have to do a little bit with where you play, what team you play for, kind of the legacy that team has. To me, looking at this group, so it's Willie Anderson, Drew Brees, Jari Evans, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri, Reggie Wayne, Kevin Williams, Jason Witten, Darren Woodson, and Marshall Yonda. I think there are 3 absolutes. I think Brees, Fitzgerald, and Kuechly are absolutes. Kuechly should have been in last year on his first ballot. Brees and Fitzgerald will be in on their first year. I'm somebody that thinks that Eli will get in. I think that those 2 Super Bowl wins and who they were against carry a lot of weight. Not to mention, I don't think it necessarily hurts that his last name is Manning, and he has continued to have a pretty good rapport with the NFL. I don't know where you come down on kickers, but if you're going to put some kickers in there, Vinatieri's got to be in there. The guy has the most clutch kicks in NFL history. He won multiple Super Bowls with game-winning field goals. So if you're going to have kickers in there, which there are kickers in there, I think Vinatieri has got to be a guy that goes in. It's always difficult for offensive linemen, too. Willie Anderson, Jari Evans, Marshall Yonda. I always go back to Alan Faneca. It took Alan Faneca like 4 or 5 tries to get in, and that guy had one of the best modern-day resumes of any offensive lineman in league history. So there you go, the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. Hines Ward, not among them. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. Coming up, some final thoughts on the day. Maybe we get into what we got going on for the rest of our New Year's Eve plans. Dom and I will be together tomorrow as well. Austin Bechtold coming up in 15 minutes. We got one more segment with you next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Marcus Freeman announced on Twitter yesterday he is returning to Notre Dame next season. There were rumors that the NFL could try to get him. Reportedly, they attempted, notably the Giants and even the Steelers were linked to him, people wanting the Steelers to check in on him. But no do, because Marcus Freeman will be back at Notre Dame next year. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Upgrade your sleigh on a brand new GMC at Joe Ball GMC.
JoeBallGM.com.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit better on the roadways, but not much. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Now, crews have cleared that earlier accident, reopening the right lane of northbound I-79 just off of the Neville Island Bridge. Traffic is moving in all lanes. Still a little tight through that area, though. Meanwhile, parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. HOV lane set to close at 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather, that's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Windy and cloudy, high of 25 today. Austin Bechtold comes your way in just a few minutes. Dom, the nice thing is that I don't think shoveling needs to be done. I wondered if that was going to be on my to-do list when I got back home. But I realized this morning when I got to, brushing off my car, it was like a light snow. It wasn't like compacted down like a wintry mix where it's like, oh, this stuff is slushy and heavy and it's going to be a pain in the ass. Like it kind of brushed right off. So that part was nice. And it was only, like an inch or an inch and a half of snow, at least where I was in Baldwin.
Yeah, we should be good. The snow was that, like you said, it was the soft snow that you can take right off. So that's the worst of it. I guess I'll take it.
Yeah, so I don't have to worry about doing that. But it is nice, I'm not going to lie, as rough as that 4 a.m. Alarm was this morning. It is pretty nice on these days to be done by 10. That's something I haven't experienced in quite a few years. My very first job out of college, Dom, I worked in West Virginia, and I did like morning updates at a very little station in Fairmont, and I was done at like 11 a.m. every day. That was pretty nice, but the downfall was that I had to wake up at like 3:30. So, yeah, there's that. But we will be together again tomorrow, and I'm a little bit excited for that one. I'm a lot excited for that one. We always have fun working together. Another Wednesday filling in for the PM team tomorrow afternoon because it will be a guest-filled day, as all Wednesdays are. It'll be a New Year's Eve edition. We will revisit the resolutions that I had for the Pittsburgh sports teams. We will also talk about whatever Mike Tomlin says today at noon. That'll be my first chance to react to that. Will TJ Watt play? Will Lamar Jackson play? That is going to be two of the bigger questions going into the Steelers-Ravens matchup on Sunday night. Then New Year's Day, we are together as well, Dom. And we are going to be taking in some college football playoff action together, live and in color, because we will be right in these same spots 2 to 6 on Thursday when the college football playoff games are going on. The next round begins tomorrow night. Ohio State takes on Miami. Then you have 3 games on New Year's Day. So if you have been waiting for some meaningful college football to happen, you don't have to wait too much longer, because a lot of the bowl games have been very, very tough watches at this point, because, let's be honest, nobody really cares about any of these games. And Dom and I have had those conversations as the bowl season has gone on. Want to thank the folks who joined the conversation this morning, whether it was a phone call, a text, a tweet, a YouTube comment, whatever it may be. Want to thank Dan Kongursky, Trey Essex, Jeff Hathorn for their contributions as well. Dom, great work behind the glass. Austin Bechtold is next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football signing off.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Snow showers this morning, the high 24.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now, from the the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
One vehicle off to the side left over from an earlier accident in Ross Township on southbound McKnight Road near the intersection with Nelson Run Road. Watch for delays around that. Parkway East, that's heavy in both directions approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West just a little heavy past the 51 off-ramps. Route 28, the Parkway North are up to speed. HOV lanes now closed along the Parkway North, as well as the Crosstown and the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes Penguins. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. And the AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football this week. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Because we've done it all season. We handled adversity well, and when we had to play our best ball, we did, other than today.
Aaron, when you let go of an opportunity like that, clinch, what is it to bounce back? You got one more shot.
I mean, it's not difficult. That's our job, playing all 17.
What needs to change between now and then?
I don't know, it's just got to execute better.
Yeah, not much has to change. After you go out and score 6 points against the Cleveland Browns defense, sure, the number one pass defense in the NFL, but a defense that gave up 31 points to the lifeless Tennessee Titans in Cam Ward, and have had other instances where they've looked very pedestrian, where the Steelers ultimately made them look like the 85 Bears. Austin Bechtel with you. It's Pomp and Joe. Hello to everyone on this cold December day, rounding out 2025. Logan Arblaster producing Behind the Glass. Logan, good to be with you.
Good to be with you, sir.
I'm assuming everything is well with you?
Everything except Nick Herbig dropping a automatic pick six. That would have been very nice.
Do you ever get sad at the very end of the year where, we're turning the calendar over to a new year and there's anything that you regretted about this past year, or that something that was very good that happened this year that you're sad to see go to, when the calendar flips and you don't think about it as much?
I feel like everybody has their set of goals that they go into the new year with, and this just goes for everybody. And you make it maybe a day or two into January, and then you end up not following through with those things. So, yeah, I feel like everybody goes through those regrets. One of them is being a Steelers fan. I think for me, that might be a lifetime regret, signing myself up for that.
Did you hear that Dom said that 2026 is going to be the year of Austin?
That's what the rumor is.
I don't know if I should be appreciative of that or be scared.
I have no clue what that means. I don't know if Dom knows what that means, but I hope it happens for you.
Well, I think what Dom was insinuating there is that it would be like a 2026 of success and good things and good health, I hope. But I found that very fascinating. I hope it's not like a pony prediction passing in the night.
A lot of times when Dom says things in his predictions, I don't know how well they go, but I hope that one is different.
So one thing that everybody basically predicted from this Steelers season was 9-8, 10-7. And once again, here we are in that realm in a very similar position that they were year after year, where I thought that this year was going to be different. I thought that this season they were still going to go 10-7. That's what I predicted at the start of the year, and that they'd be a wild card team. Not that they'd win the division. Didn't think that that would be in play with Joe Burrow and Lamar, but injuries have obviously cost both of those teams. I thought that this season with Aaron Rodgers, and for a large portion of it was going to be a different story. Was going to look different, was going to feel different compared to Russell Wilson collapsing down the stretch and you lose 5 in a row, and the Kenny Pickett years, and the Duck Hodges, Mason Rudolph years, and with the 4-time MVP at quarterback, it would be a different story. But the Steelers have still not won in Cleveland since Ben Roethlisberger retired, of course. But before that, pre-Ben, before Ben, Tommy Maddox was the last quarterback to win a game for the Steelers in Cleveland, outside of Ben Roethlisberger. They are now 1-6-1 in their last 8 games in Cleveland. And they've lost 4 games in a row in Cleveland to these quarterbacks. Jacoby Brissett in 2022. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR. I don't even know if he's still in the league. Just 2 years ago, 2023. Last season, losing to Jameis Winston in the snow, where you might remember George Pickens not blaming himself on the go ball, on the Hail Mary that was supposed to be tipped towards him. He was supposed to be the point man on the Hail Mary, supposed to be the one that tried to come down with it and have the answered prayer. But no, he was fighting a corner in the end zone, Greg Newsome. Jameis Winston beats the Steelers in the snow, and George Pickens has the audacity to blame the snow, to blame the weather. Not like Cleveland was playing in it as well. And in 2025, the final game until 2026, you lose to Shadur freaking Sanders. Somebody who, in the second half, I think threw as many interceptions as he had completions. The Browns could not put together any yardage in the second half. Your $160 million defense that played fairly well, very well, I'd say, in the second half, that was very poor on the first couple of drives, allowing it to be a 10-0 start, allowed Cleveland to have just 41 yards on 21 plays in the second half. And you blew it. Shadur Sanders, you know what he does? He always puts up his wrist with his watch. What time is it? Is it Shadur time? Yeah, it's Steeler fraudulent time. It's we were wrong again time. It's they sucked us in to believe, and then they laid another egg in Cleveland time. And maybe that's just how naive I was going into this game, thinking that it was going to be not easy, but a game that the Steelers should go in and take care of business. Now, I was dumb enough, you could blame me, you could throw your bow and arrows at me, thinking that the Ravens winning that game in Green Bay was actually beneficial for the Steelers. Look how much of an idiot I look like now. I thought that was going to be the case because it gives the Steelers another week where they were scoring 28 points per game since that Buffalo loss, last 3 games, to put together another good offensive performance, figure some things out on defense. You get Nick Herbig back. You still rest TJ Watt, yes, but then if you win the game in Cleveland, you don't have to worry about Watt against the Ravens. I was worried about rust over rest if they potentially would have sat starters for 2 consecutive weeks. Thought you would just continue to ride the momentum. Look where that got you. And something that really caught my eye after the game, because we talk about the noise after you lose, there's 2 things that stood out. And one was Patrick Queen retweeting a tweet from 2020, I should say, saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And to me, this automatically means Patrick Queen is throwing shade at Aaron Rodgers for throwing it 3 times to his homeboy MVS with goal to go, and MVS and Aaron Rodgers being on the wrong page twice and throwing a go ball to MVS on a similar play that from the back of the end zone looked like Santonio Holmes attempting to go up for the ball, except, this one was not caught, and it did not win you a title of any kind. And the other thing was this. What is the atmosphere at Sunday Night Football going to look like at Acrisure Stadium? What do you want to happen at 412-928-9370? What do you think is going to happen? What do you want to happen? Because that's a big question for me. We're going to break down this game a little bit more in depth as well, like we did yesterday with Pomp. Nick Faribault will join top of the hour. The Mike Tomlin press conference is at noon right here on the Fan. And also at 1 o'clock, Ryan Bacca will join to break it all down. But my question to you is this. What do you want to happen this Sunday? Do you want the Steelers to win this game, go into the playoffs? The Chargers are sitting Justin Herbert, so you're not going to face the Chargers. You're likely going to face either Houston, Jacksonville, depending on what happens in their game, or Buffalo. Do you want the Steelers to win, go into the playoffs, and potentially be embarrassed at home in the playoffs? Do you want them to lose this week and another big message be sent by the fan base? Because I tell you what, if it is out of hand at any point, but especially in the second half and into the fourth quarter, by a touchdown, maybe 2 scores, the atmosphere inside the stadium is going to be intense. There is going to be a lot of fanfare with potential fire Tomlin chants, a restless crowd, a crowd that has been tailgating and getting ready for this game all day long for Sunday Night Football. If the Steelers don't take care of business, it could get ugly with the way that fans voice their frustration in the stadium. And it's on a national audience, national stage. So there are lots of different ways to look at this game that's coming up. But still looking in the rearview mirror of what was. That loss was on coaching, Aaron Rodgers, and Omar Khan. And here's why. It was on coaching from Artie Smith and company. Their unorthodox running plays outside of a rhythm where, especially on that 3rd and 4 play, they run away from Myles Garrett. Okay, not the worst thing in the world. But they run short side of the field into a very stacked up box, trying to run wide instead of not just running right up the middle. And they didn't take many chances. And the shots that they did take, whether it was to MVS, the 4th and 1 pass to Scotty Miller, were plays that just didn't make sense. And a lot of that falls on Aaron Rodgers because he's done a really good job of improvising this year. Think about the NFL Films clip that they put out there with Kenneth Gainwell, where he was right at the line of scrimmage, and Rodgers told Gainwell, just go out there and run a go ball. And that's exactly what they did. Threw it to him against Detroit. He scores into the end zone, one of the best plays you're ever going to see. But Aaron Rodgers and his confidence in his guy, MVS, to easily be able to get the job done, and the tunnel vision that he had for MVS, and the tunnel vision that he had for Scotty Miller, it's like the boys club this past game, where things were working so well the 3 prior, things changed in Cleveland, where they didn't play to win, they ultimately played not to lose. They ultimately played not to lose. And that's one of the most unfortunate parts about it. Because when Tomlin was questioned about the 4th and 1 deep shot to Scotty Miller and the targets to MVS at the end of the game, Tomlin did not try to hold anybody accountable. He just said, yeah, there were options.
He certainly had options, and he was one of them.
There were options.
He had eligibles on the play, and certainly he was one of them. And he's a capable guy. I got no qualms about us playing to win the game in the way that we did.
So we're back in the same spot that we were 4 weeks ago, that we were 4 months ago, that we were 4 years ago. Where, honestly, I was shocked by what happened in that game. But the snowball continues to avalanche further and further on down the hill. And maybe I shouldn't have been shocked. Maybe that's just the dumbness of my mind thinking that they should be able to go into Cleveland and win it based on the evidence that we were given against a good Detroit team. And I don't care that they lost last week. It was the Steelers that took all the air out of their sails. Against Baltimore, where they pushed around the Ravens on the road and took care of business pretty handily against Miami. That built up my confidence. It made me think that this year's team was different, when in reality it really wasn't. But it just keeps coming back to one thing for me as well. What would have happened if DK Metcalf did not lose his mind and go after that fan who was acting like an idiot with the blue hair and the painted chest, and he was able to play in this game? There was no DK. There was no Calvin Austin. Darnell Washington breaks his arm. No Sayamalo. The chips are falling off the board here. And you won't have DK Metcalf for Baltimore. If DK Metcalf plays, they probably win. The philosophy of how Arthur Smith calls the game is likely different. They don't play a scared offensive approach until the last series, where they finally discovered Pat Freiermuth like it was gold buried treasure that Indiana Jones finally found at the end of the movie. That's basically what Pat Freiermuth is anytime you use him. He's dependable, he's reliable, and he doesn't even have 40 catches this year. Because they've basically phased him out of the offense to do what? Give the ball more to Kenneth Gainwell? It's worked. Except this game where they didn't give it to him at all. 9 total touches, I should say, for Kenneth Gainwell. Was targeted 4 times, made 2 catches, just 7 rushes on the game. They got away from their offensive identity. They completely got away from it. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now off the top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. A rundown of today's show. Top of the hour, Nick Faribault will join us to talk some Steelers and the reaction to what people are saying about Myles Garrett as well. Like, were they paying too much attention to Myles Garrett? I don't agree that they lost the game because of Myles Garrett. One important factor in this, to make sure that you don't lose a game, is to make sure that Myles Garrett does not have a huge impact on the game. 1 tackle, no sacks. 2 games you've played against Myles Garrett, no sacks. His presence was definitely felt. That's undeniable. But they've run a quick passing offense all season long, where they've gotten the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hand. I don't think it was much different this time around. Myles Garrett did impact the game, but not to the extent that a lot of people are trying to say that's the case. Myles Garrett, though, said the Steelers paid too much attention to him, saying, to an extent, I feel like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron than getting the win. Myles Garrett. I want to talk about self-centered. But to an extent, he might have a point. He might have a point. And I think a lot of you out there probably believe that he does. But a ton of the reasons why they lost this game against Cleveland, and makes me not really believe that confidently that they're going to win this game against the Ravens. It's truly a coin flip if they actually do. No DK Metcalf. No Darnell. Calvin Austin is still banged up, and he's not that great of a receiver, but he's the closest thing to a number 2 that you have, especially when you don't use your tight ends well enough, and the one that you have used the most, whether it be blocking and in the passing game, just total snaps, is going to be out with a broken arm. I'd be stunned if he actually plays. So no Calvin Austin, no Darnell Washington, no DK Metcalf. Sayamalo's still hurt. Where's the rhythm on offense? Too much depending on MVS. Adam Thielen is old. Roman Wilson. Did he play? You could have told me that he didn't, and I would have had no idea that he played 9 snaps. It's an issue that always comes back to coaching, and the third element of it is Omar Khan not bringing in other wide receivers to fix the problem. There are so many different layers and elements to this that we can continue to peel back. But a lot of it comes back to those 3 factors, and I'm a big Aaron Rodgers believer and supporter. But he played a horrible game on Sunday. And I think one reason why is the creative freedom that they have given him at the line of scrimmage. It's worked in moments. It has benefited the Steelers. The fact that Mike Tomlin has actually given up some control to Aaron Rodgers, which a lot of people were skeptical of before Rodgers signed. Would they do that? They didn't to the previous quarterbacks ever since Ben retired. Will they actually do that to Rodgers? It went to an extreme. It went too far. And it's put them in this position where the GM did not do a good enough job of acquiring a wide receiver. Yeah, look how good Jacoby Myers is right now for the Jaguars. You couldn't have offered a little bit better than a, 5th-round pick? 412-928-9370. Let's hear from you. Here's Tim in the North Hills. What's up, Tim?
Hello. Yes, I want to make the point that I do feel it was different. I know the numbers don't appear different at the end, but we're playing for a divisional championship. We also have a 4-time MVP as a quarterback. If we do win, I think we have a more than fighting chance to get beyond the first round. Then you're down to the final 8, and I think anybody from the beginning of the summer when training camp would start would take getting to the final 8 with a fighting chance with a Super Bowl winner quarterback, no matter what his age is.
You think that just getting to this point here, Tim, getting to a winner-take-all game where you had the division in your grasp, despite the quarterback being 42, is rounds for success. So you are applauding what the Steelers are doing right now.
Without question.
So what were your expectations coming into this season then?
Again, mine were way.
They were what?
What I heard going into the first time I heard Aaron Rodgers' name was naysaying, that we're going to be lucky to be a wild card, which means we're on the road, and with who's going to be our quarterback, Mason Rudolph. Okay, I will take this. Huge, okay, that there's been some mistakes and there's ups and downs and everything. But let's talk about the Los Angeles Rams last night.
What about the Rams? They're well in position with a quarterback that's younger, a star wide receiver, and a pretty good young defense.
But they laid an egg last night, did they not?
They did, yes.
Yeah, so there you go. So yes, they have a younger quarterback, Matt Stafford. Okay, 1 Super Bowl win versus 4.
So you're saying, Tim, that you would rather be the Steelers right now than the Rams, that the Steelers have a better chance to win in the playoffs than the Rams.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have a better chance than what we had at the beginning of the summer by light years, because I know that as a fact, because I have a 46-1 bet on the Steelers that will pay off if we win the Super Bowl. Okay, 46-1. Would you take that bet?
Right now, no. I don't think that they're going to be anywhere close to the Super Bowl, Tim, and I appreciate the call, but after watching that performance that they had in Cleveland, no, I don't feel good about it at all.
I think Tim might be having a hard time accepting his bet might not hit, unfortunately for him.
Let's continue to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Fan text line is brought to you by Egger, Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. Or they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It is 10:23. The time is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. It's time to check out Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Here is Will in Oakdale. What's up, Will?
Hey, you brought up Freiermuth. On that last play, I kind of noticed on the left side of the screen that he was like wide open in the end zone with his hands up. And, of course, Rodgers was so tunnel visioned on throwing over and beating that cornerback, But I was wondering, why didn't we continue going in the middle? I mean, that's what brought us down there. He was like wide open in the end zone on that last play.
I fully agree with you, Will, because I don't understand their utilization of Pat Freiermuth, or really the lack thereof, because he's somebody who is clearly proven, and I saw a video that Zach Smith of Around the 412 posted where it was a touchdown pass to Pat Freiermuth in like his rookie season, the last time the Steelers won in Cleveland. And I said, yeah, this is the last time that Pat Freiermuth was properly used in the Steelers offense. And that might not even be hyperbole, because he was open at times. Kenneth Gainwell was open. But Aaron Rodgers, a quarterback that does a great job of going through progressions, basically went away from that because he had enough trust in Scotty Miller and NVS, guys who on other teams would not even be cracking the field, would not even be seeing the field. We got to remember that MVS, who's become this number one wide receiver for them, was picked up by nobody earlier this year. He's played for 3 different teams, was on the practice squad for a while, decided that he wasn't going to sign with the Steelers at first because he wanted to see if anybody else would sign him to their active roster. And guess what? They didn't. But that's the guy that you go back to 3 separate times with goal to go. It's just infuriating. And that's on Aaron Rodgers. It is. And a lot of it comes back on Metcalf, and a lot of it comes back on just the way that this season has spiraled to the point where I'm voicing a lot of frustration that I didn't expect to coming into this week. I thought it was going to be you sit the starters, you watch Will Howard, maybe it is Will Howard and not Mason Rudolph that gets the start. Maybe you get a little bit of a glimpse into the future. Everybody wants to see Will Howard around here. Maybe you actually would be able to see what the 6th-round pick was capable of. You'd be able to rest Cam Hayward. TJ Watt, no thoughts about potentially rushing him back for this game. But no, it's all fallen flat on their face. And a big part of it is it's another Mike Tomlin letdown game. It's the yearly annual tradition. The yearly annual Mike Tomlin game against, well, it seems like it's just a reoccurring theme against Cleveland. You might as well just chalk it down every year. Could write it in red pen. When is the yearly Tomlin special going to happen? It's been happening a lot more late in the season. Texter, so it's acceptable for McVay's team to play down and lose to a bad team on the road, but not Tomlin's, right? No, it's not acceptable for McVay's team and the Rams to do that. What I'm saying is, I think that the Rams, to go into the playoffs, and yes, they're on a little bit of a losing streak right now, they're getting players back healthy. They are a team that has a MVP favorite at quarterback, that has one of the 3 best receivers in the game, Puka Nacua, if not the best. It's him, Smith and Jigba, and Jamar Chase mixed in with Justin Jefferson. That has a young defense with Verse and many others that are explosive. So I'm not giving McVay's team any bit of a pass here and saying that the Steelers should get any bit of a pass against the Browns. But if I'm waking up this morning in Los Angeles and I'm waking up in Pittsburgh, I feel a lot better about the chances, even as a wild card team, that the Rams could go into the playoffs against a Seattle, against the Bears, against whoever wins the South, that they can go into that game and they can win it compared to whoever might come here for a home game against the Steelers. 412-928-9370. We'll continue to hear from you. We'll get Logan's thoughts as well. Nick Farabaugh will join the show at the top of the hour. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll continue to hear from you and also a lot of texts rolling in. We'll get to some texts. We'll do a mini text in the city as we hear from you. Austin Bechtold with you in for the guys on Pomp and Joe. Logan has a headline. We're back in a moment on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan R. Blaster with your Fan Headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes, Penguins. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. The AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. December's Fan Beer of the Month is Grist House's Hazedelic Juice Grenade. And the charity of the month is the American Cancer Society. Your purchase helps fuel critical research, advocacy, and patient support.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. The NFC playoff picture is a little bit clearer, and it's very bleak for the Los Angeles Rams. They will go on the road to either the Bears or the Eagles in their first postseason game, almost assuredly dashing their Super Bowl hope. What a team until it wasn't anymore. Are their chances at glory gone? I'm Drake Toll.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and convenient. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub installation, full bath remodel, new windows, an entry door, patio door, or even in full house flooring, hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you need to schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com.
Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We didn't do anything against Miles that we don't normally do against Miles. The sack record's irrelevant. We got to minimize him if we want to engineer victory. We did the same thing last time we played him. I didn't think he had any sacks in that game either. And so we didn't take a different approach because of the gravity of the record. It's just standard business when you playing these guys and him.
Played the Browns, and how much is it finding that balance of trying to limit Garrett, but at the same time still getting it going?
We had the similar game plan as the first time. We just executed better in the first game.
And honestly, I kind of believe them. And something that Arthur Moat said, Austin Bexel with you in for the guys here on Pomp and Joe, Logan Arblaster producing Behind the Glass, is Arthur Moat was on with Pomp in the postgame show on KDK TV. And, Arthur played obviously for a long time. He played for Mike Tomlin. And what he said was, a lot of this talk about the record and stuff like that, it's built up more in the media than it actually is in the locker room. And I thought, look, we know that the Steelers don't like Myles Garrett. The thought of Myles Garrett swinging a helmet at Mason Rudolph will never leave my mind. I cannot bring myself to root for Myles Garrett or, celebrate Myles Garrett breaking that record, which he probably still will against Joe Burrow, but he has gone 2 games and only had half a sack. And he did have a stretch earlier this year where he played 3 consecutive games and did not have a sack. The big reason why he's at this number now is because, A, he's very good, but 2, he had a 5-sack game against New England, a game they lost by 19, by the way, and he also had a 4-sack game and has had multiple 2- or 3-sack games. But I really don't think that what they did offensively was all systematically in an effort to prevent Myles Garrett from breaking the record against them. Now, I am also on record saying that if Myles Garrett got anywhere near Aaron Rodgers to the point where he was going to record a sack, I would rather Dylan Cook or whoever was the offensive lineman going up against Garrett hold him and prevent him from sacking Rodgers. For a couple of different reasons. A, you don't want your 42-year-old quarterback taking big hits. B, I would rather take the penalty than take a 7 or 8 yard loss on a sack and make 2nd down and 10 become 3rd and 17. I would rather just take the penalty and make it 2nd and 20 compared to 3rd and 17. You have 2 more downs to try to pick it up. So when I had that thought, it wasn't from a oh, well, screw Myles Garrett, don't give him the record perspective. The Steelers were trying to slow down Myles Garrett because it's better to win a game by slowing down Myles Garrett than allowing that guy to feast. So I feel like some of the arguments and some of the thoughts that people are saying about the impact that Myles Garrett had are a little bit misguided. But it did affect the Steelers in a way, not as large as I think a lot of people are making it out to be. But Garrett did have an impact on this game. But it was also the Steelers' ineffectiveness to stick with the run. Where was Jaylen Warren? Where was Kenneth Gainwell? What is the identity of the Steelers' offense? Well, what we thought it was coming into this one was we're going to play smash mouth football. We're going to run it right by you. Gainwell, Warren, 1-2 punch. The thunder and lightning that you thought you were getting with Najee and Jaylen Warren, where Najee just ultimately wasn't that good the last couple of years. This is a better backfield than it was a year ago or 2 years ago. Jaylen Warren had 12 carries for 64 yards. Pretty good. You might want to hand it to him more. Kenneth Gainwell, 7 carries for 26 yards. And altogether, they rarely touched the football. 131 yards on 24 carries is what the Steelers rushed for. They averaged about 5.5 yards per carry. And they abandoned the run. They abandoned the middle of the field. And they consistently went back to older, inexperienced in terms of this offense players, guys that have not been on the field this year. The dependable options were MVS, the practice squad guy for a couple of weeks before he was elevated, and Scotty Miller, who couldn't get on the field over Roman Wilson for most of the season. Scotty Miller, who couldn't get onto the field over Adam Thielen, had 3 catches in the game. Jonnu Smith, who you gave a $10 million extension to next year, 5 catches for 18 yards. There have been times where Aaron Rodgers has shown so many moments of bringing this offense back to life, more looking like a modern-day offense, back from the dead, because Tomlin and his philosophy of don't turn the ball over, don't throw it over the middle of the field. They forced 2 turnovers. Shedeur Sanders was legitimately awful. He finished with 186 yards. 140 of those were in the first half. A gimme interception for Kyle Duggar where he could have called for a fair catch and taken that ball out of the air. A walk-in pick 6 for Nick Herbig. What should have been a walk-in pick 6 for Jack Sawyer, but he took a bad route. And the most damning stat of them all that I saw from a man named Doug Clawson, nice stat here from Doug of CBS Sports. Doug says the Steelers are winless, 0-4-1 in their past 5 games versus teams entering 8+ games below 500, tying the longest such streak in NFL history. You would think that this would happen by a team that sucks. I don't know, like Arizona or the Raiders or something like that, where they're just losing to other bad and crummy teams. No, not a team that, if you won, you would have won your division. 2020 to the 2-10-1, I should say. Don't forget about the tie, Bengals. Don't forget about when they tied the 0-8 Lions in 2021 when Freiermuth and Deontay fumbled in overtime and Ben couldn't play because of COVID and Mason Rudolph had to step in. How could anybody forget about the 2-10 Cardinals game in 2023? Oh, a back-to-back when I was at the 2-10 New England game, when they lost that game, and I think it was a Thursday night. And now the 3-12 Cleveland Browns. They're 1-6-1 in their last 8 games in Cleveland. They lost their offensive identity. They're injured. They're beaten up. The vibes are down. There's not much momentum, and it could be a toxic atmosphere at the stadium. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Here's our guy, Tony in Butler. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm okay.
So I just want to real quick say that, look, I'm not a hater. I always want the Steelers to win. But really what they should have done this year was start like Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen?
Yes.
Why Kyle Allen, Tony?
Because, listen, I really think they probably wouldn't have done that well, and we would have got Will Howard on the field, which you put out a draft pick for him, and it's the end of the year, and you still don't know what you have in him. So now you're going to draft another quarterback, I'm assuming, next year or this year in the draft, when you don't even know what you got there. I just think if everybody could accept it's the true definition of insanity, Austin. We fix this 1 year at a time. My prediction this year was they were going to go 8-9. They're going to go 9-8. They're going to pick around 20th. And the goal to everybody here is to win a playoff game. Austin, what does winning one playoff game do for this organization?
Yeah, it does something that they haven't done in the last 8 years, but who cares? Like, the last 8 years, in my mind, are basically meaningless. Outside of small things, like T.J. Watt is the all-time leader in sacks in Steelers history. That's great. But that's an individual thing. That's not a team thing. And what matters more is what you're doing with the team, how the team performs. Right. Like, I don't care about some of those smaller things and those individual accolades, defensive player of the year, stuff like that.
No, I hear you, because, like, if you remember at the beginning of last year, there was a press conference when a reporter asked Rooney what the goal was. Mr. Rooney said the goal was to win a playoff game. I want to build this team for the future. I'm not just worried about next year. I'm worried about the next 5 years. You know, I mean, look how fast New England has rebuilt. They lost Belichick and Brady. Couple down years, they might be the number one team in the AFC this year. Why can't we just accept a couple years of – we can accept this mediocrity, just go all the way with it. Win 5 games, get a higher draft pick, which is a whole other problem because they stink at drafting. But, you know, it just seems like every year, Russell Wilson, we're going to fix it for this year. Well, how'd that work out? Mitchell Trubisky, we're going to fix it for that year. How'd that work out?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Tony, and I appreciate the call. And it takes me back to what Jim Rooney said about the mean.
You know, Jim speaks for himself, and I'm happy that he's doing good selling his book.
Well, that's what Art said after Jim said this.
They'll burn the city down if we go 3-13 for 3 years in a row, but that's generally how you get one of those top guys. I mean, occasionally you get lucky, and occasionally you make the right trade decision, but there's more examples of not getting lucky and not making the right trade. Again, I don't want to be making excuses, but it's an interesting dilemma, and I would rather have Art and Mike and Omar, the guys in charge, trying to solve it, than the opposite.
That was in January. And no, Jim, I would not rather have Mike Tomlin try to solve it, because he's tried to solve it for the last 8-9 years. And look, I said after they won against Detroit that was pretty much the tipping point for me in believing if they were a true contender or not. But did anybody truly expect to slip up in Cleveland this bad, where the offense scores 6 points? The defense played well in the second half. Yeah, you'd expect them to, against a team that, I don't know, has a running back that came off the practice squad, a quarterback that nobody picked until the 5th round that told Philadelphia and told Baltimore, no, I don't want to be your backup. I'd rather go to Cleveland. Like, that's your mentality? That had a linebacker in Schlesinger that's very good, but seemed like he was playing at half speed because he was banged up in the game. And that is what you want? Here is Garrett in Dallas. What's up, Garrett?
Yeah, man. I just can't stand emotional Steeler fans, man. You know, we could get to the playoffs, and we could do very well if we could get to the playoffs. I'm not concerned about the last game.
What do you think
I'm concerned
very
about
well?
the next couple of games.
In your mind, what is very well, Garrett? Do very well in the playoffs?
We can win. We can get to the AFC Championship technically, and you guys sit up there and you make excuses for playing one bad game and the mismanagement of the game. Yes, they look bad. Yes, they didn't put together a good game plan. But there's nobody you should fear in the AFC. I look at Buffalo, right? In Buffalo, we had 10-7 at halftime. 1, 2, or 3 plays turned the game. Defense didn't give up any points to Buffalo. The offense gave up them points. I look at Houston. I don't fear them.
You don't fear their defense?
And I don't fear Drake May. Well, the defense, yes, but they're not. But we can put together a game plan with the way our defense is playing. You have to believe. Pittsburgh fans are so sorry. They get emotional. Fire Tomlin. We could be 10-7. No one thought we would do that. I knew we would do it. You know what I'm saying? And we going up against a wounded Baltimore team. Let's rally the troops, support your team, and go get ready. Stop with this emotional fan crap.
So do you
go
not?
Here
Do you not blame Mike Tomlin at all for that loss, then, Garrett?
Actually, they got my name wrong. My name is Derek. I'm from the North Side, and I've been a Steeler fan forever. That's fine. He said that. I blame the whole team for the loss, but I actually blame the execution from Rodgers because the coaches put us in position to actually win the game. Rodgers didn't make the throws. That's what happened. The kicker missed the kick. So when it's all said and done, it was the players that lost the game because the coaches put us in position to win the game. So, yes, I mean, it looked bad. Of course it looked bad. I want to win. And, of course, I'd rather be the Rams right now because they're actually in the playoffs. Now we have to go out here and show Baltimore and dominate them to get to the playoffs. And if we lose, yeah, it's going to look bad. But I can't stand this fire Tomlin and do all this when he actually, the staff actually put us in position to win the game. The players didn't execute. You got to look at the game the way it's played.
Appreciate the call, Garrett. I mean, I think Mike Tomlin, I don't look at that game and think that Tomlin put them in a position to win. Sure, his defense gave them opportunities for the offense to be able to come back. But there were some decisions. Mike Tomlin can check and make some decisions for Aaron Rodgers before the play is called based on what he wants. Where Aaron can obviously decide at the line of scrimmage to change it at the last moment, and Tomlin has given him that creative freedom to do that. But 4th and 1, go ball to Scotty Miller. A lot of that has to fall on Artie. But yes, a lot of it does fall on Rodgers because it is his decision on where he is going to throw the ball. But it's Tomlin's game plan coming into that game. They played scared. They played not to lose. They played not to turn the ball over. And the weather wasn't a factor in the second half. You can't blame the weather in the second half. Pony and Muller were there. They said it wasn't even raining. Here is Joe. He's in Hermitage. What's up, Joe?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Wow, so many things to start. I guess I'll start with your question on what do I want to see happen Sunday. I want to see us get decimated. I want to see us lose big, and here's the reason why. Nothing is going to change until mediocre Mike takes a hike. Everybody says, oh, Aaron Rodgers is here, this is here. It doesn't matter. As long as that man's in charge, nothing's going to change. You could have an all-pro lineup offensively, the best receivers, the best quarterback, and we'd still be in the same boat. That's all I got.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. It's Tomlin's team, it's Tomlin's creation. There's so much of an argument that I think is a fair one that I think has some holes in it this year regarding Arthur Smith and the offense. Arthur Smith was in his bag against the Detroit Lions. Tosses to Jonnu Smith, creative plays where you go, oh, that was a nice call there for Marty. That was well designed. That made sense. Against Cleveland, there was a bunch of, that's your call? That makes no sense. Pitch to Gainwell, 3rd and 4, far side hash. 4th and 1, Scotty Miller go ball. On the second to last drive of the game, you don't run it at all. With 3 timeouts, you're at the 20. You give Cleveland a free field goal where you have to go down the field and score a touchdown instead of either punting the ball away, using up your timeouts for an offense that, I don't know, is so lifeless they weren't going to move the ball at all. Could have played field position. There were a lot of coaching elements and coaching components of this game where they failed. I'm sure Paul in Washington agrees. Hi, Paul.
How you doing there, City Limit?
Oh, Paul, I'm better because I'm talking to you.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but you know where I stand. I gave you a prediction a while ago that they were going to go 5-12. How they got to 9 and whatever everybody thinks they're going to be is beyond me. But I'm just going to say the magic number is 20. If Derrick Henry carries the ball 20 times, it's lights out, the party's over, the fat lady's going to sing, the game is going to be a blowout. I mean, we all know what the problem is. The problem is Art doesn't have the stones to do what needs to be done. Mike can't evaluate talent. He can't assemble a decent coaching staff. And the Steelers are never going to win ever again in my lifetime until they get rid of the current regime. and that means everybody. Omar, the other guy that's a half a GM.
Andy Weidel.
Whole caboodle. Get rid of everybody and make a call to a couple of Baldwin guys. Ask Dave Wanstead if maybe he'll come in and oversee the coaching search, and then maybe start with Bobby Slowick's kid and let him be an OC. I mean, he's an innovative offensive mind. We need somebody that can take chances, isn't afraid to, lay the ball on the ground and do something different. I don't know what more to say, City Limits. I mean, we got a bunch of old people on defense. Joey Porter's a bust. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Slade.
Well, hold on, Paul. Joey Porter is actually having a very good year this year. He's not a bust. He's been playing very well.
Wait a minute, City Limit. You can't have it both ways. The other day, did you see that so-called tackle he tried to make? He can't tackle.
Well, I don't think that anybody's disputing that Joey Porter isn't the best tackler in the world, but he's had a really good season as a cover corner, Paul.
Well,
you got to admit that.
Pretty sad. That's pretty sad that if you can treat the receiver like that's your first date, you got your hands all over, and you call that good, we need a Mel Blount type. We need to go back to Steelers football. Punch them in the mouth. Take no names. When they see Pittsburgh's on the schedule, they're shaking in their boots. Let's go back to old school Steelers football. I rest my case. Have a happy New Year.
All right, happy New Year, Paul. I got to push back on the Joey Porter Jr. thing. How did Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams do against the Steelers? Not well. How did Jerry Jeudy do, other than the first couple of drives against the Steelers? Didn't play great. How did Zay Flowers or Rashad Bateman, whoever Joey Porter Jr. was covering in that game against Baltimore, play? Not ideal. How about Jalen Waddle? Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. has actually been very good in the second half of this season. He has been a shining light in the darkness that has been, at times, the Steelers' defense that has played considerably better in the last month and a half. They have unleashed some hell in December. They've actually been a solid unit that has played up to snuff. And we saw it in the wins. And they did enough for the Steelers to win this game against Cleveland. But for Mike Tomlin to come out and say, I don't think that we played poorly in this game. I think that ultimately wasn't our best performance, but we didn't play poorly. That's just him speaking on his defense and not even categorizing his offense.
I didn't think we played poorly. We just didn't make enough plays. I thought they played well. I thought the game was kind of unfolding in the way that you would anticipate, but we never made that signature play that kind of got us over the hump. That generally is the deciding factor in games like this, and we generally make them. We didn't make them today.
We didn't play poorly. Mainly, my defense didn't play poorly. They did enough to give the offense a chance. The offense just didn't make plays. Mike, you scored 6 points against the Browns offense, against the Browns defense that really isn't that good. And your defense did not capitalize, your offense did, after the interception from Kyle Duggar. Immediately punted the ball. You might as well just punted it on first down. That's how quick that drive ended. Immediately, same thing. Jack Sawyer returns it back. You get nothing. Sure, those plays need to be turned into touchdowns, scoring drives, points off turnovers. But again, coaching, quarterback, and the way that this team has been built failed them against Cleveland. And I know a lot of people are saying, it's just one bump in the road, but it's the final bump before what is a win-and-get-in playoff game. This is a playoff game on Sunday. And the whole world is going to see it. And the whole world, it was on Prime, but the whole world saw it, when last year Derrick Henry ran all over your ass for 299 yards, dominated and pushed you around, and that same guy, the same beast that ran the ball 36 times, a season high, for 216 yards and 4 touchdowns against Green Bay, a good defense, is ready to hunt you down. Paul made a comment about when Derrick Henry touches the ball 20 times. I'm going to show you and tell you what happens when Derrick Henry touches the ball 18 times. First game of the year against Buffalo, 18 carries, 169 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yes, I know he had the fumble. 24 carries against the Rams, 122 yards. 21 carries against Chicago, just 71. 19 carries against Miami, 119 yards. 20 carries against Minnesota, 75 yards. 18 against Cleveland, 103 yards. 21 against the Jets, 64 yards. But I'm more concerned about what are you doing for me lately. Against Cincinnati, 11 carries to 100 yards. He averaged 9 yards per carry. New England, 18 carries, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And against Green Bay, 36 carries, 216 yards, 4 touchdowns, and averaged 6 yards per rush. Derrick Henry right now is averaging 7 yards per carry in his last 3 games. 7 yards per carry. He's run for 400 yards over the last 3. Well over that. So, you want to talk about not playing poorly? Try to stop that guy. While your offense is trying to put it together against a Ravens secondary that Rob Long told us yesterday is really not that good, where Marlon Humphrey is a shade of himself and Wiggins isn't very good. Kyle Hamilton's playing too much around the line of scrimmage. 2 teams that have met at the same midpoint at the very end of the season. They're in the same spot. 2 veteran coaches, the 2 longest tenured coaches in the NFL, and Tomlin and John Harbaugh, that have found a fork in the road. What path are you going to take? Is it win or go be on TV next year? Probably not, because ownership loves their coaches and they're not willing to make changes. But if there was anything as well that I learned from the Chicago-San Francisco game that you probably should have learned as well, offensive coaching is winning. And look at what the Ravens offense is doing with John Harbaugh overseeing it and what the Steelers offense was in this game against Cleveland with Mike Tomlin overseeing it. And I rest my case. You were on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Be careful out there. The temperatures are in the mid-20s, and it's also snowing. The feels-like temperature is cold. Right now in Pittsburgh, it is currently 2 degrees, as the feels like, with the temperature at 22. I don't know why they don't just move the temperature down to right around 2, if that's what it feels like. But it feels like 2 degrees, so be careful out there. Nick Faribault will join the show next as we get ready for the Mike Tomlin press conference at the top of the noon hour. Nick Faribault of Penn Live joins next. Austin Bechtold in for Pomp and Joe. It is Pomp and Joe on a Tuesday.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your Fan Headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes, Penguins, puck drop is at 7 p.m. And the AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or choose 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See dealer for details on all of them.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account.
I can't afford to drive anymore. Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party, a first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes, Pittsburgh Penguins. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
It's one of our favorite times of the week. We get a chance to talk to our guy Nick Faribaugh of Penn Live, covers the Steelers, and he's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Nick and I were talking a couple of days ago about how I visited New York, Nick, and it was a very thrilling experience. I got to ride the subway. I was safe on the subway. I was a little bit scared of the subway when I first got on it, but ultimately had a great time exploring Manhattan.
It's great, man. I love New York City. I've been there more than a few times now. Was that your first time there in NYC or one of your
first time in New York?
Yeah, man. It's a great city. One of my favorites. It was interesting to get to the New Jersey side this year, actually, when the Steelers played the Jets. I had never been to that side of it, but in terms of Manhattan, man, I've been there enough times. I've been to Brooklyn. I've been all over that place. One of my favorite cities in the world. It's awesome.
Yeah, I was talking to my sister about it because she's graduating from Penn State this year. So the last 4 years, we've gone to everywhere the football team has played outside of the Fiesta Bowl. So we went to Atlanta for the Peach Bowl. We were in California and L.A. for the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. We went to Miami to watch Drew Aller throw a back-breaking interception in the Orange Bowl. And we went to New York in the Pinstripe Bowl. So pretty cool last 4 years of trips and experiences that we try to save our money for to go on big trips and stuff like that have been pretty cool. Cool where football will take you.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool. I mean, you know, with Pitt, I remember when I was in college, I was able to go to the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. I went to the ACC Championship in Charlotte. You know, I went to Virginia Tech, for example. I thought that was really cool, just Lane Stadium and seeing Enter Sandman. You get to see a lot of cool things. I went down to Miami. I went to a lot of different places. Knoxville, that was really cool. Like, just a lot of cool places. The El Paso for the Sun Bowl, right? Like, just so many really cool spots. It's crazy where sports will take you, man. I mean, like, for example, just covering the Steelers this year, get to go to freaking Ireland. I mean, it's cool, man. It's really cool.
And now it takes you back to Sunday Night Football, which seems to be the worst kept secret ever after the Steelers lost that game, that it was easily going to be a Sunday night game. Why do you think that the Steelers have been so poor in prime time outside of that Miami game? The Ravens have also been poor in Sunday Night Football. I think both teams are like 0-2. It doesn't make sense for the Steelers to usually do very well in those situations. And now they have to play a Ravens team where, you know what, Nick, I think this is a coin flip type of game.
I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that it's at night. I just think they played really good teams. The Chargers on the road, that is a good team. I know that they're a beatable team, but Justin Herbert is still an incredible quarterback. Derwin James is playing like one of the best defenders in football. Khalil Mack is finding the fountain of youth. Like, that's a hard game to play. Green Bay, the Steelers got like the full version of Green Bay for the most part. They had Micah Parsons. Jordan Love was healthy. You know, the Ravens version that they faced, no Jordan Love, no Micah Parsons. It's a little different. They were really banged up front, period. They just faced two really good teams. And then Thursday Night Football in the division, the Steelers never win that game. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter if it's the Browns. They don't win at Cleveland. They don't win at Cincinnati. Thursday Night Football in the division wasn't going to go well. Same thing with the Ravens. I think they had like Buffalo in that game on the road. They had a few matchups that were really tough in those spots. So I just think it speaks to the fact that what we are watching is a mid-off. And I think that's a great way to say it, Austin, is these two teams are really just mediocre. They're not great. They are teams that are probably not going to be favored against whoever they face in the first round. And that's kind of what I think you look at it and say, these two teams are just okay football teams. They're not bad. They're not really good.
A mid-off. That's be careful how you say that, but it's a very 2025-esque word in term to be able to state it, because Look, I thought that they were going to go into Cleveland and, not push them around and dominate. But I was stunned that they lost that game. I thought things were different, Nick. After coming off of the Lions game, you beat the Ravens earlier. You took care of Miami handily. It seemed like they were finally riding some momentum with a quarterback that you trust, with an offense that was playing a lot better than it had in previous years. And then they lay an egg in Cleveland. And I don't think that we should take that as just a burn the tape type of game. Do you?
I mean, listen, they have one or two of those games every single year. Baltimore does too. I mean, Baltimore got smoked by the Bengals on Thanksgiving. We saw that happen. They've almost lost to the Browns. It just is like, it's clockwork for the Steelers. Listen, they don't win in Cleveland either. I mean, that's just a big thing. It's a tough environment for them. There's something to that place. The fans, they're rabid. The type of ball that they play, I think, brings the Steelers down into the swamp with them. Like, if there's one team that could out-Steelers the Steelers in recent years, it has been Cleveland. That has been an issue for them. And I also I just think at some point the injuries caught up to them. Yeah. I just think you look at the laundry list of them. I mean, you miss 3 of your top 4 pass catchers, and I think that's what your offense is going to look like. DK Metcalf changes not only the passing game, but the run game. Calvin Austin III, I think, is the best route runner they have on this team. They missed him. Darnell Washington going out totally changed probably the game plan. And then even defensively, all of the injuries to safety, missing Brandon Eccles and James Pierre, who had been 2 real revelations at corner. I think at some point when you look at it, injuries do catch up. But this is the same old Steelers. It is, to a degree. This is not a great team. You felt like they'd maybe turn the corner, but this team has been here multiple times this year. When you think about the Cincinnati game, the Buffalo game, just the Chargers game, different performances that they have put up throughout the year, very similar to this one in some respects. And so I can't say I'm surprised. I knew this team was still in there, and I knew this type of performance from Aaron Rodgers was still in there, who has also just been a roller coaster, just like the team.
How big of an impact did not having DK Metcalf truly have?
I thought it had a huge impact. Listen, DK Metcalf is a game-changing player in terms of what he does for the Steelers offense. I don't think he's their best player, but I think he's their most indispensable player. They could afford to lose anybody else but this guy offensively. You look at what he does. I mean, he draws double teams. He changes the coverage picture. And because he draws double teams, he often takes 2 players out of their run game. The Steelers are able to run the ball anyways, but he makes it easier on them. He makes it easier to get explosive plays because that is what he is. He's a walking explosive play. That is his reputation throughout his career. And so missing him in conjunction with Calvin Austin, they lost most of their speed. They lost probably their best route runner, and they lost their best contested catch guy. And so they lose a lot of bests when you put those two together. And DK Metcalf especially changes the schematics a team can run.
The obsession with MVS absolutely infuriated me on that final drive. And the plays to Scotty Miller Tomlin said after the game that those were plays where there were multiple options that Rodgers had to, he could go to different areas. He can go to different options. How much of that do you put on Aaron Rodgers? How much do you put it on Arthur Smith and just the creative freedom that Rodgers has to be able to make those plays in those moments? Because I think that MVS being targeted on, what was it? Was it 3 consecutive plays? It was at least 3 consecutive times. It just made me irate.
Listen, I mean, I think you have to give the 42-year-old four-time MVP, future Hall of Famer, the credit he deserves for his career, and you should give him that. There have been games they have won this year because of his creative freedom at the line of scrimmage, so I don't want to take that away from Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers has had a tendency over his career to just take the fade route. I mean, it's not just the thing the Steelers are dealing with this year. He did it in New York last year. He did it the last year with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. Ask any Packers fan. He would just throw it up. The issue is, oftentimes he'd be throwing that ball to Devontae Adams, to Jordy Nelson. Even last year, Devontae Adams again, or Garrett Wilson at least, right? Not throwing it to MVS and Scotty Miller. So to a degree, I think there's a few things you can place the blame on. Sure, you can place the blame on Rodgers a lot. He has to let the concept breathe. Arthur Smith drew up a few really nice man-beating concepts, and Rodgers ignored it. Instead, threw the low percentage fade route. especially on that 4th and 1. I mean, Adam Thielen's wide open.
Wide open. That was a good
essentially
route.
Pick play. Right. He's wide open. So you got to let that breathe and throw to Thielen, not throw it to Scotty Miller. MVS on the final play, I understand the process behind just going to MVS on that play. It doesn't look like Gainwell's going to be open pre-snap. He is. So I understand that one. The other two, though, I mean, are just miscommunications. There's no concept. He just turns and throws it to MVS. And I just think just banging your head into the wall, essentially, without actually letting a concept run out. I mean, on the second play of that, Thielen's open. Thielen kind of runs a little stick and nod, gets open. If Rodgers can put it to the back of the end zone, that's a touchdown. I just think you think about that. You don't even get Freiermuth one touch in that scenario on those 4 plays. Like, there's just a lot there that doesn't make much sense. And so Aaron's to blame a lot. I also think to a degree, at some point, Arthur Smith has to be like, hey, I know what my quarterback's doing right now. I know the mode he's in. Time to put my best playmaker in the spot where Aaron's going to throw the ball. And I tweeted this yesterday. If Aaron's going to target the fade route that much in those situations, it's time to put Pat Freiermuth there because he's your best pass catcher right now. He's your best contested catch weapon right now. That's what you got to do at this point. So you got to understand your quarterback's tendencies to a degree as a play caller and start to put the personnel where it needs to go. And so I blame Arthur Smith a little bit, but yeah, mostly that's an Aaron Rodgers decision.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hit us up on Twitter. I'm at Austin R. Bechtold. You can follow Nick on Twitter at FairballFB. Why is Pat Freiermuth? This has been the age-old question all season long, Nick, and we just have not been able to find an answer to it. Tomlin will just say, oh, his time will come. Why is it that Pat Freiermuth cannot consistently be targeted? Because we saw it when he was in the fourth quarter. Good things can happen, and they don't go to him at all. He wasn't even on the field, I think, half the plays in that 4-play sequence in the very end of the game.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Every time this guy's targeted, he makes plays. I don't know if it's, Aaron Rodgers maybe doesn't like throwing to Pat Freiermuth as much as he likes Jonnu Smith. I don't know if it's, Jonnu Smith is Arthur Smith's kind of boy. There's a lot of different ways to look at that. It's probably a little bit of both to a degree. But we're talking about, I think the Steelers have so much tight end room diversity that they have kind of typecasted every single player into very specific roles. I mean, when you look at Darnell Washington, he's kind of just become a big hulking run blocker that catches it either in the flat or sometimes over the middle of the field. Jonnu Smith is like the manufactured touch screening jet sweep guy. And then Freiermuth has kind of been typecasted as only this zone beater and really nothing else. And I just think that's doing him a disservice. Every time this guy, as you mentioned, gets on the field, he makes a big play.
Right.
He's great up the seams. He can win in man-to-man coverage on choice routes, which is, it's just the type of stuff that they need. They need easy button stuff. And so I don't know, man. I can't answer that because you look at who they have at their disposal right now. Without Metcalf, without Washington, without Austin, I mean, he's so easily their best player as a weapon, as a pass catcher. It just doesn't make any sense. And, we talk about Freiermuth, but even in this last game against Cleveland, I mean, they totally minimized Kenny Gainwell. He had been someone that had got manufactured touches for weeks, and I felt like they were lacking that. It's just this team doesn't do a good job of accentuating its playmakers and its players in ways that they should. And I think Freiermuth falls into that bucket more so than anyone.
So I would imagine that Darnell Washington is now out for the season with a broken arm. I would think that, right? I mean, yes. There's no way he's coming back. What about
unless they make some improbable run, right?
What about TJ Watt? Do you think he will practice this week? Do you think there's a chance that he plays?
I do think he'll practice this week. I think he will continue to practice. I think this is pretty up in the air. It's going to be how he looks. It's going to be how he kind of responds to things. I think he needs at least 2 full participations this week for them to get him on the football field. I think that's something he's going to need. He's going to need to pass some certain thresholds. He's going to need to show them he has really good football conditioning, and he's going to have to show he's fully healthy. I think the level of return from a thing like a collapsed lung is just higher than, say, I don't know, a strained calf. It's just different, right? It's not as much an injury as it is a health issue. And so the Steelers are going to make sure he's 100% out there multiple times this week, I think, if he can play. My feel on it right now, I think it's very much 50-50, and they don't even know necessarily if they're going to have TJ Watt. I think certainly when this happened, when this had happened, I heard 3 weeks was the earliest. Hey, we're at 3.5. So at Sunday, we will be at 3.5 weeks. This is probably the first possible time he will be able to play. So I think it's certainly possible they can have him. But at this point in the week, I think they don't even know. So it's going to be all up to TJ Watt, how he responds to maybe a full practice. And if they get the green light there, I still don't even think he's going to be a full go. I think he'll get 20, 25, maybe 30 snaps, and you'll still see a lot of Nick Herbig.
What about Isaac Seumalo? How much do you think that they missed him in the game against Cleveland? Do you expect him to play against Baltimore?
Yeah, I think he'll be back. He put together 3 really good practices last week, and I think he'll be upgraded this week to full participation. So I'm expecting Isaac Seumalo back. I don't know how much they missed him. He played really good football before getting hurt, but I also think Spencer Anderson and Andres Pete did a good job, just like Dylan Cook has on the left side. They ran the ball really well against the Browns. They should have done it more. So I don't think they missed him too much. It does limit their menu of runs a little more without Seumalo. So having him and just having that at full strength, and the Steelers are going to have a really hard time running on this Ravens team. That's like the one thing they do exceptionally well is they run the ball and they stop the run. But if they are going to try and run the ball, they need Seumalo out there.
Nick, the Steelers have lost to the following quarterbacks in Cleveland over the last 4 years: Jacoby Brissett, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Jameis Winston, and Shedeur Sanders. Who is the worst of those 4?
Probably DTR. DTR was awful.
Is he in the league anymore?
No, I don't think he is. He might be with the Eagles still. I know they traded him there. But he's not good at all. I mean, Shedeur, I think, has at least shown some flashes at times.
He's not in the league right now. Maybe he's on the Eagles practice squad, but not on an active roster.
To me, that's by far the worst one. I think Shedeur is better than him. I think that obviously Brissett has been in the league as a backup for a decade at this point. Jameis has been he's a first overall pick, starter plus backup for over a decade. Yeah, losing to DTR is still absolutely mind-boggling to me. That's the worst one.
There is some account that I see on Instagram here when I looked up Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and it's just a screen grab of my tweet, and they edited out my name in the tweet, Nick. Do you ever get annoyed when people do that?
I see that a lot. I don't really ever mind it. I don't care. I mean, listen, is it annoying? Mildly so, sure, but whatever, man. Instagram accounts always steal the stuff from Twitter. It's like a day later. Everything that comes on Twitter leaks over there, and it's always stolen. That's like a thing for TikTok too.
Yeah.
Although TikTok has their own original brain rot stuff from time to time.
All right, Nick, before we let you go, what do you think the vibe is going to be like in the stadium? So I'm going to be there. A couple of my buddies I've texted with are going to be there as well. And we don't know what it's going to be, because I think if it's the fourth quarter, and I was at the Buffalo game, the environment could be twice as bad. If they're down by a score in the fourth quarter, if it's 2 scores, and if it's clear that they're not going to win the game, that things could get overwhelming in terms of boos, fire Tomlin chants, and it could get out of hand. Not from like a unsafe perspective or anything like that, but just from fans voicing their frustration. What do you anticipate if it doesn't go well?
I mean, I anticipate the same thing we saw in Buffalo: fire Tomlin chants, booing Renegade, like all that. If they get run off the field, I think it's going to be really bad, because you shouldn't get run off the field by this Ravens team. It's really that simple. I do look at it, and I think throughout the week, I think this is progressively going to get a little bit more hyped up. I think Steelers fans will buy into it more, and they'll be very excited come Sunday. Even if there's this trepidation and everyone now has the doomerism saying they're going to lose for sure, there's no confidence. Ask Baltimore fans, they also think they're going to lose. It's kind of funny, actually, because the Buffalo game was the same way. Buffalo thought they were going to lose that game. And then you look at it, and I just think the fan base is frustrated, man. It's like the same story. Whether they go 9-8 or 10-7, I honestly think even next week, let's say they win, but they get run off the field by Buffalo, I think the same thing's going to happen next week if that happens. You know what I mean? It'd be the same thing. 10-7, get blown out in the wild card round. I think there's some dangerous stuff the next 2 weeks in that regard. So I'm fully expecting some venom if things don't go their way. And I think Mike Tomlin's going to hear it, and then he'll probably be asked about his end-of-the-year press conference, and he'll have to decide how he's going to respond to that, because it's clear that the angst from the Steelers fan base is growing to kind of this big heat over the past few years.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me on, brother. Appreciate it.
It's Nick Farabar, guy from Penn Live, on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He's headed down to the Mike Tomlin press conference, where the coach will speak in half an hour, and you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, as we will break it down as well. What does Tomlin have to say with a little bit more film study and a little bit more view of the tape of Aaron Rodgers consistently going back to MVS, or Scotty Miller, or the lack of usage for Pat Freiermuth? I'm sure that'll be brought up for the 20th time this year. Or Kenneth Gainwell. It seems like Kenneth Gainwell and Pat Freiermuth take turns in that game being Casper the Friendly Ghost. They disappeared at times. They weren't utilized in the offense. They were not, and those are two players that you should try to be scheming systems and scheming plays around to be able to best utilize their talents. Kenneth Gainwell has been the best offensive weapon on this team this year. I think that's unquestionable. And it's unquestionable when you don't have DK Metcalf and you don't have Darnell Washington. And another thing that just absolutely drove me insane was that on the fourth down play with Scotty Miller. It's 4th and 1. You're at what, like the 20? And you decide to throw that fade. Why not run the tush push if you are so concerned because, we don't have Darnell. We need somebody to push Connor Hayward forward. You're telling me that you can't trust like Keanu Benton or Derek Harmon to just stand there, wait for the ball to be snapped, and then push? Or a backup offensive lineman? You don't have a backup guard that can do that? Or you can't, it's not that hard. Like, how many times did Mike Vrabel go from the defensive side of the ball to the offensive side of the ball and catch touchdowns for New England? How many times have we seen defensive linemen? I'm trying to think, who was the guy in Tampa Bay? Vita Vea? How many times has Vita Vea, at least when Brady was there, lined up as a fullback to clear the way for Leonard Fournette or whoever was rushing for Tampa Bay? And I get it, maybe a little bit, it's on the fly. We don't practice that in case Darnell Washington does get hurt, that you already have somebody in a backup role there, to where, it's 4th and 1, we don't have Darnell. We don't know if we're going to run it as effectively. Have something already in place to push Connor Hayward. And to me, that means, we think Darnell is the real reason why we succeed on the tush push, not Connor Hayward, and just moving forward and trusting our offensive line. That's what it meant to me. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You could also listen to the Pop and Joe Show on demand on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and wherever you get your podcasts. Up next, what is Mike Tomlin going to say before this matchup against the Baltimore Ravens? Plus, let's go inside the locker room. What do Steelers players have to say about the loss to the Cleveland Browns? And what are some of the things that are stacking up against the Steelers, some of the numbers and facts that matter from the Cleveland game that we can take into Baltimore, where I think you'd be surprised by what the point spread is right now. At least I definitely was. Logan has a headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold in for Pump and Joe. It is the Pump and Joe Show on a Tomlin Tuesday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice at PPG Paints Arena tonight. It's the Carolina Hurricanes and Pittsburgh Penguins. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. The AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. Following the loss to Cleveland, A-Rod said he didn't have a good game. The quarterback was 21 for 39 for 168 yards with no touchdowns. A-Rod could not orchestrate a late comeback for his team. Pittsburgh had multiple chances in the fourth quarter, A-Rod drove the ball to the 7-yard line with a half-minute remaining, but tossed 3 straight incompletions to derail the comeback. A-Rod said he has full confidence the team will win this week at home versus Baltimore, citing they handle adversity well. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycle. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In Week 17, the New York Giants lost by winning, and the New York Jets won by losing. Winning does nothing for these teams right now as far as this season is concerned. The Giants had a chance to lose and put themselves in position to get the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Instead, they won, and now the Jets have better draft position because they lost to New England. That's a win for the Jets and a loss for the Giants. I'm Nick Costos.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and convenient. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub installation, full bathroom model, new windows, an entry door, patio door, or even in full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you need to schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram wrap up the year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over?
You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things, great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 27.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Pomp and Joe Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Coming up on the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Austin Bechtold with you. Logan Arblaster producing Behind the Glass. I've moved from behind the glass to in front of the camera that you can watch us on our YouTube channel, doing great numbers there. And also, you can check us out on Twitter. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We have our live video posted to the very top of our Twitter. It's pinned, so you can go there. You can say hello, and you can watch the show with me and cardboard cutout Bob Pompiani here in studio. Bob looking extra dapper today, and he seems like he's glowing in the light. Here is Matt and Erie to chime in. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, how we doing? Happy New Year.
You too.
So I'm looking at it at a macro level. I don't even care about these two games or one game because I know how it's going to finish. We know the end of the show. Look, no coaching tree. It's a shelf life. He's been there too long. Omar and Andy, I think, have done a great job. We have the 9th most cap space. We have freaking 12 picks coming up in next year's draft. I think we built depth a little bit on the defensive lines, on the offensive lines, a little bit of safety with some of the acquisitions during the season.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So all of it's in place. I think we built but the thing is, I don't understand in today's 2025 NFL that the Steelers front office and coaching staff don't understand. I get it. You have a stopgap with Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron's great in one aspect. He shows you a little glimpse behind the curtain of what a field general looks like that can play and lead a football team. Now you need a guy that could do it for 10, 12 years. You need a franchise quarterback. We're talking about nothing until you get a franchise quarterback. He'll never win anything without somebody behind center, whether it's Willis as a free agent, maybe a wing and a prayer.
Malik Willis isn't a franchise quarterback, though, Matt. I don't care what Pony said about him because he's been kind of banging that drum a little bit for Malik Willis. No shot I take a risk on Malik Willis. It would basically be repeating the same cycle again like you did with Justin Fields.
I don't disagree, but my point is that we need to find a guy, whether it's moving draft capital, whether it's moving a player, I don't know. But we can't keep going on year and year and year and just going with a stopgap, like you said, with Fields or Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. I mean, this is what the end game is. And I don't understand how the Steelers think it could be 1995 and they could run the ball and play good defense and win Super Bowls. It's not going to happen. I'm looking at Matt Stafford. I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes. I'm looking at Josh Allen. I'm looking at C.J. Stroud. I mean, it goes without saying, I'm being redundant, but it just doesn't make sense as an organization that they try to build up this all-expensive defense, by the way, that isn't all that great, and they don't invest in skill guys and quarterbacks that actually can make you, why draft Will Howard? What's the point? If you're not giving any meaningful snaps to Will Howard, he's your emergency three. We'll never know how good Will Howard is.
Well, you drafted him just to be a backup. You drafted him to be an extra depth guy, backup piece, just like Mason was.
I know. It's just mind-boggling.
But your point is correct, though, Matt, and I appreciate the call because I want to dive into what the playoff picture currently looks like because Matt's point is correct, and it's one that I've pointed to a lot where look at the way the NFL has shifted. Now, sure, the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year based off of playing great defense and running the football. They also have a very legendary running back in Saquon Barkley that ran for 2,000 yards and almost broke the rushing record. If he would have played in Week 18 last year, he would have. Two very good wide receivers, Pro Bowl wide receivers, one that won a Heisman Trophy on the outside in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, a serviceable tight end in Dallas Goedert, and a very good defense with an offensive-minded head coach. Look at the playoff teams right now. They all have one thing in common. The ones that have clinched, they either have a franchise quarterback that you can consistently depend on, or they have a quarterback that there might be some questions with, or they're younger, but they have a veteran offensive head coach. Denver, some people are up and down on Bo Nix. They have Sean Payton, great offensive mind. The Patriots, Vrabel, good coach, defensive coach, but has Drake May, who I think is a franchise quarterback. Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, high pedigree, former number one pick. Look at Liam Cohen and what he's done. He left Tampa Bay, working with Baker, and now he's made Trevor Lawrence into a very good quarterback. C.J. Stroud, young. I have questions about them, but D'Amico Ryans, very good defensive coach. I do have some concerns. Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, offensive coach, with Justin Herbert, elite quarterback. Buffalo, Sean McDermott, defensive coach, but Josh Allen, best quarterback in the NFL, elite. Look at the NFC. Seattle, Sam Darnold, very good quarterback, defensive coach, yes. That might be the one exception to the rule here. Chicago, Caleb Williams, young quarterback, but Ben Johnson, he leaves the Lions. Jared Goff falls apart. The Lions don't make the playoffs. Ben Johnson was the straw that stirred the drink. He's elevating Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is also playing a lot better, but it's young quarterback, very good offensive coach. Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts has his limitations. Sirianni, offensive coach. Things around him, they've elevated it. Same thing with the Rams. Stafford, older quarterback, but an MVP candidate. Sean McVay, maybe the best offensive mind in all of football. San Francisco, Brock Purdy. You get what I'm saying here. Has his limitations, but Kyle Shanahan has brought so much out of him. Jordan Love, good quarterback, has LaFleur, offensive coach. Look at the entire NFC. Outside of Seattle, every team that will make the playoffs in the NFC has an offensive-minded head coach. Every team in the AFC, outside of New England, Houston, and Buffalo, where New England has a franchise quarterback that might win the MVP, Buffalo has the guy that won the MVP a year ago, and Houston has a really good defense, plays in a crappy division, but C.J. Stroud is a serviceable quarterback, maybe even better than that. I might be underselling it. That's the common denominator. And who are the teams that haven't clinched? Tampa Bay and Carolina, the Steelers and the Ravens. Questions at the head coaching spot for the Steelers and Baltimore. Questions at quarterback for the Steelers. What's Lamar's future in Baltimore? I mean, injuries have been a big part of it. And look at Tampa Bay. Does anyone trust Bryce Young? I like him. Canales has done a great job. A lot of questions remain. Tampa Bay, fall apart when you lose your offensive coordinator. Defensive head coach can't figure out that side of the ball. And that is a huge reason why I think Aaron Rodgers has helped mask some of the problem. But Arthur Smith is not a great offensive mind. He's had games. He's had some moments. But when it's all put together, I don't think our opinion of Arthur Smith has really changed that much and thinking, wow, he's really schemed this up well. Arthur Smith really knows what he's doing. The entire playoff picture, that's the common denominator. Those are the teams that have clinched. Those are the teams that pretty much know where they're going to be if they're winning their division. And the teams that don't, the Panthers and Bucks, the Steelers and Ravens, have a lot of the same problems. Questions at coach, questions at quarterback, or questions everywhere. That's the common denominator. That's the common denominator. Here is Ron in Monongahela. What's up, Ron?
I've been waiting all weekend to talk to you guys because I'm losing my head on how people can really praise Mike Tomlin when he's lost 4 straight Cleveland home games.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty damning argument against Mike Tomlin there, Ron, huh?
Against Cleveland.
Yeah.
We're talking about a team that the media, you guys, all my friends go, they stink. They stink. Well, we've lost 4 straight times in Cleveland. And if you look at the numbers between him and Tower had a .631 winning percentage without Ben. Guess what Mike Tomlin's is?
It's like right around 500.
554.
Yeah.
Okay, with Ben, Tower was at 708. Tomlin's at 668. So answer this. How does people think that this guy's a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame?
Well, because of what he did. Okay, let me ask you this then, Ron. Look what Bill Belichick did with Tom Brady after all those years, and then what happened when Tom Brady left. Should you throw a bunch of shade at Bill Belichick and think he should not be in the Hall of Fame because he had Tom Brady, he had the luxury of that, and he got the best out of Tom Brady, like how Mike Tomlin got the best out of Ben in some moments?
Do you really think that's a fair argument with Belichick winning 6 Super Bowls?
It's not the same argument, but I think it works, and I appreciate the call in a lot of the same retrospect. Here is our guy, Robin West Mifflin. We're up against it before we get to the Tomlin press conference, but what's going on, Rob?
Silly livers, but I was going to let you off the hook, man, but you was going in, man.
Rob, I know you're a big Tomlin defender.
It ain't about defending Tomlin. It's about the AFC is wide open, man. You named all these dudes who have done nothing, man.
Well, I agree with that, though, Rob. Like, the AFC is wide open, but that doesn't take away from the argument. That doesn't make the argument untrue.
You know New England had the weakest schedule, man. You know when you finished in the bottom of you know New England had the weakest schedule this year?
Oh, Denver's schedule was very weak, too. This was the year where they played a bad Kansas City team and they beat up on the Raiders.
You're supposed to win when you got some weak schedules, man. Like, my whole thing is, this playoffs is a crapshoot. I've never seen a football year like this year, never. With these wins and all this, and never. Like it's a crapshoot. Anybody get in, it's one game and you're done.
Right, but I agree with that, Rob. But right now, if I was to power rank all the teams that are going to make the playoffs in the AFC, where would the Steelers rank for you? Because for me, they're like 6 or 7.
Guess what? You can put them last. But if they get in the dance, you got a chance, man. I don't know if you remember years ago. Danny Manning and the Kansas City Jayhawks got in at the 15 and 19. They won their conference championship in basketball. Don't you know they won a national championship?
Yeah, but Rob, this isn't basketball.
I know, but what I'm saying is all you got to do is get in. All you got to do is get in.
Right.
We naming all these teams. None of these teams is going to blow you out the water.
Yeah. Man, I appreciate it, Rob. We got to get to the presser. Always good talking to you. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Be careful out there. Feels like temperatures right around 5 and it's snowing. But look, I don't think that this is the Steelers of yesteryear being a wild card team and going all the way to the playoffs and pulling off stunning victories. They're not going to have to play like a Peyton Manning. They're not going to have that type of road. But right now, after what we saw and what some of that evidence is, this will make me feel confident. All right. Mike Tomlin press conference is up next. Austin Bechtold in for Pump and Joe. We'll hear what the coach has to say in a moment.
Now, Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. It's the Carolina Hurricanes, and Penguins puck drop is at 7 p.m. The AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football this week. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit SmaleAcura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. And it's January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I had a triple bypass in 2018. I had a hip replacement 2.5 years ago. My focus was just getting healthy and being consistent. With this plan, once you establish yourself, if I decide to cheat, I can cheat. I'm burning enough calories a day. I don't have any fear. You know, it's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. It changed my perspective on how to eat better and just kind of control yourself. And I hope what this does, I hope it enables somebody in their 60s that has poor health and no hope, that gives them hope. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is Chris Muller. Brian sharing his Awaken 180 story is the exact reason I continue to share my story with all of you. There's hope, there's a plan, and you will succeed with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Mike Tomlin press conference is next.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. A recap of the coach's presser is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slideck and Fence, Alicia Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hit me up on Twitter at Austin R. Bechtold. You can tweet at The Fan at 937TheFan. You can also watch the show on Twitter. You can watch on YouTube. You can watch on Twitter. We have the video feed pinned to the top of our Twitter feed, so you can go there and you can watch the show. If you're driving around your car and you just get home and you want to listen and you want to watch, good way to be able to do so, as well as on your Odyssey app and KDKA FM here in Pittsburgh. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. What they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin is set to address the media before a winner-take-all, win or you go home game against the Baltimore Ravens. The NFL script writers are salivating over this game almost as much as our friends Jim Nantz and Tony Romo salivated over Myles Garrett potentially getting the sack record against the Steelers. It seemed like any time that Garrett was rounding the corner against Rodgers, you knew about it. Tony Romo was making a point of it. But I'm very curious what Tomlin has to say about some of those decisions, and I'm sure he'll be pressed about it as the coach is all ready to go.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it. Before I get started, I'll start with a quick review of our last performance. As I said after the game, certainly a disappointing outcome, but certainly not the first disappointing outcome this collective has had this year. You have your bumps along the way, and there's certainly growth associated with it. And to me, that's what work yesterday was about for us, an opportunity to take the emotions out, to really assess what transpired in the game and why we were unsuccessful in terms of engineering victory. We did that. We did that as a larger collective. We did that as smaller groups within the collective in an effort to be more detailed and gain an understanding. All that's done in an effort to build a more perfect plan this week, to divide the labor up more intentionally in an effort to position ourselves better to make necessary plays. And when you really look at the game, that's what it boiled down to. We didn't make enough significant plays, and certainly the Cleveland Browns had a lot to do with it as well. As I mentioned several times last week, their defensive unit is the number one unit in our division, offense or defense, and they certainly played to that. We didn't have enough success on third down to extend drives and to produce enough points to secure victory, and that's the reality of it. Some of it obviously had a lot to do with their talents and their schematics, but we own also the responsibility of performing, and we didn't make enough plays. We didn't put our guys in enough positions to make plays, and that's certainly obvious based on the outcome of the game.
when a game is going like that, usually you look for a splash play or two, maybe from defense or special teams to kickstart you and give you a leg up. And although our defense and special teams were solid, we missed out on those game-changing or momentum-changing plays. I thought we had one 2 minutes or so before the halftime. Herbig had his hands on the ball in our left flat, and he certainly had an opportunity to run it back had he caught it. And I think those are the type of plays that really kind of break games like that open. And when you get them, you have an opportunity to move on and find your rhythm and do what's required to win. And when they don't, it's obviously more tough sledding. And it certainly was that for us. In the special teams game, I thought our punt team was really solid, particularly in the second half. I think we had 5 punts inside the 20-yard line, and we kept them on the long field. And keeping them on the long field enabled us to get on and get off defensively repeatedly, particularly in the fourth quarter, and give ourselves a chance to drive and win. And we certainly had that. I think we had three and outs there in the fourth quarter defensively, and the punt unit teed some of that up from a field positioning perspective. I like the way we moved the ball in hurry situations on offense in 2 minutes. We were able to negotiate the ball down the field in a 2-minute drive and kick a field goal before halftime. And certainly we gave ourselves a chance to win, going, 60 so yards in the waning moments of the game to have, second and goal from the 7 and have 3 shots to do it. And so I appreciate that component of it. But certainly we need to look at this with sober eyes, man, as we formulate our plan for this week. And not only in terms of what happened to us in that game, but also the depths of this relationship that we have with Baltimore. We played them a short period of time ago, but beyond that, there's just real intimacy in these divisional matchups. And so, man, we're working with an edge. This is chess, not checkers, as you strategize and at the early portions of the week, not only forecasting who's available to us potentially, but also who's available or unavailable for them, and what that might do to strategy. And so, it's a big part of the week for us. Before I get into Baltimore specifically, I'll talk about some injury updates and give you some updates of where we are from a personnel standpoint. Darnell Washington is out. He had surgery on his broken arm this morning, and so he won't be available to us. Thankfully, all other guys I'm about to mention have some level of optimism in terms of their availability. Calvin Austin, who missed the last game with a hamstring, definitively has a chance. Brandon Eccles, same thing with his groin. James Pierre, same thing with his calf. Isaac Siamalu, same thing with his tricep injury. Malik Harrison's got a bone bruise that was sustained in game. It may limit him at the early portions of the week, but optimistic certainly about his inclusion. And although I hadn't seen TJ today, optimistic about his potential inclusion in this game. We'll work him up throughout the course of the week and let the amount of participation and the quality of participation be our guide in terms of whether or not he's a participant, but certainly am more optimistic this week than I have been in previous weeks as I stand here today. Now on to Baltimore. It's obvious that, the rubber's meeting the road, not only for us, but for others. And we have intimate knowledge of opponents. The way that we do Baltimore, you really see, some of their go-tos when things get thick. Just looking at the Green Bay game, for example, it's obvious, man, when things get thick, man, they play behind their big runner and the people that go with him on offense. 42, the big lead back, and 88, the base tight end. Those three often work in tandem as they work to win the line of scrimmage and run a variety of run schemes at you, leads, gap scheme stuff, zone scheme stuff. They do an awesome job of mixing it up, but the reality is that it's a two-back attack when things get really thick. It certainly was a two-back attack in Green Bay last weekend, and they played behind that. Certainly they have awesome corresponding misdirection and play-action passes off of some of that work. That really allows them to get yards in chunks in the passing game with guys like Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews and others. So none of that's new, but certainly their renewed commitment to that style of play. is not surprising, but daunting nonetheless as we analyze that video and lean in on prep. From a defensive perspective, it looks like they're minimizing some of their man-to-man since the last time we played them. We had some big plays in one-on-one circumstances. It looks like they've pivoted a little bit and worked to minimize some of that schematically. They're more zone defenses than they were the last time. Less isolation, one-on-one moments to produce one-on-one big plays and flip the field or produce scoring drives. And so it looks like they're doing some quintessential Baltimore things when things get thick on both sides of the ball in an effort to better engineer victory. Certainly, their special teams group is always a formidable one. And when we get in these matchups, man, oftentimes significant plays occur in that phase. And so certainly there's a three-phase approach to preparation and planning. Really optimistic about the inclusion of some of our guys, as I mentioned earlier, and certainly it's the time for that in the AFC North Championship game. And I'm sure Baltimore's up the same mindset. We played these guys most recently. I'm sure we'll have a wrinkle or two. I'm sure they'll have a wrinkle or two. But I'm sure at the end of the day, wrinkles won't determine the outcome of this game. Quality playmaking, particularly in timely moments, will. And so it's important that we formulate a good plan, that we divide the labor up appropriately, and we put our guys in position to do so, make those plays, and prevent those plays on the other side. And I'm sure Baltimore has a similar sentiment as they push forward throughout their week. It is an honor, man, to be in these games, to be in these hotly contested matchups. It seems like Baltimore is always a dance partner. I certainly am respectful and appreciative of that relationship and some of the historic things we've been able to do when these two teams have come together. This appears to be one of those weekends. It's humbling and an honor to be a component of it, but to be a component of it is just that. Our job is to win, and so with that, man, I'll pause and open up for questions.
Mike, I'm assuming since TJ practiced last week that he's been cleared at least to do that. What is the holdup now? Is it up to him, or how he feels comfortable?
Again, he's coming off of a medical circumstance different than the injury circumstance, and so certainly he has a certain level of health. But we want to be, cautious about how we work him back into the fold, and certainly he's done appropriate things in that area as well. And as I mentioned last week, I'm sure you guys will be hearing from him sooner rather than later, directly.
Mike, sorry. Given the circumstances of this game, would you consider using him situationally, or does he need to be back to be a full-time starter?
I'm open to utilizing him in any way that's appropriate relative to his availability.
Mike, does he need to practice fully multiple days this week to be able to go on Sunday?
Practice participation certainly would be more comforting in terms of making the decision, given he's coming back from a medical circumstance.
How would you describe his level of football shape?
I doubt that TJ is ever out of football shape or conditioning over the course of a 12-month calendar. I just know how he lives his life and how he prepares and how thoughtful he is in terms of what he puts in his body and how he trains. And so I don't imagine, that component of it being a major concern.
Mike, is Darnell's injury, it's safe to say that's season-ending regardless of what happens?
He's not available to us this week, and, that's really all the information that I was concerned about as we formulate a plan, man. This is a one-week season for us.
He's a unique athlete. How do you sort of compensate for not having him available?
We use a lot of tight ends. We also use guys at the tight end position that don't play tight end, Spencer Anderson. And so we have a lot of options at our disposal relative to that from a strategy perspective, and certainly given 6 or 7 days to prepare, I don't think it would be a strategic issue in terms of replacing his efforts.
Mike, you said it's humbling to be in games like this, but is it also frustrating to be in this position after having a chance to clinch the division a week ago?
Man, there's a lot of things that you could get frustrated about in our business. I've learned to kind of always move forward. My windshield is much bigger than my rear view. I'm certainly interested in learning from our experiences, but I'm equally as interested in learning from our experiences that happened much earlier in the process. It's all food for growth from my perspective. Frustration doesn't get the job done. I'm singularly focused on putting together a good plan and preparing this group for this awesome opportunity that we have.
Mike, the last time you guys played the Ravens, DK had a really big game, and
seeing the way that the Browns played you guys in terms of manning up and not having the success you guys needed throughout in the air, what do you guys have to do in order to try to beat the Ravens without DK? And the ball more, or what do you guys have to do?
If they give us one-on-one playmaking opportunities, we got to make those plays, and we got to put guys in position to do so. We got very capable men. Oftentimes, I say there's a fine line between being a Pro Bowler and a backup. We're at the top of the food chain in terms of the football world. And so it's a reasonable expectation from my perspective, particularly with an additional week to prepare, that we put together a thoughtful plan and that we position our guys to take advantage of opportunities. And if and when they do present themselves, that we make the plays.
Mike, how did TJ look to you in his first week back at practice last week?
Man, I thought he looked great, man. I know he was glad to be out there with his teammates. I think that's a component of it that we don't talk often enough about when someone is injured or out, the isolation component of it. We're a communal group, man. This is a team sport definitively. And so more than anything, I thought he displayed an excitement that comes with being back out there with his teammates.
Last week, when we talked to you, mentioned with Roman Wilson when he was asked about how to replace DK, and I think later in the week you made similar comments about Roman. Yet he only played 9 snaps. What happened? Will that change this week?
Particularly when you're not winning third downs, I don't think anyone plays as much as they would like. We've had this conversation many times about running the football. I felt really good about our run plan. I thought we had an opportunity to really control the game through those means, but and we didn't have a bad running day, but we certainly didn't have as good a running day as we could have had we converted more possession downs. And I think the same could be said about levels of participation for guys like Roman and thus their ability to impact the game in a positive way.
Mike, you guys had 16 targets between Valdez-Scantling and Miller, only 5 for Fryman, 4 for Gainwell. Is there a game planning element that you guys can do to get more targets to the guys who've traditionally been your playmakers, or is that something you just trust Aaron Rodgers to handle?
We certainly draw up enough schematics to spread the ball around. We believe all our eligibles are playmakers. There's a lot of variables that go into how the ball is distributed, and certainly schematic approach and matchups of the opposing teams are a component of that. And so what might have been a story last week or a challenge last week may or may not be a story or a challenge this week.
Now, you talked about you having a bigger windshield than a rearview mirror. Obviously, your lens is different than your players. What do you do for them to try to instill that mindset in them this week?
I display that in my actions, and certainly I embrace that as a leader. There's things that we say, and then there's how we move, and I like to have both aligned, and certainly I'm prepared to display singular focus and preparedness and urgency this week as we lean in on this opportunity.
Can you give an example of maybe how that would be different than a different week?
No.
What kind of response did you see from them yesterday in just the preliminary week meeting?
I don't know that I was looking for a response. Response is kind of action-based. And we were talking about what transpired and why and working on the beginnings of formulating an appropriate plan for this week. And so what we do tomorrow and leading up to the game in terms of our physical labor and the spirit in which we do it will be much more of a determinant of our quality of play and thus our chances of winning than maybe our reaction to a meeting on a Monday.
I'm not asking you to compare Lamar to Huntley as players, but schematically, when you have studied them at times when Huntley has been the quarterback, how similar do they try to use him, deploy him, just within the framework of their offense to when Lamar is the QB?
I think there's certainly some things that are exclusive to Lamar, and that's not taking anything away from Huntley. It's just certain things that are Lamar and no other human on the planet. But largely, I think they play to a certain personality regardless of who's at quarterback, and I think that was on display a week ago. I think they're experienced in playing with Huntley. They know how to play with him schematically, and certainly he knows how to play and has logged some significant reps over his years there. One year, I think he was even a Pro Bowler when Lamar missed a significant amount of time. And so although it is potentially a backup quarterback circumstance, I think it's some real fluidity there from their perspective. And to be quite honest with you, when things get thick, they play a certain way regardless of who's playing quarterback. And usually the ball is going to go through the big runner, and that's what we expect.
Mike, with this being essentially a playoff game, winner take all,
Do you approach it differently from a coaching point of view, into the scheme, in terms of maybe taking more chances?
I think that's reflective of December football, and so it's not only playoff winner-go-home football, but I just think it's as the road gets narrow, as we say in this business, you see people taking calculated risk in pursuit of victory, and certainly we're not opposed to that.
That Baltimore running game, is it so hard to stop just because of those two guys, or is it more than that?
It's also quarterback mobility. Oftentimes they force you into an 11-on-11 football because whether or not Lamar keeps the ball or not, there's a threat of him keeping the ball, and that thins out oftentimes your second and your third level of defense when it comes to point of attack running. And so, some things that they do uniquely that others don't. The quarterback mobility is a component of it that makes it unique with Lamar's unique talents, and certainly the unique talents of the big runner makes it a challenge as well.
Mike, what's changed with the rush defense, your rush defense, since the last Baltimore?
I don't know that a lot has changed in terms of, what we're doing. We've got some player availability that's been improved. Derek Harmon's back, and I think, that's significant, or at least, the significance of his presence has been well documented. We'll see. But I don't know that we're doing anything dramatically different. We're stacking the box when appropriate and making judgments about when that is and when that isn't in an effort to neutralize some of the complementary components. Stability is big, I think, in people. And so, the additions of some of these guys that have missed some time might be helpful to our efforts as well. Certainly I'm open to wrinkles, but at this stage of the journey for us, it's about competing at a high level and being connected. And oftentimes that's with things that you know and know very well, whether you're talking about an individual or about a collective.
There's a chance this might be Aaron Rodgers' last game, depending on how it goes. What has it been like to work with him, and what kind of impact do you think he's made on the organization during the time he's been here?
I don't know that I've taken time to ponder that. I'm just committed to making sure that it's not. He's certainly been an awesome contributor to our efforts, and not only from a talent perspective and an experience perspective, but just his professionalism, his relationship with the game, his love for his teammates, and his willingness to help them grow and get better and gain better understanding each and every day has been cool to be a part of.
Is games like Sunday night one of the reasons you wanted him so badly in the offseason?
As I probably stated several times in the last few weeks, absolutely.
Mike, how much does the outcome of this weekend's game affect how you view the totality of the season as a success or not?
The winner goes on.
And in that case, Week 18, high-stakes game like this, is there such thing as home field advantage?
Certainly there is. Their ability to change plays at the line of scrimmage, to communicate, to get in appropriate schemes and so forth offensively gets challenged. It's the same urgency that we had when we went into Baltimore several weeks ago. It creates tangible challenges for your offense, and that's why it's so important that you start fast when you're in those adverse circumstances. That's why our ability to go down the field and score on the first possession, for example, in Baltimore a couple of weeks back, I thought was so significant in terms of trying to neutralize some of that. Our job this week is different, but I'm certainly glad that this game is being played in Acrisure.
Is there a message to the fans who've been critical this season to stay highly engaged and energized being the home crowd?
No message at all. That's our job, to make sure that we have the appropriate engagement. And so I'm committed to that component of it.
Mike, your run defense has shut down guys like Jonathan Taylor, Jahmyr Gibbs, but you've allowed guys like James Cook and other guys to be explosive. What have you guys done when you channeled a collective positive effort that's contained the run game?
Maybe it's just Derek Harmon.
Well, one thing on that, Mike, actually, one thing that has come up is a lot of those times where the backs have gotten loose are games where you've also had to deal with a good mobile running quarterback. In those contests, what have you found execution-wise that you could have done better to stop two guys at the same time?
I'm not going to try to paint with a broad brush and assess multiple games, many of which I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about. But, we've had some good games. We've had some games that have not been good in terms of minimizing the run. We certainly understand the gravity of it as it pertains to this matchup, and we're committed to putting together a good plan to work to minimize it because it is a major component of us engineering victory, no doubt.
When it comes to 4th and short, are you always aware if it's less than one, more than one? And is that what happened on the 4th and 1?
I work to be aware, but, replay assist sometimes makes some judgments and alters it in some way. And that's why sometimes you'll see me leaving the team box in an effort to get a better view on something after the ball or as the ball is being spotted. But, that's just the challenges of the business in today's game, and I'm sure all my peers do similar things.
After the game in Cleveland, talking with Patrick Queen in the locker room, asked about this high-stakes matchup. He said, if you really love the sport, if you really love the game, you have to be a competitor. How do you see that displayed from your guys, particularly the leaders on this group, as the road gets narrow?
I think we'll write that story, particularly as it pertains to this week when our physical work gets started tomorrow. But if you're asking me, do I have the right guys? Certainly. I think that's what we painstakingly go through when we evaluate talent, be it the draft or free agency. Are they good men? Are they good men who have good relationships with the game of football? Do they love it? When you love it, everything else is generally more fluid.
How much having Aaron can be a calming presence to you have a young offensive line, guys that maybe aren't. He's had so much experience in these late season games where some other guys haven't. What's that mean?
I think we benefited from that at every step of the journey. His experience and what he's able to do for a collective relative to thick moments.
Mike, the Ravens had a 200-yard rush game last time against you. Did you have a different feel about your defense, at least then, as opposed to the way you felt after last year's playoff game?
I certainly feel better positioned in 2025 to deal with it than I did in 2024.
We've often talked about how good Pat Fryermuth is against zone. Have you found that to be the case with Jonnu as well? Is that just kind of the nature of the tight end position? Is he the same way?
He's certainly capable. Whether or not we choose to is another story. We build plans week in and week out in an effort to highlight them, and particularly them relative to what we anticipate from others. And so, some weeks are zone weeks, some weeks are man weeks. Different people are highlighted based on the matchups in those discussions. And so he's certainly capable.
When you guys last faced Baltimore, you guys won despite being outrushed by like 200 yards or something like that. Is flipping that around, or at least mitigating that this time, a big key for making up for the absence of a DK Metcalf? It was huge for you guys in that game.
I think there's a lot of variables that could really affect the outcome of the game in a significant way. Rushing and stopping the rush is certainly. Taking the ball away and preserving ball security is another. Splash plays in the team's game. There's a myriad of variables that could impact how you engineer victory, and that's why we continually always put a bunch of lines in the water and work all components of the equation in an effort to increase our chances there.
Anyone else?
Like after the game, Aaron Rodgers said he has full confidence that you guys will come home and win this game this week. How do you see that displayed from him, and what gives you confidence in him?
Again, it's the early portions of the week. We haven't done anything relative to prep. I'm sure will be displayed in how he behaves tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. As I mentioned before, I'm not surprised. That's one of the things that made him really attractive to us, that can-do attitude and the experience and resume that goes with it. I don't think it's work for him. I think it's as natural as breathing. And so if he's breathing, I expect to see that from him as we lean in on this game.
Mike, you did have two good 2-minute drives you talked about. Is there anything that you can take from those to bring to other parts of the game, or are those situations so unique that it's hard to make a carryover?
There's certainly a carryover from a self-eval perspective, but there's also the defensive schematic component of those situations and scenarios, and oftentimes it depends on, how the defensive signal caller calls it in terms of being able to carry it forward or no.
Anyone? All right.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And welcome, everyone, to the 2025 AFC North Championship Week.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
Yeah. The one thing that I really took away from Tomlin during that press conference, and that was the Mike Tomlin press conference, not really a flamboyant one like we've had in weeks past, but all down to the business and down to the brass tacks of when and you're in, lose and you go home, or if you're the Steelers, you stay home. Mike Tomlin said, it's an honor to be in these games. What? So it's an honor to be in this game, Sunday Night Football, sure, yeah, great, Ravens, whatever. Because you couldn't take care of business yourself in Cleveland? I think it would be more of an honor, Mike, if you would have had a hat and T-shirt game, as you like to call it, at your rival's venue, pulled out the hat, pulled out the T-shirts, wear them on the podium, we're AFC North champs, in Cleveland, a place that has been a house of horrors for you, 1-6-1 in your last, 8 games in Cleveland there. Haven't won there without Ben since Tommy Maddox in the early 2000s. He's never won without Ben in Cleveland. I think it would be more of an honor to have done that and rest all of your players, have it be a 1 o'clock game, and everybody could just, take down their Christmas decorations and hang out with family and enjoy the start of the new year. Where no. It's an honor to be in these games where it's all on the line, winner take all, because you screwed it up to begin with to make it this type of instance where now you can't rest anybody. And now you have to potentially rush TJ Watt back. Where it was good to hear Mike Tomlin say that regarding Watt, he is optimistic about his potential inclusion in this game. And that this is the most optimistic that Tomlin has been going into any week after what happened to Watt with the punctured lung and the needing the surgery that he had and basically working his way back. It's not a football injury. It's just really a health thing and a health component where you can't play. You're not going to play with a lung that is that damaged or that is really damaged at all. You want TJ Watt to be as close to 100% as possible. I don't think he plays at 80%, 85%, 90%. He needs to be like 95 to 100% back with that lung injury to prevent further injury, whether it be to that lung or anything else that might affect him because he's missed a couple of weeks, and that's a very serious injury. So it was good to hear that regarding Watt. Other injuries, Calvin Austin has a chance to come back. Same thing with Brandon Eccles with his groin injury, Sayamalo with his injury. James Pierre's missed a couple of weeks with the calf, and Malik Harrison had a bone bruise. So it is confirmed Darnell Washington is out for pretty much the season. And he had surgery on his broken arm. And I mean, unless they got to like the Super Bowl, there's probably no chance that Darnell Washington comes back. Mike Tomlin said that it really doesn't change much, though, with what they do offensively. I found that kind of fascinating. So you're telling me that not having Darnell, who has been a huge focal point in your offense, blocking in the passing game, it's not going to change much. At least that's what I took it. That's what I took away from what Tomlin said. I think that's kind of a bunch of BS. And we would have seen, already saw the impact with the offense. They weren't able to run it as well. They didn't try to run it as much without Darnell in there. We talk about how important Spencer Anderson is to the running game. How about Darnell Washington and how he's emerged? So now that he's not out there, it's going to be Pat Freiermuth, who Tom would like to say, oh, well, he can't really block 3-4 ends or 4-3 ends. And Jonnu Smith, who isn't a great blocker. This is what Mike Tomlin had to say. The full answer back and forth, multiple questions asked about TJ Watt.
With that, man, I'll pause and open up for questions.
Mike, I'm assuming since PJ practiced last week that he's been cleared at least to do that. What is the holdup now? Is it up to him or how he feels comfortable?
Again, he's coming off of a medical circumstance different than the injury circumstance, and so certainly he has a certain level of health, but we want to be, cautious about how we work him back into the fold, and certainly he's done appropriate things in that area as well. And as I mentioned last week, I'm sure you guys will be hearing from him sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm surprised that TJ Watt has not really fully addressed everything. It has not said what's happened and how I feel and do I think that I'm ready to go in prime football shape, or that this is an injury that I want to, I don't know if risk is the right word, but as he continues to heal and come back from, what is his level of nervousness with playing after everything that's happened to his lung?
Directly.
Mike, sorry. Given the circumstances of this game, would you consider using him situationally, or does he need to be back to be a full-time starter?
I'm open to utilizing him in any way that's appropriate relative to his availability.
And I think that's a good question from Jeff, where if you just have TJ Watt for, let's say, 50% of the snaps, and you limit his availability, kind of like what they've done with Alex Highsmith in the middle of the season when Watt was healthy, Herbig was playing very well. They would use Alex Highsmith a little bit less, where obviously now the last couple of weeks I've had to use him significantly with the injury to Watt. But the same is probably going to happen when they bring back Watt as like what they did with Highsmith. And those numbers from the last previous weeks before TJ Watt was hurt, Alex Highsmith was out week 11 and week 12, but when Watt played week 13, week 14, he was at 73% of the snaps, then 78. Highsmith the last 2 weeks, 88%, 91%. Jack Sawyer played 89% of the snaps in week 16 after Nick Herbig missed that game as well. So I would expect TJ Watt to play probably right around 50% of the snaps. And that's still good enough. You have that type of elite player. I know he hasn't played like it this year. That could still affect the game significantly like he typically does against the Ravens every time they play.
Does he need to practice fully multiple days this week to be able to go on Sunday?
Practice participation certainly would be more comforting in terms of making the decision, given he's coming back from a medical circumstance.
How would you describe his level of football shape?
I doubt that TJ is ever out of football shape or conditioning over the course of a 12-month calendar. I just know how he lives his life and how he prepares and how thoughtful he is in terms of what he puts in his body and how he trains. And so I don't imagine, that component of it being a major concern.
No, I don't really either. I would imagine that TJ Watt is still in as peak physical shape as he can be with everything that's going on with the recovery process. But the skinny of it is, if they get Watt back, even if it's just of a capacity of around 50% of the snaps, then it's a significant addition for the Steelers. Because we've seen how Watt has been able to contain Lamar, has been able to contain the Ravens' run game to an extent. Like, they ran for 200 on them this year. They ran for 299 on them last year. But again, I'd rather have TJ Watt out there than not. There's still questions about Nick Herbig in the running game. Highsmith has played very well. If you have Highsmith playing at a high level, across from Watt, limited capacity, plus Herbig back, it just helps you weather the storm of the Ravens' running game a little bit more. Texter, which quarterback do the Steelers have a better chance of beating on Sunday? Lamar Jackson or Snoop Huntley? I think, honestly, Snoop Huntley. And I know he went into Green Bay and basically just, with their running attack and Snoop Huntley playing efficiently, they kicked the behinds of the Packers. It was clear as day. But I don't think that it's a kind of a similar thing that I feel about like the Rudolph argument. Mason Rudolph in spurts and a couple of game stretches can make you feel good about the Steelers' offense, can provide a spark. Snoop Huntley, who's played against the Steelers before and has beaten the Steelers, I think, once before. I don't think it would be. Look, Lamar just brings a different element. Snoop Huntley, he's fine. He's a guy. Sure, he made the Pro Bowl that 1 year. Whoop-de-doo, good for him. Lamar brings, and I know he's been hurt this year and he's been banged up, still the ability to run. He's a better passer. He's a better passer in the pocket. He's a better passer outside the pocket. And there's more that you have to prepare for and get ready for when facing Lamar. More accurate passer, especially with the deep ball, which isn't great, but better than Snoop Huntley, than if you were playing Huntley. There's more factors to facing Lamar than there is to Huntley. I think it's clear that if you face Lamar, it's going to be more challenging, even though they've done very well against Lamar in the past. Can't forget about the 2 games last year where Lamar owned the Steelers a little bit. He fought back some of those demons. But then again this year, the one game they played, Pony took the shot at him, just a, kind of an average quarterback. He was overrated, I think is the word that Pony used. And Lamar said, say less. Lamar didn't say much in that game. So I do think Lamar, maybe a little bit more motivation and maybe something to prove after what's gone on this year, he would give the Ravens a better chance to win. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. Brian Batko will join us at the top of the hour. The time right now is 12:38. Brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More reaction to what Mike Tomlin had to say at his weekly presser, including what Mike Tomlin had to say about the run defense, the game plan, and also a brief, really a long pause that he took. It's brief in the sense of a conversation, but it's a long pause in the sense of a press conference that you don't really see often from Tomlin. What was that all about? That's next. Logan has a headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold in for Pump and Joe on a Tuesday afternoon on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your Fan Headlines. The AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Lakers bounced back from their Christmas Day blowout against the Rockets by beating Sacramento on Sunday night with a very, very good defensive effort, but I still think the Lakers are in big trouble this season. The underlying metrics are not great. LeBron doesn't look happy out on the court, and the Lakers are not one of the best teams in the West. Where I think this is headed, LeBron waiving his no-trade clause ahead of the trade deadline. I'm Nick Costos.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Think Verizon, America's best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Verizon has you covered with the most ways to save, with phone deals, streaming, and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Looking for extra cash this holiday season? Keystone Shooting Center wants to buy your used guns. Keystone offers competitive pricing on single firearms or entire collections. They are the fully licensed and legal way to sell your used or unwanted firearms. Stop by their store today for a no-obligation appraisal. They'll even travel to you for larger collections. Visit 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars or call 412-357-8000. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh's shooting destination.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from No. 1 Cochrane, because No. 1 Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, No. 1 Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all No. 1 Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. A quickdrain.com. A quick drain service. PA number 074216.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Happy holidays from Hellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Pomp and Joe Show, or the PM team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Does the outcome of this weekend's game affect how you view the totality of the season as a success or not?
The winner goes on.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's hear that again.
Does the outcome of this weekend's game affect how you view the totality of the season as a success or not?
The winner goes on.
So I see what Brooke Pryor meant by that question, and I think it's a good one, where because if you lose this game, the vibe and the sentiment around what this season was is a lot different than if you get to the playoffs and even lose a playoff game. Because even in previous seasons during this streak of 8 consecutive years, what could be going on 9 without a playoff win, if you go to the playoffs, because at this point, there were 2 separate options that you could have had. You could have either been a team that missed the playoffs but won like 6 games, 5 games, and had a good draft pick, okay, or go to the playoffs and have an actual chance to win a playoff game. And while I do think that they still have a chance to win a playoff game, my confidence level has just dropped after you lose to a 3-12 Cleveland team. And I understand that it's the Browns and they've always given you trouble and it's on the road and fine. That's not a good enough excuse for me. That's not strong enough. It's not like they had a high-flying offense. It's not like Jerry Jeudy's a all-pro wide receiver. It's not like Judkins played. They were down 2 running backs. Shadur Sanders is their quarterback. I mean, come on. And they had like 30 yards of offense in the second half. So, I don't care that it was the Browns. That's what takes my confidence level down. Like, I don't care how good or what circumstances I should say you want to throw out there, what excuses you want to throw out there. They lost to the Browns. They laid an egg. 28 points per game they were averaging the last 3 games. and they score 6 against that Cleveland Browns defense that gave up 31 to Tennessee. So, yes, the winner moves on, and the winner continues their season into the next season, and it will change the perspective a little bit. If they go into the playoffs and get boat raced by the Bills again, or they lose to Houston's strong defense, like you think Cleveland's defense was a problem, just wait until Houston comes here and Will Anderson and Derek Stingley has to go up against Aaron Rodgers. That could be an issue. So, I think with Tomlin understood the question. He just kind of threw it in a direction where it wasn't stating the obvious. Where if they miss the playoffs after having potentially 2 games where they could have rested starters, depending on what happened with the Baltimore-Green Bay game, where it didn't happen and they had to play them, you had the division firmly in your grasp. Joe Burrow misses most of the year. Lamar has been banged up all year. Cleveland is terrible. And you completely blow it. Yeah, the perception of the season, the perception of Mike Tomlin, it's going to linger far into the offseason. Because a lot of the rainbows and the butterflies and the sunshine that has been built up over the last 3 weeks, gone like that. So what is the game plan in this matchup against Baltimore, Mike?
You guys had 16 targets between Valdez-Scantling and Miller, only 5 for Fryman, 4 for Gainwell. Is there a game planning element that you guys can do to get more targets to the guys who've traditionally been your playmakers, or is that something you just trust Aaron Rodgers to handle?
You know, we certainly draw up enough schematics to spread the ball around. We believe all our eligibles are playmakers. There's a lot of variables that go into how the ball is distributed, and certainly schematic approach and matchups of the opposing teams are a component of that. And so what might have been a story last week or a challenge last week may or may not be a story or a challenge this week.
There are a lot of variables that go into who gets the football. Let me simplify it for you, Mike. Let me simplify this for you, Artie. Throw the ball to your best players. Throw the ball to your most proven players. And when I say proven, I mean with this team. Kenneth Gainwell, who is your offensive MVP, outside of maybe Aaron Rodgers. Pat Freiermuth, who is your most highly compensated tight end. One of the most highly compensated players on your entire offense. Why don't you throw it to him instead of MVS from the practice squad and Scotty Miller, your number 5 wide receiver that's on the field and on the team for special teams? But that is who Aaron Rodgers was singling out because those are the guys that he feels the most comfortable with. Why he's not built that rapport with Pat Freiermuth, I don't know. It seems like they have a good relationship. Jonnu Smith, it seems anywhere Arthur Smith goes, Jonnu Smith has to follow. Tennessee, Atlanta, Pittsburgh. 5 catches, 16 yards. Really? So how they've deployed some of these offensive pieces too. This was just kind of a run-of-the-mill Tomlin press conference. He didn't really answer too much. There wasn't anything all too flamboyant other than the fact that the winner goes home, and we're welcoming you to Championship Week.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
That's fun, right? Welcome to the AFC North Championship Week. Win and you're in. Let's put names around it, a hat and T-shirt type of game. But how much does it truly matter to Steelers fans? I wonder what the vibe is. And you can text in at 412-928-9370. You can also chime in on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, as we're past the 50-minute mark on the fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Because I feel like some Steelers fans are very conflicted after this. There's Steelers fans that still believe that maybe this is just a one-off, a burn-the-tape type of game. You go into it against Baltimore and can still win it. And I think they can. It's a true coin flip game in my mind. It is one where Baltimore, similar sentiment as the Steelers. The things that are different in the matchup is obviously roster construction. Baltimore, if they have Lamar, is a little bit compromised, makes it somewhat even with Rodgers, but still I would take Lamar Jackson over Aaron Rodgers, and I've been very critical of Lamar in his career. Coaching-wise, Tomlin over Harbaugh. I don't know who you take. Running game, give me Baltimore. Weapons, give me Baltimore. I don't even know who's going to play for the Steelers. Calvin Austin, who knows? Washington's out. Metcalf is out. Those are 3 of your top targets. Defense, I'd probably rather have the Steelers. So it's a real coin flip game in a lot of areas, in a lot of respects. But as Nick Farabaugh called it, it is the battle of mid. It is the battle of mid. Not the battle of midway. It is just mid. Just average. Two teams that are going to go to the playoffs, probably not win a playoff game. They'll have a chance because they have a good home field advantage, because they have a decent structure of their team, because they can somewhat run the ball if you're the Steelers, or they can run the ball if you're the Ravens and you just get out of your own way and decide to give it to Derrick Henry 30 times. So it's still possible, but there's also that faction of Steelers fans that probably want this to get ugly, that want the Steelers to lose this game, that want Baltimore to come in here and basically do what they did to the Steelers a year ago in Baltimore, where they ran for 299 and made it embarrassing for the Steelers. Because if it's in your own building and it's the final game of the regular season, Sunday Night Football, everyone's watching, that leaves a bad taste in your mouth to end the season. And it would leave a lot worse of a taste this year than it did last year, considering this collapse, and considering that there was actually more hope this season than there was last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, as this was the worst Steeler game in Cleveland since the year before that, and the year before that, and yeah, probably the year before that. The fan weather, it's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It is snowing out there. Be careful as you drive around, as temperatures are in the mid-teens, but the feels like temperature is a lot colder than that. Right now, 24, and it feels like 6 with snow expected for the next hour or so, and snow expected as it'll go into the start of the PM team as well. So everyone be careful. Austin Bechtel with you. Brian Backo will join the show next right here on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes Penguins puck drop is at 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling, or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway.
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HAPPY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help. Interior design help. And Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else, and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes come to town to face off against the Penguins at 7 p.m. The AFC North title is also on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. It's the first time in the 272-game all-time series between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More 937thefan.com.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you. Now, more Pomp and Joe Show. Absolutely. Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Car of the Week from the Baseball Car Castle in Cranberry tomorrow with Joe back in the saddle for tomorrow's show. Austin Bechtold from Behind the Glass into the big chair today. And for the guys, contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And we'll be able to say Happy New Year to the General. Happy New Year to Brian Batko. The Batconian Mongoose joins us now on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Hello, Brian. Do you think the Cleveland Browns are making their New Year's resolution to make Shedeur Sanders their franchise quarterback?
I don't think so.
No?
I think that was a pretty rocky second half for him yesterday. And even the touchdown pass that he did throw was basically a one guy blacking out and forgetting how to play safety and make a play on the ball in the air. So not really the greatest showing for Shedeur, although, kind of a signature win, his first AFC North start. He keeps the streak of beating the Steelers in Cleveland alive. But no, I think the Browns will have to do some soul searching this offseason. I think they'd be a team that would make sense to go get a veteran and have him, compete with Shedeur and I guess Dylan Gabriel to some extent. But maybe they just need to run it back with Joe Flacco for a third time.
The amount of wounded ducks made hunting season jealous, I think, Brian, that Shedeur threw up
Maybe they should go get Duck Hodges.
What veteran would the Browns go and get? Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson. Oh, Mason Rudolph, throw him in there with Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel.
And Myles Garrett. Could you imagine?
Myles Garrett playing quarterback?
Imagine that.
Playing both sides of the ball?
No, Mason Rudolph and Myles Garrett on the same team.
As teammates, yeah. No, I could never imagine that. I could never imagine that.
Okay.
So, Brian, what did you make of the game overall against Cleveland? Because there are multiple takeaways to take from it. For me, we built up this huge confidence that, hey, maybe this is finally different. Maybe this is a Steelers team that can go into the playoffs and can win a playoff game. Can maybe win 2 playoff games. It's a wide open AFC. I still don't think they can win a playoff game depending on the matchup. If it's Buffalo, I say no thanks. It looks like the Chargers are going to be the 7th seed. They're just conceding and not starting Justin Herbert, I guess just for the extra rest, and go play in New England or go play in Denver or however those chips fall. So it's either going to be, if they win on Sunday, the Chargers or Buffalo, or Buffalo or Houston, and I don't really feel good about any of those options.
No, it's hard to feel good with the way that they just played in Cleveland. And I say they, but I almost want to just keep it to the offense because, again, the defense's failing was basically one brain fart at the goal line. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, the Browns strung together some good plays. Like a Kevin Stefanski coach team is going to do that at times. They're going to scheme guys open and have a good starting script and a good first drive. They did that against the Bills as well the week before. They went right down and actually finished it in the end zone. The Steelers didn't even let them do that. Now, maybe they would have scored on that drive that Harold Fannin caught the touchdown anyway, but I sort of doubt it with the way that Shedeur played the rest of the day. So It's such a it's just a spotlight, a glaring blame game on the offense coming out of that one. And I just got the feeling, whether it was not having DK and having to operate for the first time like that this season for this group, or really being such a Miles Garrett centric game plan, or just going through the entire week last week not knowing if you would have to win this game or not, or if it would just be one that you can play it very conservative, close to the vest. I think some combination of those three things were baked into the offensive struggles. They trickled down from Mike Tomlin to Arthur Smith to Aaron Rodgers, and it made for the very putrid display in Cleveland. And the weather didn't help either. I don't want to make excuses, but I'll throw the weather in there too. That wasn't ideal.
Well, the weather wasn't bad in the second half, though.
True, but it was windy. It was still windy.
So you're saying that they might have taken the Browns lightly then offensively because they thought that they might just sit their guys.
Well, I think they might have taken the Browns lightly in a sense of, okay, we can have this very conservative game plan that'll not open Aaron Rodgers up to many hits. It certainly won't open Myles Garrett up to breaking the record and knocking our guy from NFL lore. And we can just kind of get out of this stadium with whether it's a 3-point win, 7-point win, 10-point win, like we'll string something together eventually. And the Browns came out fired up. I mean, from the very first play, Devin Bush forcing a fumble on Jaylen Warren. If that's not a bad omen, I don't know what is. So people asked me in my chat yesterday on the PG site, like, what do you make of this 4-game losing streak in Cleveland? Is there a through line? I don't know, because as much as I came into that game Sunday thinking, for as much, it's a gimme game to a lot of fans, but no, you lost to Dorian Thompson-Robinson in Cleveland, and yet that was with Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada. That cannot happen with Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers calling the shots now on offense, and yet it did anyway. And I say that to say maybe there is something to the Browns either intrinsically motivated to beat the Steelers at home, whether they get an earful of it from Kevin Stefanski, or it just sort of seeps into them from the fan base and being in that city that whole week. They always just seem to play inspired football when the Steelers go up there. That's no excuse, but
no,
that's just like one thing that I've seen having been at all 4 of those games.
Well, regarding the Myles Garrett thing, Brian, and a lot of people tried to point the finger saying that, including Myles Garrett, of course, no surprise there, saying that they were focused too much on Myles Garrett than actually winning the game. I would counter with that saying slowing down Myles Garrett, chipping Myles Garrett, which is what they've done to other edge rushers, and getting the ball out quickly, which they've done for a majority of this season, is something that is not just Myles Garrett centric. That's something that is in the Steelers' identity. Maybe they did it a slightly bit more, but I don't think that they lost that game because of them just being so scared to death of Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I think two things can be true here. I think philosophically and schematically, it was pretty similar to their initial game plan against the Browns, and to your point, limits similar to their game plans most weeks, because they have a 42-year-old quarterback who can make quick decisions, and you don't want him trying to really evade sacks and putting himself in harm's way that way. But I think it can also be true that just sitting there watching it from the press box, felt like every time Myles Garrett, got within a 10-foot pole of Aaron Rodgers, he was flipping that thing out to Kenneth Gainwell or Connor Hayward, sometimes losing yards. I mean, that first matchup with the Browns, one of his signature plays in that one was running around in the pocket, scrambling, extending a play, running away from Myles Garrett, and eventually flicking it out to, I think it was Gainwell, who made a great catch on sort of just a broken play that they turned into some yardage. I don't know that he makes that same decision to try to avoid Garrett with consciously or subconsciously, however they were approaching that game Sunday. And Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, if you want to take them at their word, they said, I think it was at the end of the first quarter as they went to break, Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be in that picture on Myles Garrett's wall. He told us that very clearly. So I think there's something to be said for, it's kind of similar to the discussion we always have about, oh, the Steelers are avoiding the middle of the field. Well, okay, yeah, you don't want to turn the ball over. That helps you win games, but sometimes that also limits the ceiling of your offense when you're playing things so conservative you don't let some of the big play potential develop.
Oh, you missed Nance and Romo, mostly just Romo, just salivating over Myles Garrett at every opportunity that he had to try to get a sack. Oh, it was.
I listened to
was
it.
annoying.
I usually have the broadcast up in my headphones while I'm at the game, and also seeing Tony Romo in person in the press box. I don't dislike him now. I think a lot of people feel like he's become a bit of a parody of himself of when he first started. I would say this. It's now like he's Paul Rudd playing Tony Romo when he calls these games.
One thing that I wondered about the tush push that the one that they didn't run on that 4th and 1 go ball to Scotty Miller. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Brian. Darnell Washington was hurt before that play, right? Not like the play before, but he was injured when they lined up in that formation. He was not out there on the field.
I believe so, yeah. He went down with that forearm injury pretty early on.
Is it fair to say that the Steelers did not run the tush push in that situation where I think that they damn well should have, because Darnell Washington was not there to push Connor Hayward forward, and that the point of emphasis on that tush push is actually Washington, not Hayward, and it screwed up the entire formation?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, because while you could come back with, well, how hard is it to just put somebody else back there and tell them to do the same thing? I think the margin for error on that play we've seen at times this season can be slim. We've seen them not get it once or twice, or at least have some close calls. So Arthur Smith might have just figured, hey, the quick decision that I have to make here, do we risk doing it without, like you said, kind of the engine of the play behind there, or do we just trust Aaron Rodgers he's going to find somebody open on this play? And I know a lot of people have dissected it. The film watchers, the ball knowers have gone over the all 22. It did look like Adam Thielen broke open pretty quickly on that 4th and 1, but for whatever reason, pre-snap, Aaron Rodgers said, I don't know if it was like to prove a point, like, hey, yeah, we don't have DK, but watch what Scotty Miller's about to do.
Or MVS. Look what MVS can do on 3 consecutive plays. Brian, that irritated me so much. Like, why did he keep going? Why did he keep going back to MVS? 3 consecutive plays. They were miscommunication twice, and then a fade ball to that guy? I mean, seriously? That just, I have no words for him.
His whole logic after the game, and I'm sure if we bring it up again tomorrow, it'll stay consistent, is that, yeah, one-on-one coverage, like, I trust my guy, and yet that doesn't always make a lot of sense. And I get, same as with play callers, when quarterbacks throw to a certain target, if it doesn't work out, oh, that was stupid, you shouldn't have thrown to him. If it does work out, great job, Aaron. Hindsight's 20/20, but it's not hindsight to say, it's not second guessing to say, MVS and Scotty Miller is not the same as throwing to DK Metcalf. Now, I know he's not the best in contested catches, and he's certainly not George Pickens. That's a whole other can of worms. But it just felt like, at least on the Miller throw, it's, hey, yeah, we don't have our stud, but we trust the other guys to step up. I'm going to him, and he's going to make the play for me because he always does. Well, the throw, I think, was off, and, Miller doesn't have the same catch radius, clearly, as DK, who may or may not have come down with it. But, yeah, I don't blame fans for being frustrated about that one.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Joined by Brian Bacco of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. If somebody asked Mike Tomlin, why is Pat Freiermuth just never involved in this offense, what do you think he would say? Would he just say the same exact thing, like, oh, we have a lot of eligibles that are out there? Well, now, no, you don't, because Calvin Austin's hurt, DK's not playing, and Darnell Washington is out. Brian, they might ask you and I to come up from the practice squad.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. He kind of was asked about Freiermuth today, right? You were probably listening more intently than I was, Limits. And didn't he say something about we have man game play? We face man coverages, we face zone coverages, so the game plan kind of changes week to week. And that aligns with what he said earlier this season about, hey, even front teams, that's more of a Darnell Washington game. But I still maintain, I think what I said back then in whatever that was, week 6 or 7, that Pat Freiermuth is a good enough player. He doesn't need to be game plan specific. This isn't Michael Pruitt where you're like, yeah, we want to line you up in line to block opposing defensive ends because you're a bigger, sturdier guy and you're better, paving the way for the ground game or protecting the quarterback. Pat Freiermuth is a top 10 paid tight end. Yes, he's a better pass catcher than he is a blocker. We know that, but there's a lot of players like that. You can use them in all circumstances. And to your point, when you are missing your number one guy by a mile, you need to go players over plays sometimes. And I think that's just one key personnel decision that has confused me all season with Arthur Smith and the way this offense is operating.
So what changed? What changed from a year ago? He caught 65 balls in Arthur Smith's offense in year one. He's going to have he has half of that right now. 38 catches on 49 targets. He was targeted 78 times last year. I don't understand what the difference is. Sure, Darnell has emerged when they brought Jonnu in, but it's not like Jonnu Smith is catching the ball every other time. I don't get it.
That's what I was going to say. But he's on the field a lot. He's on the field a lot more than the second or third de facto tight end was last season. Kenny Gainwell is soaking up targets from Aaron Rodgers. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the times it's the play count too. It's everything with Pat Freiermuth, in my opinion. It's play count. It's utilization as far as where you're actually putting him in the formation. It's where he is in the progression for the quarterback. And at times, as we saw on that final sequence, those last 3 plays, there was at least one where I thought Freiermuth had a defender boxed out in the end zone. Why wouldn't you try to thread it in there instead of whatever the heck that was to Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the corner of the end zone?
Outside of this past week when Washington was hurt, Pat Freiermuth had played 50 or fewer percent of the snaps, 7 of the last 8 games. 7 of the last 8 games. Yeah. It's just, why even give him that contract extension then if you're just not going to use him?
I think there was a vision for this offense that incorporated Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith a lot. And, I think they did that early on, but it wasn't always having success as you think back to, 5 losses in 7 games stretch. And that's why they sort of pivoted and went to more of an 11 personnel based look with MVS and Adam Thielen coming in here. So yeah, I mean, we might never get the answer to it, but I'm sure we'll do our digging. I sort of wonder, is this one area? Generally, I think Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers get along great and their relationship is fine, but is this one area where the quarterback is preferring, whether it's certain players or certain personnel groupings or certain formations, to what Arthur Smith had in mind for this offense? And nobody was really worried about it the last few weeks because it was working by and large. But when Aaron Rodgers short circuits like he did at Huntington Bank Field, it becomes more of a looming question.
What did you think of this interaction at the press conference?
Does the outcome of this weekend's game affect how you view the totality of the season as a success or not?
The winner goes on.
It's all about the AFC North Championship week, Brian. I think what Brooke was trying to get at there is, look, you had a chance to win it last week, and you lost. And if you lose this week and you completely blow it again, and you ultimately go, 9-8? How do you look at that season compared to if you go to the playoffs and then you still get blown out in a playoff game, or if you lose a playoff game? How does it change the trajectory of what happens moving forward, I think is probably the way that was interpreted, at least for me.
Well, he certainly didn't put much pressure on himself or the team with the way that he answered that.
Long pause, though. Long pause.
Lengthy pause. I guess he was maybe turning that question over in his head and perhaps considering some of the storylines that you just referenced there, limits. But hey, I mean, the Steelers say that the Super Bowl is their goal every year, and there's other goals along the way. Winning a playoff game. Art Rooney II is on record as saying it's getting impatient and that they need to start having more postseason success again. And then before that, they always prioritize winning the AFC North. And I would think even on a rung slightly lower than that is you need to get in the big dance. And I mean, Mike didn't really pinpoint any of those as objectives for the 2025 team, but he was, I thought, somewhat inscrutable today with some of his responses. And I don't know. I mean, it was certainly not a hellfire and brimstone presser or anything like that, which extremely rare for him. But I also didn't really get the vibe reading between the lines of he's got, a ton of confidence going into this one. So that is like the only, I guess, interpretation I would have of that answer.
Is the DK Metcalf situation what is ultimately going to do the Steelers in this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can make that case. It's always more nuanced than that. I don't want to paint with a broad brush, to use a Tomlinism. But
painting on a broad brush of the fan's chest or maybe his hair, painting on a very blue broad brush.
I don't.
How about the press conference, Brian? You wore a backwards hat to the press conference.
I hope I just never see another image of that guy. Enough of that. But that's why I wrote about that after that game. That was my story the next day was if you were to come up with a script of how the DK fan incident could blow up this season, this was basically it. The Ravens win in Green Bay. The Steelers lose to the Browns with several plays that would have made a lot more sense going in to have DK Metcalf either on the field attracting attention, which is what a lot of his teammates said in that post-game locker room. Hey, having DK, take up two guys on the backside and free up other people, that's huge. And you lose that game scoring 6 points, not scoring a touchdown as your leading wide receiver had 21 yards or something along those lines. And then you have to beat Baltimore the following week, a team that he had a Steelers high in receiving against the first time around. This is essentially the worst case scenario for how that exchange could play out and even go all the way back to the NFL upholding the 2-game suspension. Even if it would have gotten reduced to 1, DK would have gotten, he would have had some wiggle room here in terms of the blame game. Now, it does threaten to derail this entire season in part because he, let a personal agenda, vendetta, pride, whatever you want to call it, or if he is, to be believed through intermediary sources, heinous language from the fan, that he let that rattle him to that extent.
What would you put the percentage chances at that this is actually the final game that Mike Tomlin coaches if they lose?
Oh, man, I feel like you've asked me this before, Limits.
We're getting down to the finish line.
What's that?
We're getting to the finish line. We're getting closer, Brian. We're on the 25th of the 26 and 0.2 miles of the marathon.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those questions that no matter what I say, you're gonna react viscerally. I'm gonna go with 23%. Slightly less.
That's actually higher than I thought.
Really?
So 23% that he doesn't come back.
Yeah, because I just look at it this way, and I said this in my chat a lot too. If people want to pull that up from the PG site, I don't think the Steelers would ever fire him outright. I don't. That's not in their DNA. I don't think Art Rooney II would ever do that to someone that he's got 19 years invested in that level of personal and professional respect.
But Schefter did say, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, that there's a possibility even, as small as it might be, that he could go and do TV.
Well, that's what I was getting to is, while that would never happen, 19 years is a long time to do anything. I would imagine that once you get to this point, even once you get to 15 and your franchise quarterback retires and you're really starting fresh, he probably considers on some level every offseason, all right, do I want to do another year or do I want to just call it and figure I've accomplished what I'm going to accomplish here and, let's just move on to something new or not do anything and take myself out of the stress of coaching football for a year. Granted, if there's anyone out there who doesn't get stressed doing this job, it might be him. But yeah, I think there's just always a chance that if this thing goes wrong Sunday, imagine the negativity that he's going to have to absorb for this 2-game collapse down the stretch. And maybe he will just decide enough is enough. And there will be a Tomlin resigns, mutual parting of ways. It something like that would, it wouldn't shock me because it just never shocks me when you're almost 2 decades on the job.
Will Derrick Henry run for 85 yards, 125 yards, 225 yards, or 299 yards in this game?
299 yards, I think, Limits. No,
he does
I don't
it again?
know. I mean, I thought it was a little bit worrisome that I think it might have even been in his opening statement today that, yeah, we've played them recently. There are going to be wrinkles, I'm sure, on both sides, but wrinkles aren't going to determine this game. It'll be playmaking and execution. Yeah, I get that. And that does tend to be the way it goes in Steelers-Ravens, whether it's Lamar Jackson missing Mark Andrews on a 2-point conversion or Kenny Pickett hitting whoever it was in the back of the end zone, Najee, I think, down at M&T Bank Stadium. There are those kind of winning plays like that either get made or they don't, and it's a razor's edge. Even if Josh Allen just puts that throw a little bit more on the dude in the back of the end zone the other day in Buffalo, they beat the Eagles. So I get what Mike's saying, but I also don't love hearing from the head coach that, yeah, this probably isn't going to come down to a coaching adjustment or a schematic change, or as he put it, a wrinkle. So that makes me a little bit worried that deep down there's no answers for tackling the big runner, as he kept calling Mr. Henry. I think Derrick Henry will have another good game, but you're only going against the grain. It's the exception to the rule if you say he's not going to have a good game.
Finally, I'm going to the game on Sunday, as I'm sure many people are. I think Donnie will be there. You'll be there covering it. What should we expect the vibe to be on Sunday Night Football? Usually I love going to primetime games. I know there are a lot of Steeler fans that aren't in that same boat, but I really like night games. They're fun as a fan to be able to go and enjoy. As long as it's not like 10 degrees and I'm freezing, then I love them. What do you think it's going to be like? Because at the start of the game and also at the end of the game, because if things don't go well, I think it could get very intense.
I think it'll be a raucous atmosphere, and I think it should be. I mean, I don't want to tell any fan how to fan, but despite all the negativity and all the, I guess, the roller coaster ride that this season has been, where things have looked really bleak at times, and then you've kind of talked yourself back into it at times, I'm sure, if you're a long-standing member of Steeler Nation. Even if you go into this game with a sense of dread, can't you just compartmentalize, set that to the side, and say, this is the whole reason why they play the games, is to face the Ravens in a win and in situation in Week 18. And, then if you do find a way to win it, then you're in the dance. And I think the whole point of being a fan is, you trick yourself into thinking they can make a run if possible. You start squinting and coming up with scenarios where they can make a run and bring more joy to your Steelers fandom that hasn't been there in years past. So that is my, I guess, elevator pitch for why I think it'll be a good environment. It'll be a buzzworthy environment. I don't know how it'll be in the waning moments, but I think at least up front, the place will be pretty amped up.
Well, I hope you're right. Some joy in January. We'll find out. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Limits. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. That's Brian Bacco.
Talk to you next year.
Of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Yes, next year. It'll be a long day away.
See you, buddy.
I guess 30-some hours away. I'm not very good at time or math or anything that involves anything not broadcasting. Brian Bacco is on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Logan, do you feel the same way? Like, I feel like I'm not that good at science or math or,
I am
being able to tell you.
Bad at anything unrelated to communications and broadcasting.
Because, like, the new year is in, of course, 24 hours, which is all day tomorrow. Plus, it's 1:30 right now. So that's like, what, another 10 and a half hours? So we're talking around 34 hours from the new year.
I don't expect us to make any big changes personality-wise in that time. There's a lot of words you could use to describe us. I don't know if pretty inept at other things would be a description of those.
Inept. Also, Penguins made a trade yesterday. Yegor Chinakhov comes over from the Columbus Blue Jackets. Penguins give up Danton Heinen, who has been up and down, back and forth with the Pens. They also give up a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 third-rounder. So a pretty substantial deal there in terms of what the Penguins ultimately gave up. Chinakhov is young, 24 years old. He's actually just a month older than me. 3 goals, 3 assists, 6 points this year. He's a -6 in 29 games for Columbus. 5 years in the NHL last year, 7 goals, 8 assists. His best year was during 23-24 as a 22-year-old, 53 games, 16 goals, 13 assists, 29 points, former first-round pick. To me, seems like a pretty hefty price to give up. Yeah, he's still young, but he really hasn't been that productive. Maybe with more of an opportunity and playing on either Crosby or Malkin's line, it could be able to spark him because, there's not a ton of talent in Columbus. But there's another fascinating young winger that the Penguins add, and they still have plenty of draft picks despite trading away a second and a third. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation as we round third and head home and turn it over to the PM team soon. Could Mike Tomlin actually leave for TV? What did Adam Schefter have to say about that? And also a trip inside the locker room as we get ready for the Ravens. Austin Bechtold with you in for Pump and Joe on a Tuesday afternoon.
Now, fan headlines powered Report by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Carolina Hurricanes, Pittsburgh Penguins. Puck drop tonight is at 7 p.m. And the AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. Following the loss to Cleveland, A-Rod said he didn't have a good game. The quarterback was 21 for 39 for 168 yards with no touchdowns. A-Rod could not orchestrate a late comeback for his team. Pittsburgh had multiple chances in the fourth quarter. A-Rod drove the ball to the 7-yard line with a half-minute remaining, but tossed 3 straight incompletions to derail the comeback. A-Rod said he has full confidence the team will win this week at home versus Baltimore, citing they handle adversity well. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycled. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman announced he will be staying at the school in 2026 and beyond, which means he will not be jumping to the NFL. A number of NFL teams reportedly had interest, and I think those teams all dodged a bullet. Freeman's done a nice job at Notre Dame, a CEO-type head coach. For me, would have been way too big of a gamble for NFL teams to make. He belongs at Notre Dame. I'm Nick Costos.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshore.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 27.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Very unfortunate news that I don't want to say is expected, but I don't think it's necessarily surprising, is that the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame finalists have come out, and Hines Ward is not a part of it. And we've gotten to the point now with Hines Ward where he just seems like he's stuck in this purgatory of being a semifinalist, but never being able to break through as a finalist, or, of course, especially being in that category to make the Hall of Fame. And Larry Fitzgerald is one of the finalists at wide receiver. He was better than Hines Ward. He should get in. Pitt's finest. He'll end up being the next Hall of Famer representing Pitt, and then Aaron Donald will follow. But also Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne are finalists at the position. I think Hines Ward was a better receiver than Torrey Holt. Hines Ward is arguably a better receiver than Reggie Wayne. But Hines won 2 Super Bowls, was the Super Bowl MVP. That should be factored in, I think, significantly. Was a four-time Pro Bowler. 1,000 career receptions, 12,000 yards, 85 total touchdowns as well. He had a span of 6 years with 1,000 yards, 4 in a row from 21, 22, from 01, 02, 03, 04. Those were all the years that he made the Pro Bowl. Had 112 catches in 2002. It's a huge part of the 05 team, nearly 1,000 yards. The 08 team had 1,000 yards, 81 catches, 7 touchdowns, and again, finished with the 85 in his career. But it was also the things that don't pop up on the stat sheet that made Hines Ward so good. His blocking, his leadership, which, we poo-poo leadership as we talk about it too much. What's the value of true leadership? Sure. But Hines was definitely one of those guys. On a team with Jerome in 05, on a team that winning Super Bowl MVP, with a young Ben Roethlisberger and being a security blanket and a safety net for him. Former third-round pick that I think, frankly, is worthy of being a Hall of Famer and should have been in already. But I really wonder if he ever will get in. Reggie Wayne was an All-Pro once, won Super Bowl, did have 70 more additional catches. Hines Ward had more yards, or Reggie Wayne did have more yards, I should say. Reggie Wayne, fewer touchdowns. But I do think that you have to take into consideration the types of offenses that they played in too. Reggie Wayne with Indianapolis, playing with Peyton Manning, and then eventually Andrew Luck, that was a run and shoot type of offense, slinging around the yard type of team. So you could sell me on Reggie Wayne being better than Hines Ward, having a better candidacy for Hines Ward. You can't sell me on Torrey Holt. He had 80 fewer receptions. He had 11 fewer touchdowns. Yardage-wise, Hines Ward, 1,200. Torrey Holt, 1,330. But he played 11 years and put up those numbers. Hines Ward, again, better blocker, the leadership component. I just cannot be convinced from the eye test as well that Torrey Holt was a better player than Hines Ward. I don't see it. And I know he put up huge numbers playing for the greatest show on turf. Again, another offense. And Hines Ward is kind of victim to that because he played in an offense in Pittsburgh that threw the ball around a little bit, but it was Willie Parker. It was Jerome. It was run the football. It was offensive line that wasn't very good in 08, but could move people. Play action. With the Rams, with Kurt Warner, with those teams in St. Louis, Torrey Holt was consistently getting the ball 100 times a year. Targets-wise were insane. He led the league in targets in 03 and 06 with 183 and 179. So those need to be factored into the argument. Of course, it seems like they never are. And you just look at stats and you look at numbers and stuff like that. But I do think that Hines Ward should be in. Definitely do. But he shouldn't be in over Larry Fitzgerald. He probably shouldn't be in over Reggie Wayne. There's an argument with Torrey Holt. I think he wins that argument with Torrey Holt that he should be in. But again, the numbers to a lot of the voters matter. And Hines Ward also wasn't as flamboyant as a personality nationally as I think Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne, and Larry Fitz is just Larry Fitz. And that's why he was held out. Surprising news with the Cowboys releasing Trayvon Diggs per Todd Archer down in Dallas. Diggs, they signed him to a huge contract extension in 2023, $97 million over 5 years. He's played 21 games since that, 2 and 23, 11 and 24, 8 and 25. No, the Steelers should not consider picking him up. Joey Porter Jr. has played well, and Asante Samuel has also played pretty solid. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. very kindly. And fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Be careful out there. It looks like the snow has subsided, at least looking out the window here in Green Tree, but it is cold out there. 25 degrees, but it feels like 6, and there's a chance for the snow to be able to pick back up again in about 15 to 20 minutes. Austin Bechtold signing off. Thanks to Nick Farabaugh for joining the show and to Brian Batko as well. We broke down the Mike Tomlin press conference on Tomlin Tuesday as the Steelers prepare for the Baltimore Ravens. Winner take all, and as Mike Tomlin dubbed it, welcome.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
And it's at home at Acrisure Stadium. Should be fascinating. Thanks to Logan Arblaster for producing Behind the Glass. Austin Bechtold saying, see you on New Year's Day. I will be hosting the evening show. Joe Starkey back tomorrow. PM Team is up next on the Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins are back on the ice at PPG Paints Arena. It's the Carolina Hurricanes, and Penguins puck drop is at 7 p.m. The AFC North title is on the line on Sunday Night Football. The Steelers host the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium, and it's the first time in 272 games between the rivals that the regular season finale will decide the division winner. Kickoff on Sunday night is at 8:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 93.7thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Oregon and Texas Tech will do battle in the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day in Miami. A noon Eastern kick, which is criminal to Oregon fans on the West Coast. Dan Lanning's Ducks are 2.5-point favorites right now, but I'm riding with the Red Raiders. Throw out your Big 12 bias. This defense is elite. Jacob Rodriguez and David Bailey can wreck this game and stop that Oregon rush attack. I'd love this number to get to 3, but guns up. I'm taking the Red Raiders either way. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, a brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 27.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $100 $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right.
It's a Tomlin Tuesday, and he just talked about the Steelers' injuries a couple hours ago on The Fan. A level of optimism when it comes to T.J. Watt returning and playing. Darnell Washington ruled out because of his broken arm. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it. You know, when a game is going like that, usually you look for a splash play or two, maybe from defense or special teams to kickstart you and give you a leg up. And although our defense and special teams were solid, we missed out on those game-changing or momentum-changing plays. I thought we had one 2 minutes or so before the halftime. Herbig had his hands on the ball in our left flat, and he certainly had an opportunity to run it back in 2 minutes. We were able to negotiate the ball down the field in a 2-minute drive and kick a field goal before halftime, and certainly we gave ourselves a chance to win, going 60-so yards in the waning moments of the game to have second and goal from the 7 and have 3 shots to do it. And so I appreciate that component of it.
All right, we are live today, and we're all here except, well, we're not. 2/3 of us are here. That's better than most shows this time of year. People are taking the holiday season off. I get that. I and Malsey could not help ourselves to come in and talk today because I guess it's possible. I wouldn't say there's a high percentage chance, but there's at least, according to Adam Schefter, some chance that we just heard the last Tomlin Tuesday ever. Right? They lose to Baltimore. Schefter's telling of the potential story. He goes into Art Rooney's office and says, I'm done with this, and then goes and works for Fox or another team next year.
I'll tell you what, given all of his statements to the contrary about how he loves being the coach to the Steelers, Pony, if that were to actually happen, we would change his name officially. You ready?
Yeah.
He would cease to be mediocre, Mike. He would, at that point, after a decision like that, become Mercurial, Mike.
Are you hoping this is the last Tomlin Tuesday ever? 412-928-9370. I'll throw that out there to our listeners. Are you hoping that we just heard him do his Tuesday 30-minute routine of break down the previous game, go through the injuries, preview the following opponent like they're the 78 Steelers or the 85 Bears, and then get asked that requisite first question by Dulac?
Which is always, it's almost always like something kind of in the weeds that is not like the hot topic.
Get snooty with Brooke Pryor once or twice at press conference. Have the Steelers PR czar 25 minutes in say, anything else?
Have you ever heard that from Burt Loughton so many times that you've ever had like just a random dream that's work related and you hear his voice go, anything else?
No, but
you just wake up and start.
I should incorporate anything else into my own verbiage here.
I think when Stella starts like asking you
anything
for like,
else?
Yeah, Stella starts saying, Daddy, I want this, Daddy, I want that. You hit her with anything else? 2 more.
I mean, I am hoping it's the last one. I'll come out and say it. I was happy and pleased and appreciative of the 3-game winning streak and the Steelers getting back into it and looking like they might be different and the AFC stinks and they can win a playoff game and this Aaron Rodgers thing was a good idea. The draft stinks, so it's not like they're missing out on good quarterbacks, all that.
Okay.
But I'm pretty much back where I was at the start of the year. I don't think they're ever going to win anything significant again as long as Mike Tomlin is the head coach. And everything else gets swapped out. The only 2 things that don't change are the owner and the head coach. And the owner's not going to sell the team tomorrow, or he's not going to retire. He's not going to take some kind of owner emeritus status with the team. He's going to continue to run it. So the next best thing is moving on from the head coach and no longer accepting the mediocre results of the last 9 years. There are only, in the last, I think, 30 years, 2 coaches who got more of a leash or grace from their teams than Tomlin in terms of time spent with one team without winning a playoff game.
Marvin Lewis.
One is an easy one, Marvin Lewis, and the other is...
Was it Landry?
Playoffs!
Oh, no, it was Morrow. Wow.
Jim Morrow with the Saints got 11 years.
That's right. I forgot about that one. We're just trying to win a game.
Yeah. Like, that's the company you're keeping. You want to be compared to the Saints and Bengals as far as being loyal to a coach but not really seeing any dividends, any payoff, anything? I mean, it would actually give me such a, like, refreshing, reassuring perspective on Art if this were to be the end of it. Because I agree with Schefter in that I think Tomlin would have to initiate it. But if Art's answer was, okay, versus, oh, no, please, Mike, don't leave, and he's clinging onto his coattails or the bottom of his pants as he tries to...
Like, Tomlin's, like, shaking him off. As
Yeah.
He's got his one leg already out the door, and he's just trying to shake him off like a tackler.
We were there. The more I've thought about what we watched on Sunday and processed it, I really do think it's his biggest Tomlin game of all time. There have been seasons where they've lost to bad teams, and they've rallied to make the playoffs, and it's not a footnote, but it doesn't look as bad when you either win a playoff game or still end up accomplishing something in the season.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns are going to be a 4-win football team.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 other times in his career has Mike lost to that bad of a team in a year where they missed the playoffs. Because remember, they rallied the year that they lost to the Patriots
and the Cardinals. That was the Mason Rudolph year.
So the other 3 games are 2018 against the Raiders. That's the X-ray game. I was there for that in Oakland.
That one is still...
I was there for that.
Can I just briefly say, that one has the funniest slapstick element, right?
2012, Terrell Pryor goes for 93 yards. Raiders again.
We love Ryan Clark here.
Another 4-win team.
We've had Ryan on many times. Ryan is still chasing what he thought was a handoff there.
And actually, in the Unleash Hell gambit, that whole run, their worst loss, and this never comes up, I had to double-check this, they lost to a Todd Haley Chiefs team that went 4-12 that year. Then got hurt and missed a little bit of that game. Batch went in.
I remember that.
They lost to that team. They were an 11.5-point favorite on the road before the Chiefs became the Chiefs.
Once
in
again,
09.
that's Coach Todd.
That was also the year after they won the Super Bowl. So I think you
like,
get a little bit of a mulligan or a little bit of a free pass, I should say, right after you put the Lombardi over your head and the confetti rains down.
Any criticism is leavened by you did just literally hoist the trophy.
Could have won the division on Sunday and they lost to, I won't even call them little brother.
It was like little brother trying to take a dive.
Yeah.
It was like fighting the Brooklyn Brawler in pro wrestling, and like the Brooklyn Brawler just lays down in the center of the ring, and you trip over him and get
Little brother
pinned.
didn't show up thinking, like, all my life I've waited for this day to finally beat you and say I'm better than you.
Little brother just said, actually, can you just make it quick and knock me out, and we'll both go on about our business. And for him to have the audacity to say, like, welcome to AFC North Championship Week, Mike, I would much rather have done welcome to week that sets up for the playoffs because you're already in and I'm taking Friday off instead of working because now it's a huge
instead it felt like welcome
show.
to hell is what it feels like right now.
To your opening question here, I am going to try to say this without as much, like, I think anger and malice as almost there is when people talk about Mike's future. When I say I'm hoping it's his last Tomlin presser, his last game, I say it in this context. I would hope that it heralds changes that go beyond him, that do impact the owner, where the owner maybe snaps to. And the main reason I want to see all that is because, and I think I've delivered this lament before on our show. I think you're probably already anticipating where I'm going to go with this, but it kind of is the whole story here, is that you say a lot of the same things when you talk about Mike Tomlin's Steelers over the last 8 to 10 years.
He has said a lot of the same things on Tuesdays at noon, Chris.
Did he bust out a new one today with, well, we'll get to that on the Tomlinism maybe if you had the same mindset I did on it. It has the sameness of this team in how their seasons both look and end and how they get there, like what they actually look like on the field in many respects, i.e. too conservative, offensively pretty inept. I would say even going back to like pre-arm injury, Ben, was the last time they looked dynamic regularly, where he was still slinging it around and they had most of a full cast of characters there. But just like from 2019 on, the way it's looked has become such a bummer to watch. Like, I love football. You love football. Anybody listening to the show probably loves football. They have played a shockingly high percentage of games for such a glamour franchise that I think are just by and large hard to watch from an aesthetic standpoint. I would just love to feel like they are going to turn the page on something new. He's going to be done. Art's going to take a step back because there's nothing tethering him now to the way it always is, and say, maybe I should do things differently. Maybe my son should get more involved. I'd love it for all those reasons, because it would at least be like a small glimmer of hope that they're going to change the way they do things, because the way they have been doing things has become not only unproductive on the field in terms of the results it generates, but it's pretty uninspiring to watch. And so that's why I hope it's the end, because I think it's like a relationship that ran out of steam years ago.
And you just stayed in it because everybody was comfortable.
You stayed in it because the kids needed to get to college or graduate college. Everyone doesn't want to put themselves out there again, and am I going to start dating or something like that? That's what it feels like. It feels like a relationship that should have ended in divorce years prior, and everybody involved is just kind of perpetuating the farce that it's still a happy marriage.
Do you think we're here until 6 today? 412-928-9370. If I offered up the Faustian bargain that the
Jerry Faustian bargain?
That the Steelers would lose on Sunday, but the reward to losing is 100% Tomlin isn't back here in 2026. You think Steelers fans make that deal?
I think if you put that poll question out there in those words and you put your yes, no out there, would you make that deal? I would say yes is getting 80+%. 8 out of every 10 people responding.
So you lose to the Ravens, you miss out on the playoffs.
But the head coach who has been synonymous with the franchise for essentially 2 decades.
And he's gone.
He's gone. Even when you would have to factor in that the owner might still be the same, kind of averse to change. I don't fire coordinators, basically. I wait for contracts to run out. So even if all of Art's negatives stay the same, but he has to go find a new head coach,
yeah,
I think 8 out of every 10 people would take that bargain. I would.
412-928-9370. Bob says here that if Tomlin left on his own accord and Art couldn't stop him, Art would just try to keep the train on the tracks, and he would promote Arthur Smith to head coach.
Ooh, that's a good question, what he would do.
He'd interview him.
He definitely would interview him.
But I think it would be such a breach from what his family has done.
To just, promote the next guy.
Yeah, I don't think he could bring himself to do it.
Cowher was on the radar maybe, but Cowher was still a guy who... bit of a projection. Noel was a bit of a projection.
Oh, my God, they all were. They're all coordinators. They weren't head coaches.
I guess my point is, though, that they've taken a stab and really gone 3 for 3. I know Mike's tenure has soured on the vine here, but they've won Super Bowls with all these guys. I'll say this about, the idea that Mike would be gone. I think it is orders of magnitude, or it would be orders of magnitude more heartening about the long-term direction of the franchise if it was Art who woke up in the morning after a bad loss, let's say. Say they're not competitive and they lose something like 31-10.
What if it looks like the playoff game last year?
31-10. They're just not in the game, right?
Yep.
They just get run over.
Mm-hmm.
If Art woke up on Monday morning and basically said to himself, well, frick this, or did his version of cussing and was just...
Frick this?
I was kind of a Jermichael Finley hybrid. Don't we know that Art hates cussing?
Park?
Yeah. Dang it. If Art woke up ticked Monday morning and said, Mike, I think we've reached a terminal point in this relationship, I feel much better about the future just because it would be the guy deciding it. If Mike were to say, hey, Art, man, I think we've all had enough here. I've had enough. I think it's time to turn the page. I owe it to this fan base. You owe it to this franchise, whatever. But it was Mike driving the bus on this decision, I would feel less good about it. I would, in a way, respect Tomlin for walking away from a lot of money and admitting that it just had soured. I would be very troubled by the fact that the owner would need to be told that by the guy walking away from the job.
Here's Steve on the fan. Hello, Steve.
How you doing today?
Hey, man.
I truly don't understand where you guys are going with this. I don't know what you have watched over the last few weeks, but you should realize when Tomlin is backed against the wall, what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you they are going to win.
Yep.
And they're going to get hot in the playoffs.
No, they're not.
You watch. You watch.
Steve, did you watch the game Sunday?
It was a bad loss. Did you watch the Bills almost lose to Cleveland 2 weeks ago? Are they horrible?
Keyword, almost. Also, what did the Bills do in this building to the Steelers this year?
That doesn't matter. What did we
Why
do
doesn't it matter? They might see the Bills in the playoffs. You said they're going to go on a run, Steve.
They won that game. But Steve, let me ask Steve. Steve, no, I'm not hanging up on you. I want to have a quick conversation with you. That's all. So,
okay, go ahead.
So the idea that they would beat the Ravens, I think, is entirely possible.
I think it's borderline likely right now.
I think it could absolutely happen. That's fine. I mean, I think reasonable Steelers minds, fans can agree. Yeah, that might happen. You're saying, look at what he's done this year. What proof do we have that they can win multiple playoff games after they beat Baltimore? Give it to me.
The same concept that after they lost to the Bills, everybody wanted him fired.
And who did they beat in those 3 games?
Who did they beat?
Yeah.
You tell me.
They beat the Ravens, they beat the Dolphins, and the Lions. How many of those teams would be in the playoffs?
Well,
how many would be in the playoffs, Steve?
The Ravens.
No,
if the season ended.
No, because if the Steelers beat the Ravens, none of them are in. And I didn't even say yet I'm picking the Ravens to win. All I'm saying is we know how this movie ends. We've seen it before. If they make the playoffs, they lose in the playoffs in their first game.
With Aaron Rodgers. Have you seen Aaron Rodgers?
Yes. Did you see him on Sunday against Shedeur Sanders? He is a Steve.
Did you see Josh Allen against
Steve. Did you see Cam Ward? Steve, since Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, do you know what his playoff record is?
What's that?
7-9.
Okay. What's Aaron Rodgers' playoff record?
I just gave it to you.
Okay.
Since he beat the Steelers, he's 7-9 in the playoffs.
Okay, that's 7 more wins than what we've had the last couple of years, right?
But it's not good.
Steve, do you think that Aaron Rodgers has been a top half of the league quarterback in balance for the entirety of this season?
I would say the last 3 weeks.
No, for the whole season, because the season matters. The whole season matters.
No, he has not.
Steve,
but it's playoff time. Listen,
it's playoff time. They just scored 6 points against the Browns.
Steve, is this a put on, brother? Are you trying to get us all worked up to start the show? Do you actually believe this?
I'm telling you, I like Aaron Rodgers' chances in a playoff game.
Based on what?
Aaron Rodgers at home.
Based on what?
I think we can. Based on his career.
Why do you like his chances so much in a playoff game?
Steve, you're right. 100% agree.
Oh, okay.
The last time he played a winner-go-home playoff game at home was his last game in Green Bay, and they lost.
Do you know how many points they scored? Do you know how many points they scored in that game?
How many?
10.
10. Steve, who's he gonna throw the ball to on Sunday?
Well, we got to figure that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve's going to suit up for the Steelers. He's got eligibility.
He says, I don't know what you guys are talking about. We get to how they win the game. Well, they need to figure that out. No bleep. They need to figure that out. You want to trust this coach? Go ahead. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for 3 weeks. I said he was doing a good job. You lose me when you score 6 points in Cleveland. God bless Steve. I mean, they'll fill up the stadium with 68,000 on Sunday. I wonder how many people think not only that they're going to beat the Ravens, but this team is bound to go on a run. A run. This team gives me the runs. They scored 6 points. And he's like, I can't. You guys are on here talking about getting rid of Tomlin. You're damn right we are. I just gave you the records. Marvin Lewis and Jim Mora.
Marvin Lewis looked at as
you want to be the Saints and Bengals?
A clown. Jim Mora absolutely looked at as a clown for a press conference. Marvin Lewis known for being catatonic on the sideline.
412-928-9370. Let's see if we can get some more fiery calls.
Do we want more Steves out there? Are there more Steves out there?
I'm not censoring anybody here. If more people feel like Steve, call in and call us idiots. Text on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text in if you want. You can use whatever language you want on that one. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Plus, in all of this, Pitt men's basketball begins ACC play tonight. Tip-off against Miami down in Florida will be at 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage begins here on The Fan at 6:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filippone.
Thank you so much. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross, Chaz. Comer and Cross. What a spot. What a place. What a difference they made in my house. Today, I was out shoveling like a bastard at a very early time. Everything in my garage is nicely organized. Everything in there looks like it's brand new because of the job Comer and Cross did on my garage floor. I had a new house that was built now 5 years ago. Garage floor stained, maybe a crack or two. Not a space that I really enjoyed whatsoever. Put my wife's car in there, and that was it. Now it's like having an extra room in the house. There's a TV there. There's a dartboard. There's a refrigerator, there's music, all those things because of Comer and Cross. And you can get the garage floor of your dreams now, too. Go with Comer and Cross, and you can take advantage of their preseason sale. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it, and let their great people do the job, and they'll do it in one day. They did it for me in 5 hours. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Foley and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Drake May on Sunday. 5 touchdown passes. Matthew Stafford on the big stage of Monday Night Football. 3 interceptions. I think he just threw another. That's a final impression that's hard to ignore. Congratulations to the 2025 NFL MVP, Drake May. I'm John Lund.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon. Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 615-2026.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Trade away your Slay for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0%. Upgrade that Slay. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshore.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Message to the fans who've been critical this season to stay highly engaged and energized, being the home crowd.
No message at all. That's our job to make sure that we have the appropriate engagement. And so I'm committed to that component of it.
Well, I think he'll definitely hear boos. And I think he'll hear fire Tomlin chants if the Steelers get down in this game like they do in every playoff game. It is a de facto playoff game. It's a play-in game between the Steelers and Ravens, one that was entirely preventable. This could be an R&R week for the Steelers. Instead, they've got to deal with Derrick Henry now. And we got our first caller of the show getting upset at us that we have the gall to question or ask fans if they would trade a loss for a Tomlin firing here on Sunday.
You know, something I should do for 2026, I like to try to be the record keeper of the show. Now, you got the photographic memory, but you forget stuff sometimes. I think I should really try to have, like, a diligent award for, like, truly most memorable call. You know, where it isn't like a Paul in Washington where he says, like, some sing-song rhyme about Derek Shelton and we laugh about it. Because I think this exchange from the first segment of the show is up there for 2025. You say to the caller, Aaron Rodgers' playoff record since Super Bowl 45 is 7-9. His immediate response is, oh, yeah? Well, what's Aaron Rodgers' playoff record? It's amazing how fired up people get, and it's all in service, in his case, of a blind defense of a head coach who has not been competitive in a playoff game since when? When would you say, is the Jacksonville game even considered? They scored with no time left to make it a 3-point game.
They got down big to Buffalo. They managed to make it at least somewhat competitive.
For a hot second, it was a one-score game.
Yeah. I mean,
the Browns game was over by the end of the first quarter.
2016 AFC divisional game that they won against the Chiefs because they didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah, they got blown out against the Patriots. They really weren't close against Jacksonville. They were close briefly against Buffalo. So he has not had a close, competitive playoff game in a decade.
I actually, now that I've had a few minutes to decompress from that phone call, I think that was a guy who was more defensive about the ripping of Rodgers off the Browns game than Mike. Like, oh, you guys, go ahead. Count out Aaron Rodgers at your own peril, at your own risk.
I think I will, because in balance this season, he's been a bottom third of the league quarterback.
He's not Russell Wilson. Touche. He's not. He's not a guy that got benched in New York and is breaking up fights between, what's the name of the former Jamal Adams and Jameis Winston on Sunday. You're right. He's not a guy that's, toxic positivity Russ.
If you had to guess,
Broncos country, let's ride.
If you had to guess, though, right now, I would guess it's more likely than not that if the Steelers do make the playoffs, and one thing that'll surprise caller Steve is that if you ask me to put money on this game today, right now, on the money line, I'd probably put money on the Steelers because it just feels like one of those games they'll end up winning somehow. But if they were to do that and get to the playoffs, much greater chance that Aaron Rodgers' first playoff game here is his last, and goes very similarly to Russell Wilson's one playoff game, which is whoever they play runs them over, and it's not competitive. I don't know. I guess I'm surprised because we all watch the same games here. The people listening to this show,
the last guy basically said, "Hey, don't undersell the Browns. Look at what they did to the Bills."
Okay. Yeah, they still lost the game.
They got smoked in the first half, and they played much better defensively when Allen was on one
We all
leg.
watch the same games. We all watch the league at large.
I'm starting to question that.
I'm amazed that people come to conclusions that aren't just different, but are like 180 degrees different.
Here's Nate on the Parkway. Hello, Nate. Nate? Hey, man.
Calling in mainly because I want to talk about, I'm frustrated with you guys, but not for the same reason that Aaron Rodgers' number one fan is. I want to talk about that radio malpractice that went on for 2.5, 3 weeks. I called in and argued with you not that long ago when we were championing the cause because we managed to beat up on the mighty, Miami Dolphins and a Ravens team with Lamar Jackson that's practically out there on crutches, and we're talking about at the time, oh man, these boo Mike Tomlin, fire Mike Tomlin chants aren't aging well. And I'm still confused to this day.
To be fair, I said that people were more than right to chant it when they chanted it. I never said that they didn't age well.
But they didn't age well for 3 weeks. Now they've aged appropriately. Now they're back to being right.
They did if you got a high football IQ, if you could watch a game and realize that they're playing bottom feeder teams that weren't going to make the playoffs.
No, they weren't playing bottom feeder teams. That's not
Those
right.
are garbage teams. They weren't we just did this. Who's making the playoffs there?
They're not good teams, but they didn't beat the Raiders. They didn't beat the Raiders, Giants, and Jets in 3 straight weeks.
Okay, but they didn't beat a single playoff team in that stretch.
Yes, and I said as much after the Lions game. I literally came on after after the Lions game and said, this seems to be an interesting time for people to get on the bandwagon when they beat three teams that are 6 teams under 500.
Time for you to take that take because of those 3 wins. That was the best one, and that was when all of a sudden you couldn't believe that people might be thinking, maybe it's not time to fire Tomlin. But
people were saying like Starkey that they could go to the Super Bowl, and I found that to be insane.
Oh my God! Come on, we're taking Joe Starkey. Is this what we're doing now? Are we citing Joe Starkey here for these BS opinions? Come on, guys.
Well, whose opinions?
It's a bad team with a bad coach. You got to fire him.
Okay.
You had to fire
Was the
him
main point of this call to position yourself as a person of high football IQ?
No, it was to say that I cannot believe that all of a sudden you guys had all this opportunity on the radio to open your eyes and say, you know what, man, congratulations on the 3 wins. This team still sucks and that coach needs fired. But instead we were talking about oh man, maybe this is a team that's not so bad. The mighty hot Miami Dolphins coming off of a couple of wins. I mean, come on.
I mean, one of those wins was them beating the Bills by 17.
I mean, I honestly think the answer here is in the middle. I know that nuance is not going to work in sports talk radio, so I'm not going to try to make it happen.
Well, I'm also just going to defend myself on the grounds that I never said people were out of line for chanting fire Tomlin, that it was valid then and it was valid even after they started winning games because they were playing like dog crap when they were chanting it, and they deserved to have their voices heard.
I don't disagree with that.
I'm not backing off that an inch.
Okay, but they didn't age well for 3 games.
The only time I really started to think in that 3-game winning streak that they might have something going was when they took it to the Lions, who were desperate.
Yep.
And even then, I said to you on the write-up.
No, but you even said the Miami win was impressive because of how hot Miami had been.
And they also just handled their business in the second half, which is good to see. Even, I will admit, even before the Browns game got played, that Lions game looked worse because they went out and looked awful against a worse team and never even made that game competitive, really. So, here's the problem. Because Mike has been here for so long and because we've had similar conversations for so long.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious about this.
No, I know. I'm listening.
People are exceptionally dug in to the point where individual game results really don't matter.
Yes.
And so you and I do try to live week to week somewhat with this team because it would be insane to just come on after a 4-game winning streak and say this team sucks, I hate it. But that is how many fans do feel about them.
And I'm not in the mood to defend what the Steelers are doing, but it's preposterous to say they suck. They don't suck. Does the coach need fired because it's stale and it happens every year, pretty much smack dab in the middle, and you're not a real contender? Yes, and it's repetitive and it's monotonous, and there's really not a lot of hope that you're going to be anything more than that. There's a pretty firm floor on what this team is, and it's pressed right up against the ceiling.
Correct.
And people are sick of that. But to come on the air and say, I'm the football authority, this team sucks. No, it doesn't. It does not suck.
They are the definition of an average football team.
They're 15th offensively and they're 15th defensively.
And guess where 15th,
that is the definition of average,
where 15th
man.
in the league would get you? First team out of the playoffs.
Yes.
They are exactly what they are.
There's 32 teams in the league. They are right at the middle line. And I'm also tired of it.
But here's a question: if they're what we say they are, which is basically an average football team, but we know weird stuff can happen and does in the playoffs, like a team with a losing record can win a game.
Yes.
If they get in, I think, which is entirely possible, possibly better than 50-50 right now.
Yes.
And then win a game.
Yep.
And then maybe are competitive in the divisional round and almost win.
Right.
Does that materially change anything about them?
It probably doesn't, but think about what you just said. We live in a world where 7-9 teams, 8-8 teams have won playoff games. Mike Mularkey's won a playoff game.
Wasn't it a 9-7 Giants team that pulled the biggest upset since Super Bowl III? Weren't they a 9-7 team? Or was that an 11-5?
That was the 2011
team
that
still
went 9-7.
Beat the Patriots.
Still, right. But what I'm saying is, my overall point is, we see average football teams, to your point, win a playoff game almost every year. This team hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. There are some Steelers fans that get sick of hearing that brought up. It's brought up because it shouldn't be this hard to win one game in January. One in almost a decade. When the Giants have won one more recently, and the Browns have won one more recently, and the Bengals have gone to a Super Bowl. We can go on and on. If the Broncos win a playoff game this year, that list of teams that have had a longer playoff win drought than the Steelers is going to dwindle by another number, by another team.
Do you want to know?
We're getting close to counting that part of the NFL, including the Steelers, on one hand.
Do you want to know something that's going to sicken people, but it's true? The Las Vegas Raiders have come closer to winning a playoff game more recently than the Steelers
Yeah, they had
have.
to play in Cincinnati.
They
where
went
almost
into
scored at the goal
Cincinnati.
line.
They went into Cincinnati and had a very real chance to win that football game.
Yep. All right. Here is Chris in Tennessee next. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon. Happy holidays, guys.
You too.
I wanted to say, both of you, you're spot on today. This is probably, in a long time anyway, in my opinion, the most truthful and honest and straightforward start of the show that you've had in a long time. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer that 8 out of 10, maybe even 9, want him gone. And the numbers dictate all that.
Thanks, Chris.
Man, a few words.
I mean, there's nothing that's been dishonest about what I've said after Steelers games for the last few weeks. It's just that the people that are dug in as Tomlin extreme haters don't want to even give any credence or any credit or any props at any point now.
To be fair, though, I think you are viewed out on the outside, and I would even say I think this is a fair view most of the time as an extreme Tomlin hater, but you do seem to change your opinion on him more than they do. There is definitely a subset of people for whom no regular season result would matter. They could go 13-4, would not matter.
Yeah.
Like there is, and I think there's a pride. There is also a pride in not changing your opinion on him among the most dug in. Actually, on both sides, because I hear people. I've already gotten at least one person say, because I had a sarcastic tweet to put our live Twitter feed out there today about the AFC Championship Week nonsense. There's somebody who routinely is in my mentions who's a big Tomlin backer who said he's just a smart coach putting it in the rearview mirror and looking ahead through the windshield. So there are people on both extremes of this who are very proud of being very dug in at all times.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Are you hoping today was the final Tomlin Tuesday of all time? Schefter says it's within the realm of possibility that Mike is done after this year. Are you hoping the Steelers lose and we all move on from Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Let's get Charlie's headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Hurricanes tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. New addition Yegor Chinikov will not play today, according to head coach Dan Muse. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com, Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season, remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, DJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's obvious that the rubber's meeting the road, not only for us, but for others. We have intimate knowledge of opponents. The way that we do Baltimore, you really see some of their go-tos when things get thick. Just looking at the Green Bay game, for example, it's obvious, man, when things get thick, man, they play behind their big runner and the people that go with him on offense. 42, the big lead back, and 88, the base tight end. Those three often work in tandem as they work to win the line of scrimmage and run a variety of run schemes at you, leads, gap scheme stuff, zone scheme stuff.
Mike Tomlin has played against Derrick Henry probably between a half dozen and 10 times. Today, he dubbed him the big runner.
I love that.
Didn't say Henry one time.
I love it.
Every time he referred to him, he said the big runner.
I don't know why. I am very tired of many of the cliches that get spewed at the Tomlin presser. He's admitted that he talks a certain way to get his guys' attention. He talks a certain way to manipulate the media even. Calling him the big runner is just, I don't know. It's quaint almost. What would he call Myles Garrett? The big rusher? The big pass rusher?
When will he get Mr. Henry status?
I think he kind of has it.
I think this is his way of calling him Mr. Henry.
So wait, we got Mr. Jack. We know he had Mr. Jackson status. Did Burrow get there? I don't think he did.
I believe Mr. Taylor was one.
Did Garrett? I thought he grudgingly gave Garrett Mr. status.
I don't think he did.
No, because of the Rudolph thing he was still raw over. I thought Mr. Burrow maybe.
He did.
So those are the two. I think the big runner might be the biggest Mike Tomlin superlative that he can offer. Oh, the big runner. We've got to stop him.
All right, I have a question for you off of this.
I'm ready.
Quick aside, and then we'll get back to calls. When Ed Bouchette was our Steelers insider,
yes,
and was the Steelers representative, the Pittsburgh representative when it came to Hall of Fame voting,
yes,
his argument for Jerome Bettis was always that he was the best big back of all time.
Okay, like a unique force.
Has Derrick Henry took that away from him?
Yeah, I think he's taken that mantle. Now, one of the funny things is Jerome Bettis. I was just watching an old clip from like Monday Night Football in the Deerdorf era, where Bettis, who was listed at 5'11", 252, he's shimmying and dancing in the backfield and making somebody miss, and Deerdorf goes, "That man is 250 pounds."
So is Henry.
Here's the thing. Derrick Henry probably is about 255, like he's listed. Bettis would be like the supersize, like the XXL back, right? Because he was playing at 275 at least. There's no way he was playing at 252. I don't care if it looks different on a guy who's 5'11 versus 6'2", 6'3".
Touchdowns are Henry by a landslide. He's got 122 and Bettis at 91. Yards is still Bettis.
Yards per carry is Henry by a full yard. He's at 4.9. Bettis finished his career at 3.9.
Yeah. I think outside of Pittsburgh, if you ask people this question, they would say Henry, and they wouldn't even hesitate.
Well, how does Henry – here's a question.
Henry got off to a slow start in his career because they were giving Deion Lewis the ball.
Bettis
I love Deion, but still, that's pretty crazy.
Bettis' peak, because he had the weird bad year for the St. Louis Rams before the trade.
Yep.
Bettis' peak is realistically 96-01, 6 seasons. Those 6 seasons, he averaged 15 games played, 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns. And he was a 4.1 yards per carry guy. If I'm going to play this little same game with Derrick Henry's prime, you can figure he's getting to 1,000 yards in 21 if he doesn't get hurt, right? 8 games in, he's at 937.
Oh,
he's going to have a monster year.
Yep.
His prime functionally will start at 2019 when he first led the league in rushing and was the unquestioned starter. His prime since then, he's averaged 1,500 yards over a 15-game season average, 14 touchdowns and 5 yards a carry. I'm sorry, it's Derrick Henry, man. And if you want to create a supersized back category for Bettis because it was so unique, fine. But one of these two dudes has track star speed and is easily the scariest running back in the league to actually have to tackle. In my opinion, Derrick Henry is like the closest thing us modern-day people will ever see to what Bo Jackson would have been had he not gotten hurt so much. Big guy who was also, like, huge guy.
That being
who
said,
was faster than everyone.
I don't care what the touchdown total is, which is not a great way to start an argument because it's already maybe defeating part of my argument.
Okay.
If I needed a back to get 1 yard, I would take Bettis over Henry.
This will surprise you. I would, too, because I think Henry's pretty bad in short yardage. In fact, I don't have, like,
I think Henry's got to get that head of steam going.
Well, we don't have that, you know how you see all those true media stats that people put out there? Like that company, they only sell it to for humongous amounts of money, so I don't think we have it here. But they've looked him up as like a short yardage success rate guy. He's not good at it. He's objectively bad at it, especially like given how big he is. Kareem Hunt for most of this year was the best short yardage back in the game.
That's wild.
Kareem Hunt was like an all-time monster at like 3rd or 4th and 2 and 1. Yeah, you're right, though. I would take Bettis in that situation.
Here's Robinson in Cincinnati, of all places. Hello, Rob.
Hey, how y'all guys doing?
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
I'm doing well, man. I love the show, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. A couple of callers ago, man, I mean, what they said on the take about Mike Tomlin, I mean, I understand, but my take is Mike Tomlin should have been fired 5 years ago, man. In my opinion, everybody keeps saying he's a great coach on all these shows. How is this man a great coach? I don't understand it. He's a great motivator to me. He motivates his teammates. He motivates everybody on the squad. I understand that. But this guy to me should have been let go. He's a great motivator. He's not a great coach. But I understand what they're saying. So my thing is we need a new coach. We need a new start.
Well, that's the bigger thing for me. I mean, the great motivator. He didn't really do a good job of motivating his team in Cleveland. They got down 10-0.
I think he's a better defensive tactician than a lot of people at this point give him credit for. I do think he knows what he's talking about. He's never going to sit there in a press conference and tell Christopher Carter, no matter how many times he asks, what his strategic plans are.
Sure.
But quickly to the point, and I'll let you get to whatever you want to get to. I think the time where it would have been completely defensible to walk away from him would have been everybody rips the Band-Aid off at once.
Agreed.
He goes out, Ben goes out, everybody goes out after, and like the catalyst would have been perfect. Perpetual little brother comes into your building in the playoffs and puts 28 on you in the first quarter. Everyone should have walked away after that and started over, but they didn't.
Colbert, Tomlin,
everybody, Ben should have done it too. You don't always get like a happy hero's ending.
Yeah,
in
we don't
sports.
to go back to Bettis. You don't get that all the time,
right?
Not a good year though to make the argument that Tomlin's a great defensive coach.
No.
If it's his defense, which I think it is, it's a $170 million defense, and they're 15th in scoring defense. They're supposed to be top 5 at worst.
Okay,
they're 15th.
I guess I got to clarify something. The main reason I push back and say I think he's a better tactician on that side of the ball and knows defense is when somebody says he's just good at motivating people, I do think that is like flattening and almost embarrassing to him, like demeaning to him, because then it suggests that he really has no actual skills as a coach, and they'd be better getting like some fan from the 500 level to just come down and yell at the players and be like, you guys are awesome, you're the best, and let somebody else do everything. I don't think that is true. I think that's way too extreme.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather, sponsored by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. A lot of snow came through. It's done for now. Might start back up again later this week. All right, more on Mike Tomlin. Are you hoping today was the final Tomlin Tuesday, not just of the season, but all time? 412-928-9370. Be right back. It's the PM team.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, fan about town. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's grand lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghva.gov. Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5 and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I had a triple bypass in 2018. I had a hip replacement 2.5 years ago. My focus was just getting healthy and being consistent. With this plan, once you establish yourself, if I decide to cheat, I can cheat. I'm burning enough calories a day. I don't have any fear. You know, it's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. It changed my perspective on how to eat better and just kind of control yourself. And I hope what this does, I hope it enables somebody in their 60s that has poor health and no hope, that gives them hope. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is Chris Muller. Brian sharing his Awaken 180 story is the exact reason I continue to share my story with all of you. There's hope, there's a plan, and you will succeed with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said there's a level of optimism that TJ Watt returns and plays against the Ravens Sunday in this big AFC North championship game. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
I think that somebody's going to lose that game. And when they do, there are going to be conversations that occur all over the organization. What went wrong? Look, there have been questions about both coaches' futures. That both these coaches, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, for all they've done, for all they've meant to their respective organizations, for all they've meant to the National Football League, they will have a big say. I think these guys will go in there and say, okay, you know what? It's been a great – one of them may go in there and say, it's been a great run. Might be time to go try something else, whether that's TV or another job somewhere else. Like, those things are possible. They're within the realm of possibility for the wide range of outcomes after Week 18.
Adam Schefter, once again, on Pat McAfee's show. There's a wide range of outcomes from this game on Sunday. There's really only two outcomes. Ravens win, Steelers win. There's also a tie, I guess, but it's just what happens in the event they lose. And Schefter didn't go on McAfee's show and just poo-poo or scoff at or dismiss the idea that Tomlin could be gone. Could have easily said, guys, they love him there. 19 years, no losing seasons. Art Rooney adores him.
He could have even done the finger-wagging thing where he says, I know fans in Pittsburgh are sick of Mike Tomlin.
Could have channeled his inner Mike Greenberg there, but didn't.
Haven't heard a lot from Greeny. Has he still been spouting off at the mouth about how great Mike is and how dumb we are? What about Rich Eisen? He doing any of that?
I think Greeny pretended like the Browns-Steelers game didn't happen.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's off this week. Holidays, you know? Conveniently.
Spend some time with the family. Don't have to acknowledge that Mike's team literally just vomited all over themselves, basically. against Shedeur Sanders, who I don't think will be a starting quarterback in the league beyond the first 4 weeks of next year. Yeah, cool.
So there's a chance this is Tomlin's final game as Steelers
What percentage
coach.
are you putting on it, though?
Almost zero.
Like, win or lose, what percentage? Obviously, if they lose this game, it goes up.
Yeah.
But if they win, I think
It's
is
zero.
0.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose, I still feel like it's less than 10, don't you?
The one thing that we can't really get, a grasp of or a hold on is how much Mike is affected by the fact now that it's not just callers into our show or the internet, social media.
It's some casuals who go to the games, maybe.
It's people went to a game and called for his head, and if they get beat again and they get behind in this game, it's going to happen again.
So I'll even say,
and does Mike want...
Does he want to be that guy in this town?
Who now every time he coaches a game and his team is losing at home, he hears Steelers fans say, fire Tomlin. Because I don't think it's going to stop until he's gone.
If they play a classic against the Ravens, like a game that is reminiscent in terms of its entertainment value of Bears-Niners just now.
Yep.
And it's 28-27 and they lose somehow.
Yep.
Because he goes for the win, for two in the win with no time left on the clock, and they just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
But the game is back and forth. I actually think there's also a 0% chance he leaves because there wouldn't be any fire Tomlin. There would be like, wow, this is two pretty evenly matched, like pretty obviously middle-of-the-pack teams.
I don't agree with that.
If they get beat 31-10, I think that's where there's the chance because that's when you're going to hear people screaming to fire him in the building.
think whenever fans at that game, not all of them, of course, but I think a lot of fans who are going, who have it in the back of their mind that this coach is untrustworthy and not someone you can depend on or count on to turn this franchise around and start winning meaningful games. I think whenever they think it's a pretty good bet that the Steelers are going to lose the game, I think you're going to hear fire Tomlin chants. And if that's at the very end of the game on a last-second field goal, or if that's 5 minutes into the first quarter, I think they'll come out. And even if they lose a heartbreaker and a nail-biter in a close game, I think there'll be people who stick around that when he goes out to shake hands and then walk back to the tunnel to leave the field will say, fire Tomlin, we're done with you. Get out of here. Thanks for nothing.
I said yesterday that I've learned not to just assume that because it would take a weird set of circumstances for something to happen for the Steelers to lose a game, to not just assume that it can't happen because I just watched that game. I have also learned doing this job that when we start speculating on Tomlin's future and you start kind of talking yourself into it, well, maybe if this happened, maybe if that happened, he'll actually think differently about all this. Not to assume he will because he'll just dig back in. So you know what? I'm putting it at 0% if they win, at 0% if they lose a close one, and at under 3%, even if he is being serenaded with fire Tomlin chants. Even if as he usually walks off the field and maybe acknowledges the fans even after a loss and thanks them for at least their support, I think there's almost no chance he would be moved to do that.
412-928-9370. Let's get back to your calls. Here is Rob O'Hara is back with us. Hello, Rob.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
It's the Yinzer divide that you're talking about today. You got the younger generation, people like in your generation. It doesn't include you two because you're tuned into the sports better than people your age. But in my generation, I'm 66. I grew up with Noel, and people don't even understand what the standard is. But nowadays, the Steeler fans hope for, well, if we can get into playoffs or, if we just win a playoff. The Steelers back in my day, they had none of that. And that's where this divide all takes place. Tomlin is nothing more than a wannabe. He wants to put his stamp on everything to show he belongs, but at the end of the day, he hasn't delivered. And he keeps bringing in all these, you guys call them baseball card players, because he wants to surround himself to say, hey, well, I'm with this guy and I'm that guy. I'm top of the line and this and that. And he just does not deliver. And here's a question.
Well, Rob, the problem with baseball card players in a sport like football, where aging is usually so unkind, is that it's more of a young man's game than almost any other sport, probably more than any other sport. And so bringing in those guys, even though it might look good to a coach on paper, usually makes his job tougher in actuality.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Molsey. There's one thing Tomlin does so much better than a lot of other coaches, and it's called self-preservation. He plays Rooney like a cat plays a mouse. He knows how to maintain his job. And here's the question I have.
But you think it requires him playing Art? I think Art willfully goes along with this.
No, but I think what Rob is saying is he knows what his demands are, and his demands are basically like keep us a part of the conversation, not for the Super Bowl, but keep us as a competitive team every year, and you're fine. And he does that. They don't sink to the bottom. They don't have 4-12 or 5-11 seasons. They're always in the mix. They're in the mix this Sunday.
So the weird thing about that is, though, there's pretty little wiggle room to do that year after year if you're so close to the number, if you're always getting to like 9 or maybe 10. If you have a couple things go not so well your way, like think of how close he was on the razor's edge a couple of years ago to going 7-10.
Yep.
You're really going to rely on Mason Rudolph riding to the rescue for 3 games?
Right, but I'm saying the team is never there's never a thought, as long as Tomlin's in charge, of making moves that aren't like so much we'll take a step back, but have the bigger picture in mind. It's all about winning right now. Let me preface my comment by saying I don't think Kenny Pickett now was ever going to be a good quarterback. All right? I don't think any amount of coddling or cajoling there was going to work with him to be good.
Mm-hmm.
But the process of getting him ready to be a good NFL quarterback was stunted by the idea that the entire process there going into it was what was best for that team in week 1. It wasn't about, like, what can we do to develop a franchise quarterback that we used a first-round pick on. It's what do we do to give our team the best chance to win the first game in Cincinnati? Well, Trubisky's been an NFL quarterback, so let's get him ready, and let's prepare this guy, even though the chances were very high that he had no future with this organization. And they've done these short-sighted things, cut off your nose to spite your face things, to try to win in the short term and really ignore the long term of the franchise.
I'm going to take it a step further on the Pickett analogy then. Okay?
And drafting a running back in the first round is another big part of that, Chris.
I agree with that. In your quarterbacks last year, giving him a running back and a tight end when you needed to reset your offensive line. I'll give you another part of that Pickett thing that you didn't mention. They had options between, let's say, Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis were their top 2, although I heard it actually wasn't even that. It was Pickett, I think, Ritter, and then Willis. But let's just say it's Pickett and Willis.
Yep.
They took the perceived higher floor, lower ceiling, safer player.
Closer to being NFL ready.
Closer to being NFL ready and at least keeping you on the 9 or so win train.
Yeah.
Then drafting Malik Willis, possibly having to have him sit for a full year, then having no idea when you finally anoint him as the man, whether or not he's the right pick. And now it turns out that Malik Willis is pretty obviously, other than Purdy, going to look like the best quarterback from that class because there's so few of them.
Mm-hmm.
But they absolutely took the safe, keep us around relevance guy, at least in theory, and how he was perceived.
So that's why I think he said, Rob is like, he knows how the owner and the coach, I think, are like-minded there. Like
the owners made no bones about it. His own brother has acknowledged what the goal is. And I think Mike looks at that and says, all right, I never have to have the hard pill of a 4-13 season where maybe I have to reset this thing. I can continue to try to do what they want to do, which is always aligned with me. I love winning games.
And I think the only way you get anything close to a reset on outlook is if you have a coaching change.
Don't you think it needs more than that, even probably an ownership? Not an ownership change where somebody else buys the team, but like somebody there. We hear about Art's son having kind of different, more football-oriented views than him, not so much business or whatever. I think you need somebody else calling the major shots because Art still has his thumbprints and fingerprints all over everything they do.
Here's one of the queens of the PM team, Carolyn Clinton. Hello, Carol.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Carol. Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
I wanted to wish you a Happy New Year. I didn't get to talk to you since Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Carol.
Well, my first thing is I have been listening to you guys right along, and I've listened to all the stuff you said about Tomlin and given him, some props about the 3-game winning streak and all that, and I wasn't agreeing with any of it, but I was just, you know how I am.
That's why we love you, Carol, because even though you don't love
Carol,
what we're saying,
you're a woman of conviction, Carol.
Yes,
you're
you are.
Stick to your guns.
I stand by how I feel, and so I just kept letting you do it, and If they would have won, if they could have gone into Cleveland and won, like was it the Patriots that just mopped up the Jets?
Yes. Drake made through for 5 touchdowns.
Should have done.
Correct.
They went into a crap show Cleveland team that what's their record? I don't even know
They
what
were
it is.
3 and
now they're 4 and 12.
They were 3 and 12 coming in, and Carol, Andrew and I sat in mixed company with Browns fans and Steelers fans. Those Browns fans were by no means all happy that the Browns were winning that game. There were many people who wanted the Browns to lose that game.
To get a better draft choice?
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Like, that was not a united crowd that wanted to see them win.
That's what I wanted to see. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt as much as I can because I'm dug in on this. But I wanted to see them go into Cleveland and really leave a message, and they went in and, like you said, peed down their legs.
They did leave a message, and that's that they're not a serious operation.
I mean, anybody whose opinion all along and currently is, I'm not going to believe in this team to do anything again until the coach is gone. What do I say is a rebuttal to that right now? Well, you'll see. Just wait until Sunday. They'll prove you wrong by beating the Ravens.
There's nothing you can say. There's nothing.
Well, I reference back to things that happened more than a decade ago now.
Those aren't relevant. It's not relevant.
The NFL has changed unbelievably since then.
It has. I am just looking at the call screen right now, man. Do we just have a murderer's row of some of our best and brightest
Who is
here?
this guy? Scott is in his kitchen, but it said before that his name was Tim in his house.
I like this. Are you a
who is
multiple
this?
names guy, Scott?
No, I'm Scott, but I moved on from the kitchen. I'm in the living room watching some college football.
But why? But previously, like, you were entered into our system as Tim in your house. So,
have you called in as Tim?
Maybe to Bob.
Oh,
so wait, you call in under different names to different people?
It depends what day it is, and I just pick a name. So yeah.
So your name is not actually Scott.
Close enough. But can we talk about firing Tomlin?
Are you in like this? Are you in the CIA? What is
I don't know
going
why
on
you need to
here?
protect your name or whatever, but
you know
that's
what,
fine.
Scott? Here's your challenge. We'll let you get to your substance of your call. Next time you call in, can you use one of those voice modifiers that they used to have on 60 Minutes, where you sound like you're in witness protection?
I got you, Chris.
What do you got for us?
So first off, I mean, who doesn't want Tomlin fired? I thought he should have been on the hot seat after the 2017 team, which was the best team he's had, got their teeth kicked in by Blake Bortles. Then you lose to Baker, which, I mean, people have talked about this, but he should have never gotten an extension. But I have a question for you guys. Seeing that the NFL draft is coming to town, do you think that will affect the decision to let Tomlin go?
Cavalli has come out and said he thinks it does affect it, and he thinks that's why Rooney's going to keep him. Because he thinks that inside the NFL, Rooney's going to get crap if he gets rid of Mike, and he doesn't want to have to deal with that when the draft comes here. And having his peers and having people inside the NFL like look at him sideways for letting go of a coach that's revered throughout the league. That's Cavalli's take. I will say it again. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that if they lose, it's Mike who comes to this great epiphany like
I don't want to do this anymore.
Was it Paul on his way to Damascus?
Yeah, he was struck down off his horse.
Yes. I need a Paul.
No, he was Saul then, and then he became Paul.
I need Paul/Saul on his way to Damascus moment here for Tomlin, where he wakes up on Monday and was like, wait a minute, why am I still doing this?
I'll tell you what, that's Saul, bad guy until he had that epiphany. Real bad guy.
Well, that's the point sometimes of epiphanies. You realize the error of your ways.
In this case, it would just be Mike saying, I think I'm done here. I've had enough.
Yeah.
He loves the draft so much, though, and to have it here.
Well, and he's got it good here. He's got a huge contract. He's got, well, you know what? I'm going to cut myself off and say this. I can't believe it took any of us until 3:16 to bring this up. The thing that we have not brought up yet, and I'm shocked Schefter didn't say this when he was on McAfee's show, let's go back to the contract. There's an option that's got to get picked up after the season ends.
Correct.
If they lose this game on Sunday, how do you in good faith
if you're
pick
Art,
up that option?
Well, that's where your logic hits a notable speed bump. Given everything Art has historically said about Mike, there's no reason to think that even if they get humiliated in this game and miss out on the division, that Art would make a decision based on that. it still stands to reason based on everything we've seen Art do throughout his tenure with Mike that he'll just say, yeah, I'm rubber stamping this. I'm picking this up. I want him to be our coach.
Based on what, though?
The fact that
disappointing finish to a season, a second collapse in 2 years?
The fact that, after previous disappointing finishes, he'll say things like, I want to run the ball better, we need to get better, but then he does the same stuff. He gave Mike gives Mike extensions when everyone else thinks that he should be fired.
But we haven't seen it get this bad. Like, we've heard on our shows, it's been bad like this for a long time.
He'll can Terrell Austin and tell him you got to find a better defensive coordinator, even though that guy doesn't get to call plays.
Yeah, but that's not going to satiate the appetite of fans to do that.
How much does Art care about satiating the appetite of fans? Well, it's easy when it's Matt Canada. How much easier is it when it's Mike Tomlin?
Well, we'll see. I mean, if he wants thousands of people to boo his presence at a draft, then go ahead, keep him. Well, to me, if he declines
to boo Mike's presence, how? He's not going to be.
No, I'm talking about Art's.
Okay.
To me, if you decline the option, the ball's in Tomlin's court. Do you want to go into 2026 as a lame duck coach? It's on you. And I don't think he would. I think he'd look at that as like a slap in the face.
He would. He actually would. He would look at it as a slap.
So then maybe that's the way he does go and do TV for a year, like Sean Payton did.
That would be the ultimate passive-aggressive move by Art. He'd be like, I don't have the... It would be like making your significant other so mad at you that they break up with you.
Right, but my thing is, like, even though I'm sure Art just, whispers sweet nothings to Mike and compliments him at every turn, even if you're Mike and his agent, if at the end of the year Art said, I'm not going to pick up the option, we missed the playoffs in a year where the other two quarterbacks in the division weren't healthy, we had a chance to win the division, and you scored 6 points at Cleveland, and then here comes our arch rival again, this time on our turf, and they end our season 2 years in a row. I'm not rewarding that. Sorry. How could anybody,
How could anybody argue that that's unreasonable?
Right. How could Mike be mad at that?
You couldn't. The only prism through which you'd view that as unreasonable is the way that very same person has previously acted towards you.
Yeah, this is a real, this is a real personality change or
right. Well, I've said so many times to people who've complained to me about Mike, off the air. I've said, well, wait a minute. Would you change anything you're doing if you were him and your boss kept telling you you're doing a good job? Here's another raise. That's the only prism through which Mike and his people would say, wait a minute. You've never done this before. Why now? I had a 9-8 season. So what?
Get to more of your calls next year. 412-928-9370.
We got the 27 Yankees on the line right now.
Texas,
3, 4, 5 here.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, too. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right. Chaz has a headline. We're back with more on a Tomlin Tuesday. Are you hoping Sunday is his final game as Steelers head coach? But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In his press conference, Mike Tomlin also said that Darnell Washington is out with the broken arm. He had surgery on the arm, and he is hopeful that T.J. Watt will play. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
All right. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross Garage Floor Coatings. Instead of doing an epoxy job yourself, instead of accepting that your garage is a space to only put junk, your lawnmower, your cars, why not turn it into usable space that you can be proud of and enjoy? And that's what I did with Comer and Cross. In, I would say, less than 8 hours, they transformed my entire garage. Their skilled craftsmen, workers came over and did it. They did not subcontract this. These are guys that have literally thousands of hours of experience. They are the gold standard. Your garage floor is never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift ever, ever again. And right now, you can lock in your preseason price and get installation when you want it with Comer and Cross. Just pick up the phone and call the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Not only is a playoff berth at stake Sunday night between the Ravens and Steelers, but reports indicate the loser could be cleaning house. Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in Pittsburgh since the 2016 season, and John Harbaugh and the Ravens could be never more of a loss. Win or go home. Literally. I'm John Lund.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Wrap Up the Year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh, yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter. Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. Following the loss to Cleveland, A-Rod said he didn't have a good game. The quarterback was 21 for 39 for 168 yards with no touchdowns. A-Rod could not orchestrate a late comeback for his team. Pittsburgh had multiple chances in the fourth quarter. A-Rod drove the ball to the 7-yard line with a half-minute remaining, but tossed 3 straight incompletions to derail the comeback. A-Rod said he has full confidence the team will win this week at home versus Baltimore, citing they handle adversity well. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycled. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cloudy with snow showers tonight, the low 17.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good afternoon. An accident has been reported at 1401 Kinmont Street in Pittsburgh. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Expect slow-moving traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Also, Parkway North 279 inbound is moving well. Outbound looks good as you work your way out of the city. And Route 28 looks good as well in both directions. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. At 3:28, make the smart call. Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. All right, Mike Tomlin talked today. Might it be the last time we hear from him as Steelers coach? We heard Schefter's comments on McAfee yesterday. There's an option that needs to be addressed at the end of the year. We've heard these rumblings and rumors before. They haven't gone anywhere.
Which makes it tougher to take them seriously now, but when it does happen, it's going to hit like a sledgehammer.
No doubt.
Whenever that is.
There's a big time boy you cried wolf feel to this, but the second time the boy cried wolf, the wolf was actually there. It did eventually happen.
I thought it was like the third or fourth.
Okay, either way.
That wolf was feasting, brother.
Yes. That had a very morbid ending.
I think it's more hard for me just to actually take this seriously because I do not take seriously the idea that Art Rooney thinks there is anything wrong. And so I'm trying to think of, various owners who have made seismic changes to a franchise. Jeffrey Lurie, I think, is an owner who gives a crap about his product.
Sure.
I don't think Art thinks anything is amiss here.
I think there's a very thin line, as there are with all kinds of moments in sports with guys' careers, coaches, players, quarterbacks. You name it, in any professional sport. I think there's a very thin line here, fine line. What happens if they win and how people feel about this game if they lose. The organization, if they win, I think, looks at this year as a success. They'll have made the playoffs. They'll have won their division. They lose, it's 9 straight years without a playoff victory, and you will have taken a step backwards record-wise from the year before. You will have replaced both of your quarterbacks and said, yeah, that wasn't good enough.
This guy's better and gone one game worse.
Right. Which, ironically, is the same thing that happened to Aaron Rodgers in New York. They had a better record with Zach Wilson than they did with Aaron Rodgers there last year.
There's a very good chance that if you stagger and miss the playoffs, it's because specifically the quarterback you brought in to get you there
was horrible against the Browns.
Was horrible against the Browns, and chances are would have to be horrible again against the Ravens. If Rodgers plays pretty well against the Ravens, just has good numbers, they'll probably win the game. Like that's pretty much been a binary
thing. That's what happened against the Ravens the first time.
He was the reason they won that game. He was hitting a bunch of shot plays. But oops, they don't have DK Metcalf.
Here is Jeff in Cranberry. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hang on a second. My phone's having a hard time pairing.
All right, we're going to put you back.
Put you back on hold, and we'll try to get back to you.
Here is Fake John and Robinson. Hello, Fake John.
So they're going to win this game. I mean, that's how the Tomlin narrative works, right?
And I enjoy the fact that I know that you say that with a humongous frown on your face, very dejectedly. They're going to win this game. And I don't think you're alone, Fake John. I think you're very much with a lot of people on that.
The line's the same as it was for the Browns game.
Well, Pony will like this even more. If Jackson plays, we will absolutely win this game. If he does not, we might not. Because of Harbaugh. Harbaugh will change how he coaches the game. If Lamar's there, he's going to lean on Lamar. If Lamar's not there,
he's going to lean on Derrick Henry. Yeah, he puts his head up his ass when Lamar's his quarterback, and Lamar is about 80% at best right now, health-wise.
I agree with you so far.
Yeah.
So, I mean, beyond that, nothing will change whether this game is a win or a loss organizationally. right? I mean,
if it's a complete humiliation, let's just humor me for a second, Fake John. If it's Snoop Huntley and it's 30-0, do you think do you really believe Art, if there's fire Tomlin, it's Snoop Huntley, he would just go, well, get him next year?
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, Harold Austin's contract's up, so who's next? Dunbar, right? You're not going to go out and get Jonathan Gannon and actually light a fire under Tomlin's butt to actually put him in any sort of fear that there's somebody behind him that can take his job. No, that won't be the case. We got our 9 wins. Extend them again, right? That
So
option
you
continues.
think they're picking up that option no matter what? Like fait accompli?
So. At this point, he got his 9th win. That's all that matters. Above the mean, Jim Rooney wins.
Thanks, Fake John. I don't think Rodgers would be back if they lost. I don't think he would have. I don't think Rodgers would have. I don't think it would be up to him. Is what I mean.
No, I think they'd tell him to take a hike.
So there you go. Like you said, any organizational change. I think that is one.
At this point,
that's one thing I feel pretty strongly about. If the Steelers lose to the Ravens and Rodgers just has a so-so game,
yeah,
I think regardless of whether or not he wants to retire or not, they're going to close the door.
I agree with that. I think he might even probably just do it for them. But okay, let's say they lose, and then that means he's gone. Are you with me? And I think a growing number of people that even though they might not trust the Steelers coaches, the quarterback you'd love to see them have starting next year in Week 1 is Malik Willis. Because that's what I would take at this point.
I wouldn't say I'm not in love with it, but
I mean, as far as realistic options
on the board,
yeah,
we were talking about this before he even went out and played a couple of good games in a row. The free agent crop of quarterbacks stinks, and he was the most intriguing one. And in back-to-back games, he's made himself look even more intriguing.
And he played the second one hurt basically the entire time because of the end of the first one. I actually think if they did that, I don't think Arthur Smith is anything special as a coordinator. I don't. But I also don't think he's terrible. He has experience with guys who can move. I don't think, as long as Tomlin didn't go, hold on, I don't trust this guy. He check him down. Make him check down. I don't think they'd have a horrible offense. I think they'd have a chance at actually being somewhat productive.
But I would not – if the offseason is they lose to the Ravens, the scapegoat is Terrell Austin, they hire someone else to be the defensive coordinator, and Aaron Rodgers gets shipped out for Malik Willis, that will not make me feel like, okay, I'm not a Tomlin guy, but I am now excited about this season. I like what I've seen from Willis. He's an athlete. He throws the ball much more accurately and in rhythm and sees the field better than his critics thought when he came out of college, and especially after he played in Tennessee. Like, there's some serious growth there as a quarterback.
He's playing for a good offensive coaching staff, and he has grown. He's been much better.
But does Malik Willis outweigh the last 9 years of Tomlin and make me think with Willis they're back? No, it does not.
It would require Mike showing that he will handle a youngish, relatively inexperienced quarterback differently. Our buddy Adam Gretz, still writing for my old publication, Yard Barker, if the Steelers are serious about winning, he writes, Mike Tomlin's job should be on the line in this game, period.
Yeah.
This should be a binary yes or no pass-fail for him to continue as Steelers head coach. I agree with that, which is why the first 6 words there are hit so hard. If Steelers are serious about winning. And I don't think they are in the sense that Adam and pretty much every fan wants them to be.
Like aspirational for championships.
Yeah, I think we're serious about winning 9 games. That's what they are.
Here's Daryl in Houston. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays to you. And
what's up, Daryl? After Fake John and Robinson, it's like Gehrig and Ruth from the 27 Yankees right now getting you on the line here.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to agree with real quickly. I agree with the Malik Willis. I totally agree yesterday with you, Chris, in regards to the sack situation with Myles Garrett and Rodgers ducking and dodging. And lastly, what I really want to address is Andrew. And Andrew, you're smart. We know that. You're good at your job. And we understand you try to provoke conversation.
Sure.
But coming out and chastising the fans because the Fire Tomlin chant didn't age well, when that wasn't just that day. That was a culmination of 8 and now going on 9 years of frustration. Sure. Because as you mentioned yesterday about slasher movies, you know how this movie ends. You stayed in the cabin Andrew, and told everyone else, look at y'all now. That didn't age well. And then Jason showed up. You ran under the bed. He pulled you out. You got slashed. Now you mad and saying, I'm back to where you guys are outside the cabin.
I mean, Daryl
clearly should have let it.
Daryl, I mean, they suffered one of the worst regular season losses of his entire tenure on Sunday. Like, yeah, I should change my mind off of that. And the way they looked in that game, too.
But, Andrew, the movie ends the same way. Buffalo 2 years ago. The Ravens last year. You know the ending of the movie. So to get back to Garius and say, oh, hey, you guys, it age well. When you know that there's a third act and a fourth act, was a little bit disingenuous, but I understand what you're doing because you're good.
No, it wasn't. But it wasn't disingenuous because of the way Rodgers was playing. It was not disingenuous at all. It looked and felt different to me, and I said as much. And I said that the take to fire the coach wasn't aging well because the guy he brought in here, who was only here because he said I picked the Steelers because of the head coach, was playing really good football. That's true.
Andrew, they got some breaks. He was playing decent, better than he had been. They got some breaks, and I mean, they're not, this is part of the game. I'm not saying this happened. This is the reason they won. They caught some breaks. And they won some games.
The likely play.
What breaks did they catch?
The likely play.
The play
doesn't
at the
always
goal
get
line. The play at the goal line against Detroit was the right call, and the play in the end zone against the Ravens was the right call.
Would you agree that they're not right calls that always get adjudicated properly?
Wait a minute.
I'm not positive.
Wait a minute. You think the St. Brown Goff play should be adjudicated differently?
I'm saying the likely play more than the St. Brown play. I'm not positive that likely play gets overturned by every crew. I'm not positive that
the likely play for sure. The Rodgers on his knees with possession on the fumble, that's sketchy. Now, I saw a couple pick plays, and you can call pick plays just like you can call holding most of the time. That goes either or. The fact that they were even in
I don't know, man. I mean, we're playing this game now. We're going to go back and look at Super Bowl 40 and say, look at Darrell Jackson's offensive pass interference and Matt Hasselbeck's penalty.
Hold on, guys, both of you. Hold on. To put maybe a different spin or point on Darrell's idea of they've caught a couple breaks, you can say that both were adjudicated properly and they were St. Brown and likely. But I think you can also say, like, those are pretty unusual circumstances or plays, especially the likely play to have happen. I gave Porter credit because he never quit on the play and he kept trying to punch the ball out.
Okay.
But it's like that is a razor's edge way to win games in the NFL.
Thank you, Chris. That's exactly what I'm driving to. It wasn't like they had the games wrapped up.
Well, the Miami game they did. The Miami game they 100% did.
He didn't cite the Miami game, though. He cited the other two.
Yeah, never cited that game. But in closing, guys, to the question you have on the table, if the Steelers lose, would you like to see Mike Tomlin go? I think it would be time for Mike Tomlin to go. I think it has a shelf life. It can't keep going over and over. It's the same movie. Different actors, but you still have Jason and you still have Michael Myers. And if you still have them, you know what's going to happen at the end of the movie. You're going to run under the bed. He's going to find you. You're going to get slashed, and you're going to be upset.
Who's Mrs. Voorhees in all this, Art?
And lastly, they don't want to see the Texans. They don't want to see these guys.
Who do they want to see? The Chargers because their offensive line stinks? I mean, they'd be an underdog against any of those three teams that are going to be in the wild card round. Bills because they lost to them, Chargers because they lost to them, and Houston because they have the number one defense in the NFL. They're not going to be favored to win any of those games.
I want to say one more thing because I know we got to take a break, but I think this is like a complicated thought that I'm going to try to simplify. The reason some people are mad about, like, you saying, hey, that stuff didn't age well, and people are saying, no, it aged fine, like, you're wrong about that, it all traces back to really what every complaint about this is, that it's the same old. And by that I mean, Pony, if we had seen this team like win a playoff game here or there or operate very differently, right?
Yep.
And it wasn't just 3 above average better than they had been games from Rodgers.
Yes.
I think that would buy you a lot more cachet or build up a lot more equity with fans. But because, as Daryl said, the ending is always the same with different actors playing the roles, no one is willing to give, like, Rodgers even, a 4-time MVP and future Upper Room Hall of Famer, any grace for playing 3 good games in a row.
They were when it was happening.
To a degree, but I'll even give our listeners in the...
But you were saying it, too.
I'm not lumping myself in here, Pony. I'm not putting myself on that pedestal. I'm saying some of these people who are like, nah, man, I never really bought into it. I remember them calling or texting or messaging.
I don't disagree with that.
And so I think that unique dynamic of you're saying, well, it did age poorly. For those people, it didn't, because it's never really changed.
But guess what? Like, you're right. Like, right now, the people that were upset with me that I said, hey, the Fire Tomlin chants are aging poorly, that got mad at me when I said those things, they have hand right now in this debate. And I think ultimately they'll be right. Mm-hmm. But they won't be if the Steelers win on Sunday, and they definitely won't be if the Steelers win the following week.
I think those people are happy making that banking that and making that trade hypothetically. Like, hey, if they win 2 games in a row here, those people will probably say, well, like, yes.
They'll do what I did after those 3 games,
but
right?
At that point, they'll have seen something with the second of those 2 wins that they haven't seen in a very long time.
I mean, we never saw Dan Campbell's Lions, since they got good, lose back-to-back games, and the Steelers went in there and beat them. Like, they did something that was pretty impressive.
Absolutely, and I would even say my opinion on that game would still be more bullish if they hadn't gone out and laid an egg against the Vikings, who have a quarterback that I think is Kenny Pickett with a better publicist. And then didn't they have to put old Brosmer in that game? Yeah, because McCarthy got hurt. Yeah. So,
all right, we'll get to Donnie Football's Tomlin tidbit and more of your calls. Should Sunday be Mike Tomlin's final game as Steelers coach? 412-928-9370. Here's Chaz's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tonight against Miami down in Florida. Beginning of ACC play. They went 7-6 in out-of-conference play. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville and Mr. Muller.
Who always delivers the goods? Thanks, Charlie. Who always delivers the goods? Who always gets you the absolute best deal? And who treats you the best? Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. That's who. Never any disappointments there when you're looking for a new ride, and especially not during the holiday exchange season, which is still happening right now. You can take advantage of these deals through 5 o'clock tomorrow on New Year's Eve. Get to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington if you want to find the Mitsu that fits you. During holiday exchange season, you get $500 more for your trade, and that just makes getting into the Mitsu that fits you even easier. Whether it's Eclipse Cross, Outlander Sport, the Mirage, the lowest priced new car in the market, or the 7-passenger Outlander, they've got the one that is perfect for you. Outlanders, new 2025s, by the way, are currently available with 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% financing for 60 months, plus that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and you're getting all-wheel drive, too. You've seen the weather lately. You know how important that is. Don't wait on this one. Get your deal your way. What a great day at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up-the-year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think there's certainly some things that are exclusive to Lamar, and that's not taking anything away from Hundley. It's just certain things that are Lamar and no other human on the planet. But largely, I think they play to a certain personality regardless of who's at quarterback, and I think that was on display a week ago. I think they're experienced in playing with Hundley. They know how to play with him schematically, and certainly he knows how to play and has logged some significant reps over his years there. One year, I think he was even a Pro Bowler when Lamar missed a significant amount of time, and so although it is potentially a backup quarterback circumstance, I think there's some real fluidity there from their perspective. And to be quite honest with you, when things get thick, they play a certain way regardless of who's playing quarterback, and usually the ball is going to go through the big runner, and that's what we expect.
There's that big runner line again from Tomlin. Listen to the PM team wherever you want, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Donnie Football's Tomlin tidbit on the two quarterbacks that Baltimore could potentially play in this game. I think maybe some football fans of other teams would say we've collectively lost our mind. But I have not talked to a Steelers fan who has said they'd rather face Tyler Huntley than Lamar Jackson on Sunday. I think by and large, Steelers fans want to see Jackson because then Jackson becomes the focal point of the offense and not Derrick Henry.
Well, John Harbaugh just gets dumber when Jackson's in there, period. And Jackson's not healthy.
Which I think that's actually... I think that's a bad look for both guys involved.
It is. Oh, it absolutely is. Jackson
bad for Jackson, bad for Harbaugh.
It's bad for Harbaugh because he kowtows to his quarterback more than he should in the circumstance when he has such a... It would be different if they just had Keaton Mitchell or something as their main back. You have a future Hall of Fame hammer who has proven he can still carry the load at 32. You just gave him the ball 36 times, right?
Yeah.
It's bad for Jackson because I think even though he got paid again and won that contract battle with them, really, if he would play within himself at 80% mobility, okay? And I don't think he's like an awesome passer when the threat of him running is removed from the equation for the most part, but he's good enough at this point to like move them down the field with Henry back there. If he would just be like, I'm going to take what's there, I'm going to throw a lot of stuff to Mark Andrews, I'm going to hit Zay Flowers here and there, and otherwise I'm going to turn and hand the ball to this crazy specimen of a human being, I think they'd win. I don't think either guy can put their ego aside in that situation.
Yeah. Just I can't imagine at any point during Ben's run having people say, you know what, this is like a playoff game. I'd rather have Charlie Batch in than Ben. Now, we did experience a little bit of that after Mason had that good game in Cleveland in 2020. But not a lot.
I remember saying that.
Not a lot.
I remember like laughing at how Mason looked really good in the fourth quarter, but no one's heart was really in that. I will say this about Tomlin, just since we brought up Harbaugh there. Mike has a big ego. Any head coach that's been on the job really at all, especially for 2 decades, has one. I will give him credit for this. I do think Mike's ego doesn't get in the way so much where he's not fine winning a slop fest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he cares in that moment about being smarter than whoever is across from him. I mean, the guy has beaten Sean McVay in recent years, twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Mike is just, to borrow one of his phrases, much to my chagrin, singularly focused on winning, even if it is a 9-8 rock fight that everyone says set football back 10 years. John desperately wants people to believe he is better than Mike. Because weirdly enough, while you'll get people in Pittsburgh who will say he is the better of the two coaches, outside of Pittsburgh, pretty much no one says that.
Yeah, I think they keep it simple stupid if Derrick Henry and Tyler Huntley are in their backfield.
Like
against the Steelers.
If I thought the Steelers offense had a set of options in this game where the simplest thing and like where there was something that they were really good at that they could just be simplified and do, like just give the ball to their backs 40 times, I think Mike would do it. I think if he thought Aaron Rodgers was his trump card and Rodgers had been averaging 370 yards a game, guess what? They'd throw the ball 55 times if they thought their protection would hold up.
They would with Rodgers.
You know what I mean, though? If he felt like he had something that was a true ace in the hole, I think he would use it. I don't think Harbaugh does.
That was Donnie's Tomlin tidbit, but to just put a finer point on what you said there.
Yes.
I mean, Russell Wilson did do that against Cincinnati late in the year, and then they were like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. Take it easy, Russ.
Can you believe this, though, when I say it? I actually do feel like that was more of an Arthur Smith and Russ beef.
But Tomlin sided with Arthur.
Yeah, he did. But to me, the original sin there is Arthur Smith's just like, man, I hate this guy. I really don't like this dude.
I mean, in the end, he was right. I mean, look at Russell Wilson's career since. But
they were.
All right, here's Chris next. Hello, Chris.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
You too.
Hey, couple things. Number one, I do hope that this is the last Tuesday that we have to hear from Tomlin. I don't know that that's going to be the case, but the second thing is I think you would agree that those 3 games that they won, I mean, they looked like a completely different team than they did against Cleveland.
Yes.
You know, it's like it didn't even look like the same team. So I can see where you're coming from. You're talking about those things not aging well, whatever. But I'll leave you with this. It's like, as far as Art is concerned, I know you guys have probably seen the movie National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yep. Only about 500 times.
Right. Art puts me in the mind of Clark's boss, who's like completely oblivious. Like, how can you sit here and tell me that he's paying attention to what's going on with his team and still has Tomlin as the head coach? It's like, make it make sense.
So when they give Tomlin an extension, Chris, it's actually one of his aides whispering corporate card to Art, and Art just goes, what? We gave him an extension? I think Art, see, this is where I've come around on Mike Florio's take on this, because he used to say this to us, so I'm actually going to disagree with the caller. Mike used to say this to us, and I would always just have a hard time believing it, because no one locally had ever said definitively one way or the other whether it was the case. Mike has always held to the opinion that Art, despite appearances, has a much heavier hand in matters than he wants it to appear publicly. I now agree with that. I do. I think Art, quietly behind the scenes, and I don't think this is a good thing because I think Art's instincts are often wrong, likes to dictate terms. And I think it's more a case of Mike is willing to work within Art's preordained parameters than Mike dictates terms to Art.
My best guess on all of that is I think Art looks at their seasons post-Ben as something that should be praised and not criticized. Meaning there's no culpability for having to do Band-Aids at quarterback and for that being a year-to-year thing. It's just they've been stuck and they've had to find guys. And the fact that they've been able to win with those guys, meaning go
more
9-8,
yeah.
10-7, is something that should be admired and not ridiculed. I think that's how he honestly looks at it. And that's why, to what we were talking about before, that would be the justification for giving Tomlin an extension or picking up Tomlin's option, even if they lose on Sunday. Well, you had to give it a go with a 41-year-old. You still won 9 games, Mike. Keep it up.
But it's like, at what point would then, if that's true, if that's how they view it, at what point does that change?
Chris, you know what he would say? I mean, we were in the desert from 79 to 04. It's not easy to find one of those guys. The fact that we can still maintain competitiveness without one is a testament to Mike Tomlin as head coach.
Hold on. If it's not, then I would respond if I ever got the chance to say back to Art in just not an interview setting. I could just get away with saying whatever I felt like to him. I would say, Art, if it's really hard to do that, why did the Patriots have a 6th-round guy win 6 of them, jettison him eventually, sit in the quote-unquote wilderness for, 3 years? Then draft Drake May, who appears like he might be just as good someday.
Also fire the head coach with the most Super Bowls of all time in the middle of that, too.
Then quickly get rid of another guy who clearly wasn't the right fit and make it all better.
15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. In some locations, or not, well, I got to dump that. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. In some places in the area, it's still snowing. And down where I was in Washington County, it looked like I was back in Buffalo when I woke up this morning. All right, when we come back, we've got more of your calls. This is a hot topic. On Mike Tomlin, could today be his final Tomlin Tuesday? Are you hoping that Sunday is his last game as Steelers coach? 412-928-9370. First, a message from Malty.
Thanks, it is, Pony. A message from me. There's a lot less of me than there was 3.5 years ago talking to you right now. This chair was probably sagging a little bit more. It was squeaking in protest because I weighed too much. I weighed 210 pounds. I had only weighed more than that once in my life. And stop me if you've heard all these things before. I wasn't sleeping as well. I felt sluggish more often. Joints hurt a lot more. Oh, by the way, I was going to need knee surgery in a couple of months. We had just had our second child. A lot of things working against me, and I'd also failed miserably when trying to lose weight on my own in the past. Well, good news for me 3 years ago. Found Awaken 180 weight loss. Great news is what it turned out to be. Lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks. Actually wanted to put 5 or so, maybe even 10 back on to get into the 180, 185 range. That was how effective it was. I actually said, I better go put some weight back on. And then I got support and backing the entire time from my coach. Support that's free for life with Awaken 180, even after you reach your goal weight. I cannot stress this enough. For that and many other reasons, it is the long-term solution for weight loss. Start 2026 off on the right foot if you've been trying to lose the weight and failing, and get it done for good with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit SmaleAcura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costo's here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. College football playoff action on New Year's. Indiana, a touchdown favorite against Alabama. I know it's weird that Alabama's an underdog to Indiana, but it's deserved. Alabama can't run the ball. Alabama's going to be one-dimensional, and Indiana has the better quarterback in the game. I think Indiana wins by double digits against Bama. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. The next time you're out with your friends, consider what would happen if you got pulled over after drinking. Like the legal fees, or the time in court, or a DUI on your record. Your decision to drink and drive could change someone else's world, too, if you hurt or kill them in a crash. Instead, what if your decision to call a sober ride changed your world for the better? Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
This evening, we'll see some scattered snow showers around the area. Less than an inch is expected for the overnight, and lows will be down to about 20 degrees. Tomorrow, it's only the upper 20s for highs. Snow showers become more likely the later it gets into the afternoon, into the evening. We could be looking at 1 to 3 inches accumulation throughout the course of the evening and into the overnight. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An accident reported at Stewart Avenue and Brownsville Road in Pittsburgh. Also, Ohio River Boulevard at I-79 northbound in Glenfield. There was a crash earlier at PA 51 northbound in Crane Avenue. All lanes are now open there. You can expect slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Route 28 is moving pretty well at this time in both directions. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said today there's a level of optimism that T.J. Watt returns and plays against the Ravens on Sunday. Also was looking at Isaac Seumalo as a candidate to return. Darnell Washington will miss the game with a broken arm. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm just committed to making sure that it's not. He's certainly been an awesome contributor to our efforts, and not only from a talent perspective and an experience perspective, but just his professionalism, his relationship with the game, his love for his teammates, and his willingness to help them grow and get better and gain better understanding each and every day has been cool to be a part of.
Mike Tomlin trying to make sure that Sunday is not Aaron Rodgers' last game. Just the way he answered that made me feel like Tomlin thinks Aaron is probably going to retire at the end of the year. We'll see if Rodgers answers anything about that with reporters tomorrow. My guess is he doesn't. I don't think he's the type of guy that wants to let the cat out of the bag. I don't think he wants days before the last game with playoff. Well, I don't know.
He'll want to do it on his terms.
Yeah.
And in any kind of interview setting like that,
yeah,
it wouldn't be on his terms.
You're right about that. Trying to think of how Aaron Rodgers would he announce after the season ends that he's retiring? Would he want? Well, he pretty much said on McAfee Show that this was going to be his last year.
He left the door ajar, but I don't think he's been so
really
uniformly good or great that you would suddenly say he's going to have a change of heart. I think, like, getting beat up like this, losing a game. Like, he honestly probably feels like losing to a guy like Shedeur Sanders and knowing he didn't play well because he even said he didn't play well. I bet you for a guy like that, he goes, if that's starting to creep in, it's time. Like, I might be able to string one or two together here and actually win a playoff game, but if I'm losing 13-6 to a guy who has no real business starting in the NFL, I think I've had enough.
Rodgers potentially done after this game. The Mike Tomlin stuff from Schefter saying it's within the range of outcomes that Mike leaves on his own accord after this game and either coaches somewhere else or gets into TV. I mean, what job would attract Mike? What opportunity out there would he look? I mean, you could say if John Harbaugh got fired, he could look at the Ravens, but the Steelers wouldn't let him leave to coach the Ravens. They wouldn't let him leave to coach the Bengals. Where's like the mutual? Where's like the place where they can mutually part and it's not acrimonious?
Well,
I know I'm putting the cart way before the horse here, but just
so like what team could he go to where the Steelers wouldn't be mad? Wouldn't be the Raiders because of the historic stuff, and he wouldn't want to work for Mark Davis.
No, he wouldn't want to go there.
Even with like a first overall pick quarterback, he wouldn't.
No.
Giants.
I still think that's tough.
What if they were to say, we don't think Jackson Dart's the guy, Dante Moore comes out in the draft, we pick him?
I don't think Mike would leave this situation on his own accord for a question mark quarterback and a question mark organization. I think it'd have to be slam dunks.
How about this place, the place where all Steelers players go for retirement, Arizona?
Yeah, because he wants to go work with Kyler.
Nah, they say, hey, we're going to trade this guy. We're going to let you start fresh. It's in the desert. A lot of sunshine.
Still, though, I don't think that's a... I think the only thing that would attract him to another job if he wasn't getting fired here and he had to pick from a limited field,
Washington,
is I still don't think so.
Like, broadly speaking, from the DMV broadly.
Maybe because it's a new owner there now and the quarterback's there. I think I think the only way he'd leave is if he said, yeah, I've got way less job security with this team, but I actually think I can win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years.
I have a quarterback. I have some pieces. Now, Washington still needs some work, and Daniels probably
you can't say that about the Giants. You can't look at what Jackson Dart has done in the team writ large and think I can go there and win a Super Bowl by 2030.
I don't think Jackson Dart's going to be like their quarterback necessarily next year. I think they have a real chance if Dante Moore's in this draft to take him
and trade him.
I think you can look at Daniels, even though.
Could you imagine that, by the way? Just a quick aside. Could you imagine if they drafted Moore and they traded Dart for peanuts, or they were about to? The string of shows Starkey would do leading up to that.
Well, I think Joe's a pretty sharp operator.
Well, they should trade a third-round pick for him right now.
Don't you think Joe has observed...
Jack Ham loved Jackson Dart.
Don't you think Joe has observed Jackson Dart taking more blows to the head than a heavyweight boxer, and he's probably softened his stance on him a little bit?
I don't know.
I think Jackson Dart
It took me a while to soften my stance on Kenny.
I don't think he's very long for NFL starting quarterback status. I think Washington's the only one. We're playing this game. We're just drawing it out here.
I don't think Dan Quinn's getting fired, though, a year after they went to the NFC Championship game.
So it would be he has a lame duck year, sets a record for wins with the Steelers, and then if Quinn doesn't deliver the goods next year, and like say they go 8-9 or something, Daniels is healthy, but they're not good, they say we need a culture change.
But then if that happens, are you still convinced that Jaden Daniels is a quarterback you can win a Super Bowl
Well, I mean,
with?
I think their roster has enough holes elsewhere where you could say they still need work, and they were way ahead of schedule when he was a rookie. Because don't you think they kind of were? I mean, that rookie year feels like it was a bit of a mirage.
What if, I'm trying to think here.
And the only reason I bring up Washington, too, besides Daniels, is he's from, like, the Tidewater area of Virginia. That is not that far from D.C. It is the closest thing he has to a home team.
Yeah, and the owner's not a nincompoop anymore.
No, the owner's just like a regular guy, it seems like. They're going to have a new stadium there. They're not going to be in that mausoleum anymore. That's the only one.
Do you think he
Which would, by the way, the irony of that would be you trying to get him on that Washington team playing a couple years ago, and it finally comes to pass.
You think he'd take the Tampa job?
Don't even. Don't. No. Nope.
If Bowles got
Does
fired,
he have a relationship with Bowles, like pre-existing, like where he has, like I know he's
No,
really
'cause
good friends with Raheem
well,
Morris.
Bowles is from the Arians tree, but no, Todd Bowles never coached in Pittsburgh.
Would he want to coach the Falcons if they can?
No, because they don't have a quarterback.
He wouldn't think Penix is the guy.
Why would he?
18 knee injuries. Good point.
I don't think he would look at Baker as a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He had a chance to bring him here and he didn't. He picked Mitch Trubisky instead. I don't think he does.
Where the hell else would he even want to go? Like, people throw out, you know, where people they do, like, although this guy's not going anywhere, it looks like. People throw out places like, maybe he'd want to go to Miami and change the culture.
I actually
there.
think I found it. You ready?
Boy, here we go.
Let's say Bills lose in the first round. And they're just like, we've done this enough times with Sean McDermott. We're over it.
Okay.
Would he leave for the Bills job? I think he would.
And you know what that would be for Bills fans? My favorite meme. Old guy on Christmas wearing a red plaid shirt holds up the exact same shirt. Buffalo, welcome your
Meet
new
the
coach.
new boss. Same as
the old boss.
Yeah, I think that's the one. I don't think the Bills, by the way, I don't think that they'd fire McDermott even if they lost in the first round. But that would be the one for me. And I wonder then, like, would the Steelers grant Tomlin permission to leave? They'd have to get compensation.
I was going to say the compensation would have to be good. You know what? Just another humor me situation here. He ended up in a place like that where we don't really hear that, like, the Pagula family, you know, they spend money. They've got a ton of it, right?
Yep.
They're independently rich outside of football. I would love to know how Mike would handle, like, assembling a coaching staff. Because I think, like, the whole thing about he surrounds himself with older guys that he feels like he can kind of boss around and he's the alpha dog and everyone kind of just reports to him. Like, Arthur Smith even, like, has deference for him, obviously, given his history. I do wonder how that would happen or how that would go where he wouldn't presumably have kind of the budget that Art puts on him. Because I do think that's a little part of it. But how much of it would be remain to be seen. Like, would he actually try to hire a really good offensive coordinator? Would he go to somebody and say, hey, I'm new here.
Yeah.
But you're a hot name on the street. I want to bring you in.
The budget thing is negated by me with the lack of young, like, enterprising, up-and-coming people they've hired.
Especially in the offensive side.
You know? If you can afford to hire Arthur Smith, who's a former NFL head coach, you can afford to hire some hotshot who's in his early to mid-30s.
I guess Arthur
who's
Smith's
looked at as the next best.
I shouldn't say Arthur Smith is, like, not a young coach. He's in his 40s, which is still young in coaching terms, but he also just looks like he's 60.
No, but to me, it's
and
not.
And he's also been a head coach.
That's what I was just going to say. It's not about that. He's already failed at something, and he's come back to the job he had before.
And the guy,
I'm saying a guy that's absolutely on the ascent of their career and not moving in the other direction.
I mean, who was the guy we all wanted was what? Zach Robinson.
Yeah, that didn't work.
That did not work. And then wasn't it what? On either side of the ball, people cited like, oh, he has Aaron Curry on his coaching staff, and that guy's on the rise as a late 30s defensive guy. Guess where Aaron Curry is? Not with the Steelers anymore.
No, he's with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Dale on the fan. Hello, Dale.
Hello, fellas. First and foremost, healthy, happy New Year to you.
You too.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you so much. I'm inside my house in Crafton, by the way. I'm like Scott. I don't need a CIA voice cover-up.
Thank you.
So I believe the Steelers are 1-5 versus playoff teams this year.
That's right.
If they lose to the Ravens, obviously 1-6.
2-6 because they'll have beaten them, but yeah, it's still not good because they'll have beat them and lost to them. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And then as far as getting rid of Tomlin, unfortunately, like you said, people from outside looking in think we're crazy, but it's the same as looking in on a relationship or a marriage. You think it's perfect from the outside, but what goes on behind closed doors, next thing you know, they're going through an ugly divorce. And
yeah, it's different. I like that analogy. We live right next door to them. You know, these other people, they see him once or twice a year. And they say, oh, my God, this is a perfect thing. Why would you ever want to mess with that? Listen to the way he talks. Look at what he says about his team. Look at these sound bites and everything else. Yeah, I agree with you.
And then it's a relationship that should have ended, like, say, 2 years ago, I would say. And it's going to get ugly if they get down.
But neither side is willing, Dale. Neither side's willing, and at any point has been willing, to just make the uncomfortable decision to say, I think it's best if we don't see each other anymore. Neither side can do that.
It's going to get very uncomfortable when the fire Tomlin chants come out if they get down and carry over to the draft. You got 60,000 people saying it. During the draft, if things go the way we think it's going to go, or possibly go, you're going to have several 100,000 Yinzers downtown with signs.
The only thing I'm going to say about the draft is, and this isn't like meant to be a refutation of the idea that would happen. The draft attracts fans of all teams.
I agree with you on this.
There would be Steelers fans there, but it would be a very mixed crowd that in balance would probably be more pro-Tomlin because they're fans of other teams, like the Jets, the Browns, etc. I don't think there would be this insane, over-the-top fire Tomlin stuff.
Yeah, because the people that make up the crowd at the draft are not all Steelers fans.
Not even predominantly. A lot of
32 teams are represented.
Why does Art Rooney want the draft, or why did he want it so bad? Because people from all over come to Pittsburgh for it.
I'm thinking back on what he said about how the game is going to sound and what it's going to look like Sunday. He said, I think this has a chance to get very, very ugly. It ultimately didn't get ugly against the Dolphins because they had won the week before in Baltimore, and the game kind of got off to a slow start. You know, teams really weren't doing much either side of the ball, before that last drive right at the end of the first half by the Steelers. But, you know, they had a little bit of a grace period because they had just gone in and upset Baltimore and beat Lamar Jackson on the road. This team's coming off a loss to Cleveland, and their fans rightfully think that this game should be treated like a bye week and not an AFC North championship game.
Mm-hmm.
So if they get down early and it's clunky offensively and Rodgers is struggling and making his faces and everything else.
It's like an oven being preheated. They are pre-restless already. Like the temperature has already automatically risen in there.
And that is going to be, I think, cause for a lot of...
Here's another thing.
You want to talk about fans getting after each other? It's a playoff atmosphere, and there's going to be Steelers fans there making it uncomfortable and getting on the home team and basically taking home field advantage
and throwing
away
it in the
from
garbage.
the Steelers. That's not going to sit well with a lot of Steelers fans who go to that game, and it's going to, I think, get ugly fan-on-fan crime, screaming at each other like, why are you saying this right now? We're trying to make the playoffs.
Here's another thought. You know what they're probably not going to do, guaranteed, even if they win the game? Come out firing early and have 14 points on the board because they've gone how many years? How many?
65 games.
So they're not
more than 7 points.
So
in the first
guess
quarter.
who's a pretty safe bet to not silence any disgruntled fans by coming out and waltzing right down the field for 2 touchdowns? The team that literally has a record-length streak, of not doing that.
Here is the other queen of the PM team, Candy in Monroeville. Candy, we just got your card today. Thank you so much for the thoughtful words.
Oh, you're more than welcome, guys. And I mean it sincerely. And forgive me, I just put a potato chip in my mouth. But
That's
now,
great.
what's your favorite potato chip brand? What do you like? Are you plain, salt and vinegar, Ridges, Ruffles? What do we like here?
Plain old Ruffles. Plain old Ruffles.
Great choice.
But I'm going to, you say about, do you think Tomlin's going to be gone? I'm going to quote my mother. Hope springs eternal in the minds of fools. And I'm many things, but I'm not a fool, and I do not expect him to be going anywhere. I think even if he has a losing record one of these years, they're going to say, well, this is an aberration, and he'll be better. But I'm going to be really honest with you guys.
Yeah.
I can hardly stand to listen to Tomlin talk anymore.
It's the same old, Candy. He uses the same phrases.
Candy, you're the opposite for us. Whenever you call in, we get excited. We get a big grin on our face whenever we see that name pop
You're one
up.
of the two queens of the PM team. That's rarefied air.
Hey, and I appreciate it, guys. I really do. But I just don't know what to. I do know what I think. I think that as long as Tomlin's there, and as long as Art Rooney's in charge, much as I love the Rooneys, I think we just better get you. We should be used to it after 9 years, but you don't even see a glimmer. I mean,
I agree with that point, Candy. Actually, you said it in such plain terms that I don't think people have necessarily made that point. There really has never been a time where it felt like it was in true doubt.
What do you mean?
Like a glimmer of the idea that there's going to be a change here. I don't think there's ever really, like, we've speculated and hypothesized on it on the air. Oh, maybe this is finally the straw that breaks Mike Tomlin's back here and they just get sick of it. In fact, I remember very puffing my chest out. I think we just watched Mike Tomlin's last game. And then a week later, I felt like the biggest moron. I'm not going to swear when Candy was just on. The biggest moron in the township here because it seemed like such a farce to have suggested that.
But they've added more logs to the fire since then, Chris. We're working on year 9.
I know, but what Candy, I think you're saying is, to this point, we have not seen it get close, and you are right. It has not been close in the minds of the person who makes this decision, Art Rooney, to actually let him go.
Candy, you have a happy New Year.
Yes, you guys have a happy New Year and all the rest of your fans as well.
Thank you, Candy.
Thank you, Candy. She sent us a card today. It was awesome.
I just wonder if you asked, Art last year actually said he's a tremendous motivator when he was asked what made Mike a great coach. He said that, not a listener. Those were his words. If they do miss the playoffs again, what would he say to defend Mike against his critics as a great coach? Would he just go to the old, he's never had a losing season? Well,
honestly, that's all that would be left because the Rodgers thing would immediately get refuted by Art. He's the one who demanded to bring him in. Oh, he was trying it out with a guy who is going to retire now. Well, yeah, he's the guy who brought him here.
He wanted him.
The quarterback himself said, I am here because of him. No, I think he would, at this point, all he'd have left as the owner would be, he won more games than he lost. What are you going to do?
Would he play the everybody's allowed to have a bad year card?
But how would he even call it a bad year when winning more than you lose, by his definition, could never be a bad year?
412-928-9370. Are you hoping at noon today, 4 hours ago, we heard Mike Tomlin address Steelers media for the final time. Are you hoping Sunday at Acrisure is his last game as Steelers coach? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Slatter & Associates fan text line. An injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, a Chaz headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins tonight in action at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is scheduled for 7 o'clock. Yegor Chinikov, who they acquired yesterday, is not in action tonight, but Stuart Skinner will start. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Let's talk right now. I want you to get the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you if you're out there listening to this and you still got a day and a half or so, maybe a day, because they are open until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. It is the holiday exchange season there. That means $500 more for your trade at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, and that means it is the right time. Tis the season, you might even say, to upgrade and find that Mitsu that fits you that's brand spanking new, like a 2025 Outlander, 7-passenger, third-row capable, kids, pets, groceries, all of the above. It can do it all, the Outlander. New 2025s available with 0% financing for 60 months. Great deals on Mirage as well, the lowest priced new car on the market. Same thing for Outlander Sport and Eclipse Cross. And that $500 more for your trade you get just makes it so much easier to make this deal, to get your deal your way. What a great day. Go and do it. Find that Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season, remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 or over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Happy 50th birthday, Tiger Woods. He's now eligible to play the PGA Tour Champions Circuit. It's Tiger Mania all over again. I'm John Lund.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshore.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Cloudy with snow showers tonight, the low 17.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An accident has been reported on Penn Avenue and North Braddock Avenue in Pittsburgh. Also, another accident at Baintree Road and Thorn Run Road. That's in Moon Township. The accident reported on Stewart Avenue and Brownsville Road in Pittsburgh has been cleared. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on the accident reported on Ohio River Boulevard and I-79 northbound in Glenfield. Expect slow traffic still at the Liberty Tunnel, slow to moderate in both directions. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If they give us one-on-one playmaking opportunities, we got to make those plays. We got to put guys in position to do so. We got very capable men. Oftentimes, I say there's a fine line between being a pro bowler and a backup. We're at the top of the food chain in terms of the football world. And so it's a reasonable expectation from my perspective, particularly with an additional week to prepare, that we put together a thoughtful plan and that we position our guys to take advantage of opportunities. And if and when they do present themselves, that we make the plays.
All right, Mike Tomlin trusting the wide receivers who will play Sunday. DK Metcalf obviously out. Calvin Austin could come back. More excuse-making from the Steelers on the DK Metcalf incident in today's Post-Gazette from Art Rooney's 2's favorite mouthpiece, Jerry Dulac. He wrote the following.
Wouldn't he be the stenographer since he's writing it, not saying it?
True. Well, it depends, because he's multi-platform, so he can be a mouthpiece and a stenographer.
Yes.
The Steelers remain upset that the NFL and Detroit Lions did not alert them before the game about the incident between Metcalf and the same fan a year earlier when Metcalf was with the Seahawks. Had they done so, additional procedures could have been put in place by the league, Lions, or Steelers to prevent what ultimately recurred. Why couldn't DK Metcalf share that with them?
Why is it the NFL's job if DK says, hey, this dude did this last time, he might be there? Isn't that all you have to say? Also,
hey, the last time I was in Detroit, which is not ancient history, it happened last year. I just want to tell you guys that there was someone who called my mom a pretty vile 4-letter word and also was saying racially charged things to me. Racial slurs. Please be on the lookout for this guy. He wears blue hair and acts like a buffoon. Thank you.
Also,
if I see him there, I will point him out to you pregame.
Isn't there a good chance that a guy like that, Ryan Kennedy, would probably be there early just to heckle DK?
Or did he, lay in wait there like a...
Popped up out of nowhere?
Like a snake waiting on his prey, and he's like, I'm going to do this while the game happens.
I just can't,
I
can't believe that one of the major things that's going to derail what should have been a pretty simple, straightforward clinch the playoffs and clinch the division could be derailed by a guy who did that press conference.
I got to be honest with you. The more time that's gone on here, the more upset I'm getting at DK Metcalf for this.
I would agree. Because there's still been no proof. The guy vigorously denied the stuff Metcalf said he said, which is that's a he said. But I'm more more and more annoyed with Metcalf. It's, man, be proactive a little bit.
How did you even put yourself in this situation?
But you know what? There's a small part of me that's like, did he want this to not want it to happen, but did he want to see the fans so he could go over there and talk trash to him? You're putting yourself in a situation where you're going to allow this guy to get you so mad in the moment you grab him.
Here's the other thing from Dulac. It probably did not sit well with them either. That Metcalf's appeals hearing was handled by a one-time division rival in former Browns coach Chris Palmer, who was appointed by the league.
Yes. I'm sure Chris Palmer has such beef with the Steelers. Didn't he also work as the Jags offensive coordinator?
The Browns fired him. Why would he be
Why would
pro
he care?
Browns? He did not have success with the Browns. It's not like famous Browns. It's like Bernie Kosar.
It's not like Ray Lewis overheard the appeal. What are we doing here?
It's excuse making. The guy should take responsibility for his own actions. And instead of being mad at security or the NFL appeals process, they should be mainly mad at DK Metcalf.
I would agree with that.
And as a fan, I am if they miss the playoffs, Tomlin is public enemy number one. For me, number two is Metcalf. That he allowed for himself to blow up like that, miss time because of it, and then I'll also be upset that the Steelers have not done a good job of finding
Tomlin
plan Bs.
1, Metcalf 2.
And then Omar Khan probably 3.
Man, I'm putting Rodgers on that medal stand. I can't shake how awful he was against the Browns.
Yeah, that's a good
he
point.
deserves at least the bronze medal.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either, I guess. Is there a fourth place award? Can we find room for 4?
Yeah, you could have somebody like standing adjacent to this medal stand. Also, how about that kid just going in on Rodgers, that film analysis kid?
I love that guy.
He roasted
him on the
his
show.
ass. He absolutely, he totally got him, man. I thought it was very good analysis.
He's got his Kurt Warner jersey hung up behind him.
Jerry Rice. He's like very swiftly and decisively going through concepts saying Arthur Smith is doing his job. The pre-snap motion is doing its job. Why aren't you doing yours?
Let's talk to our number one stoner on the show, Johnny and Farrell. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, fellas. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's.
You too.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, Johnny. I know trees are always in your life, not just at Christmas time.
Yes. Yep, indoors and out. Hey, 3 things. I think they all lead into it. 1, it took 16 games, but I don't know. What do you think maybe about some no-huddle action?
I knew you were going to say that. I wouldn't mind seeing it as just like a random one-series changeup. I'm fine with that.
Their offense looked the best doing that on Sunday.
I'm always fine with that as a little changeup. You just can't make the whole plane out of that. What else, Johnny?
Okay, which leads me to, do you remember when Baltimore kept showing that cover 0 stuff, and then we kept burning them whether they backed out of it or not? Like when we had DK, if they're going to do that, dude, I'm telling you, Freiermuth on skinny posts. And then I would have split out Gainwell, or just have him do like Ricky Waters did in the Super Bowl in '94 against San Diego, where he just ran straight up the field for that fly. Remember that?
What is the pregame ritual for Johnny and Farrell? Is it a bake right before kickoff? Is it a morning thing that you do and then you just kind of let it linger? Do you get after it at halftime? What's the game day strategy typically for you with that?
Yes.
Just yes.
Yes.
Yes to all that. All that. Thank you. I like to do all that, Johnny. Man, he's hearkening back to plays from
weeks ago.
And years ago.
Well,
Super Bowl 29.
How many people listening to this show right now were alive for Super Bowl 29?
In 1994.
I mean, I remember
that was in January of 95, actually.
I remember that game. There are many people listening who were not even born.
Here's the leader of our lunatic fringe, Johnny the Barber. Where were you in January of 1995, Johnny?
Me, I believe I was in the military in some far-off land doing things for God and country.
Well, thank you for your service.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, buddy. I'll finish your haircut in a minute. I know I'm good, man. That's why you come to me. Yeah, I think the Steelers only have one legitimate chance. They can either do a Jared Goff Stafford trade with Baltimore and switch Harbaugh for Tomlin, or if you really want to be a winner, you got to go with you know who. The Ohio Statement's Ryan Day, soon to be two-time national champ winner back-to-back, and hopefully savior of the Steelers.
How about Will Howard?
Well, of course, Will Howard's going to start, and you're going to want to get our man Tate, out of the draft. You got the basis of a great Ohio State-based team. Just sure it up, bring the quarterback in, start him. You got to bring your receiver. You have Jack Sawyer, who arguably right now is as good or better than T.J. Watt is now at his career. You can't lose.
Johnny.
It's a simple formula.
Question for you. If you had to come up with 4 letters that are going to define the year 2026, what would they be?
4 letters to define 2026?
Yeah.
OHIO.
Thank you.
And a happy new year to you.
He would pick the Steelers to win this game. You know why? I don't think the Ravens have any Ohio State players on their roster. No.
Oh, so wait, that's actually the BPI that you're referring to, the Barber Power Index.
Yeah. Oh, they have one, Draymond Jones.
But Jack Sawyer plays a much bigger role. Well, maybe not.
Malik Harrison.
That's 2. So just on simple numbers game, they win in the BPI.
Yeah. Will Howard is technically on the team, even though he doesn't play. But the morale of having a former national champion who went to Ohio State for a game like this is obviously.
Now, Troy Smith did play for the Ravens once upon a time, so there's that.
Well, I don't think it has anything. Okay, how about Cam Hayward?
We left off the most obvious one. Maybe I'm surprised he's never called in with a why don't they just let Cam be player coach?
All right, coming up next, we have the Donnie Football Debrief, the biggest football topic of the day. Next hour, we've got Tomlin Takes, the PM Team Name Game, all on the way. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Watch us on Twitter, on X, on YouTube. But first, a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball begins ACC play tonight when they travel to Miami to face the Hurricanes. Tip-off schedule for 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 6:30. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you so much, Chaz. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. College football. We have college football playoff games going on right now, beginning tomorrow night with the next round of the playoffs. And FanDuel is giving a profit boost on every college playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks, turn big moments into even bigger wins. You can ride with the favorite, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay. Then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. FanDuel, the best place to get in on the football action all playoff long. And when you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get your college playoff profit boosts today. All right, I'm going to give you my 4 picks here in the college football playoff. Right now, I'm going to pull up the lines quickly here on FanDuel and run them down for you. Okay, I like Ohio State to win the game by more than 9 points. Give me Oregon as a 2-point favorite against Texas Tech. I'll take Indiana laying 7 against Alabama, and my one upset pick is Ole Miss +6 against Georgia. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over?
You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's Grand Lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5 and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit, not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to whoever's hosting Starkey's show tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
I feel like there's a puncher's chance it's actually Joe.
What card are they going
is
to give
tomorrow.
away? Okay.
It is Joe?
I am also producing.
What a good guess by me.
I think the card is going to be Aaron Rodgers' first last game. Then Aaron Rodgers' rookie card.
I think it's going to be a Scotty Miller card. Or no, maybe an MVS card to reflect Aaron Rodgers' most favorite target from last game. When was the last time MVS got targeted 9 times?
How about maybe a Ryan O'Hearn rookie?
That wouldn't be a bad one. I actually would be fine with that.
How about a Ben Kindle rookie?
How about
Yegor Chinikov
I was just going to say, how about a Yegor Chinikov? Can we get a Yegor Chinikov rookie?
Donnie's biggest football topic of the day is in the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie will be hosting for us tomorrow at 2. Charlie Borges is here.
Hello.
And he has something for us that is football related?
Yes.
Okay.
2 things. The debrief, 12/30/2025. The first thing is a thinking thing that I have for you guys.
Dangerous.
Thinking thing.
A thinking thing.
Dangerous game to play with us.
Yep. My good friend Brandon sent me a video about these 2 guys talking about sports teams and their favorite sports teams, and that every team should have a designated jersey number that's retired of the athlete that pissed you off the most, so that number can never be worn again, because whoever wore that number was so bad that it ruined the sport
Malsey's
for
calling
you.
for number 8 to be hung from the rafters.
For a second,
for
a second, I misinterpreted that and thought, like, for the Steelers, it's Brady or Lewis, but there are all-time Steelers who wore 12 and 52.
No, he's talking about the guy
on the team.
A guy on the Steelers who was so bad.
Yeah, I think it's
that
number
you
8
have to retire the number to reverse the curse that person
I think it's
bestowed
number 8
upon
for
your
Malsey.
franchise.
Oh, boy.
What would the number be for your Pittsburgh Steelers?
I think it's Pickett's number.
Honestly, though, like, they moved on from it so quickly, it might surprise you that I'm probably not going to take that one. You know, it's just one that, for various reasons, this number of player pissed me off, although right now the guy wearing it is doing a good job. 14. Pickens and Limas Swede.
Yeah, I thought about Limas immediately.
That was
Even though he was only a second-round pick. It's just
I've never
that
heard
image,
of that man before.
It's just that image of him not making that catch against Baltimore and just laying on the ground on the turf.
And then saying he was hurt, yeah.
Yeah. That's a tough one to shake.
That play was so bad that even something Pittsburghers loved that he did later in that game couldn't redeem it. He almost killed a Ravens player, Corey Ivy, I think it was, with a ridiculously wicked block later in that game. And even that thing, like Hines Ward would have been smiling at that block, probably was, couldn't redeem him. Here's another one. I think Jarvis Jones's 95 would be up there for modern Steelers who made me mad.
Well, the guy that I was going to name...
6 sacks in 4 years.
Keanu Benton would have to give up his number. But Greg Lloyd wore 95.
I know. Didn't Kendrell Bell never wore. He wore 57. Or did? Wait a minute.
I thought about 25 for Artie Burns, but that's Ryan Clark's number.
Kendrell Bell wore 97. That's what it was. Is there anybody else who made me really, really mad as a Steeler?
How about Devin Bush, 55?
Joey Porter, though. Well,
Yeah.
Joey Porter got really mad at me.
Yeah, so that would actually be a good one for you. Arthur Mote's 55, too.
And Arthur is a big,
nice guy.
Yeah. It's on this show many a time. Yeah. Man, that is a hell of a question.
Could you think of any, like, Pirates or Penguins?
Oh, my God.
While
If we
you're
did
racking your
Pirates, we
brain?
could be here all day.
I will say this one for a Penguins, just a player that, like, bugged the hell out of me. Craig Adams always made me mad.
Really? He's a Stanley Cup champ,
I know.
Chris.
He always just annoyed me.
Any reason in particular?
It was mainly
Because
that
he had to stay in the lineup every night as a fourth liner?
you would always...
And he seemed to be like Dan Biles's teacher's pet?
Yeah, he was also just... It occasionally came through, very infrequently, but it did in his interviews. But it was more word of mouth that he was just an insufferable human being. That he was the kind of guy who went to Harvard, and the first thing he told you was that he went to Harvard. That kind of guy. Don't have much patience for that. You know where Craig Adams was born? Country?
I'm going to say Iceland.
Would you like to hazard a guess on this one, Charlie? Where Craig Adams was born?
It's probably somewhere in the UK.
He was born in...
Probably somewhere in the UK.
He is the only player in NHL history born in the country of Brunei. Sultan of Brunei. Yeah.
Bless you.
Do you have a second one?
Oh, I do. I wasn't going to do it.
Don't.
But it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. The transfer portal is so stupid. Oklahoma State transfer offensive tackle Grant Segrin is set to visit 4 schools. He's set to visit Auburn, Northwestern, Arkansas, and Oklahoma State. He is visiting the school he is threatening to transfer from. What the hell are we doing?
Under what auspices is he visiting? Like he's just coming back around, hey, just saying what's up?
He's doing his official visits, but he's visiting the school he's transferring from.
I just don't really know how. I don't know how he could be doing it.
That is so college football in 2025
Is it because there's a different
new staff,
coach?
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
He's going to arrange an official meeting with the
So
new
wait, Charlie,
coaching
you think the
staff there.
transfer portal is stupid? Why?
Okay, so he says that he will return to Oklahoma State to visit with potential transfers as he evaluates his fit moving forward. And the tweet right underneath it was that meme that you had a reference to. Mulsey, the guy.
The shirt guy, yeah, it's great. The Christmas
I'm announcing
shirt.
I'm leaving Oklahoma State for Oklahoma State.
This is the exact reason why it's stupid. Like, people are... It's the coaches as well. The coaching carousel finishing before the playoffs even start is dumb. I mean, kids are just leaving nonstop.
Charlie, dare I say it, you sound like a guy telling me and all the other people out here to get off your lawn.
You know what? Get off my lawn.
Okay. Most of these guys, by the way, Pony, you're aware of this. Most of these players in the portal don't even visit their new school. It's what's the price?
Yep.
And okay. Like, there are very, very, very high percentage of these guys who never have set foot on the campus of the school they're playing for until they actually get there to play.
And in college basketball, you have guys who are playing in the G League and who are drafted, who are going back to school.
The NCAA has said they're not going to allow that, I believe.
But they did. The president of the NCAA did tweet something like that. But he also said in the tweet, we really can't enforce what I'm saying because of lawsuits.
Oh, I didn't catch that part of it. My bad.
Transfer portal is stupid. And Rutgers basketball coach, somebody asked him, could you make a midseason transfer portal acquisition? And he said, sure, I would love to get a 36-year-old guy with 4 kids that can actually come in and play.
I'm going to say one more thing then about that.
Why, is someone adding a guy like that? I wouldn't be surprised.
Exactly. The transfer portal is stupid.
I had this thought come into my head. I would love at like the lower levels of college basketball, right? Where like you're in one of the minor conferences of the 300+ D1 teams.
Yeah.
I would love to see a team just try to sneak like a random 29-year-old who can still hoop onto their squad. Like, a guy who wouldn't show up on anybody's radar as being like this NBA recognizable player. Like, imagine a dude who went over and played in like Greece for 5 years and was balling out but decided to come back to the States. I'd just love to see a team try to sneak him onto their roster and see if anybody noticed.
Calipari went off on this last night after Arkansas's game.
Yes, I saw.
He actually made a good point. Apparently the NCAA's moving of the goalposts on this whole guys who go into the draft and then end up in college it was a European player who did it, and we don't have any jurisdiction over what European guys do with the draft. So if a guy from France entered the draft and then played college basketball, well then, there's nothing we can do about it because he's French.
Really?
Yeah, that was their
French.
comeback for it. Yeah.
Transfer portal's stupid.
Thank you, Charlie.
Forget it. That's a topic for
what's your question?
Just what would be your solution?
Limit the transfers, put a salary cap on college.
You making them employees then, full-time, collective bargaining?
But we're paying them like it.
So would you let them collectively bargain and form a union?
Sure.
Okay, cool then. I'm with you there.
Good talk.
See you out there.
15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. A lot of snow where I was today. It probably took me an hour and change to do my driveway. But whatever, it's a good workout.
A lot of people surprised that such a blue-collar man even does his own driveway.
I look at it and I get pissed at first, and I'm like, man, this is a lot of snow. But then once I get in the rhythm of doing it, it is therapeutic.
How much snow fell, dude? We had we had about an inch and a half of snow at most.
No, I'm telling you, it was weird down in Washington County.
Like a little snow belt?
Yeah.
Well, you should know about that living in Buffalo.
We got probably 6 inches, maybe more.
Did you ever experience the phenomenon when you lived in Buffalo where they would say some towns would have literally green grass?
Yeah.
And then like 10
Yeah,
miles
the city of
over,
Buffalo would barely get touched, and then down where the stadium is, where the Bills play,
there'd be
would
like
get
20
2
inches
feet.
of snow?
Yep.
And then but they would also say if you go like another 10 miles, you'd see again green grass. That is crazy.
All right, coming up next, Mike Tomlin said something about this AFC North championship game. And I know it's hard for people to agree with Mike, but I wonder if anybody can bring themselves to say, yeah, he's right about this. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or choose 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See dealer for details on all of them.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Tap Brick Oven and Poorhouse Greensburg. Enjoy Sunday brunch, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin expressed some optimism when it came to T.J. Watt returning to play against the Ravens on Sunday. No such luck for Darnell Washington, who will miss the game with a broken arm. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
Like you said, it's
humbling to be in games like this, but is it also frustrating to be in this position after having a chance to clinch the division a week ago?
There's a lot of things that you could get frustrated about in our business. I've learned to kind of always move forward. My windshield is much bigger than my rear view. I'm certainly interested in learning from our experiences, but I'm equally as interested in learning from our experiences that happened much earlier in the process. It's all food for growth from my perspective. Frustration doesn't get the job done. I'm singularly focused on putting together a good plan and preparing this group for this awesome opportunity that we have.
Awesome opportunity, said Mike Tomlin today. A good question by Brooke when he tried to lay it on thick with the welcome to AFC North Championship week, baby. Like they had just played their way into something.
That's exactly right.
You played your way out of it. This should be a bye week, and we should be asking you who's going to play and who's going to sit. So he's trying to put lipstick on that pig. The awesome opportunity part and the trying to find silver linings in this game, I think are interesting. Because I've seen some Steelers fans, and I wonder how many of you out there agree with this. This whole rationalization for losing the Browns game and having this game on Sunday now that's an all-or-nothing, win-or-go-home game, an actual must-win game. And the thing I've seen some Steelers fans do to cope with this dilemma or situation is to say the following. You know, if you would have told me back in August, before the Steelers season started, that we would be hosting a home playoff game against the Ravens with the division on the line, with a chance to win the AFC North and not just get a wild card spot, I would have signed in blood for that. And that is, I think, the feeling that some Steelers fans have tried to use to get over the Browns' loss from Sunday. Does that pass the Mulsey smell test?
No, I believe that is what the kids of today call, it's a 4-letter word, cope. That is cope. Because how you arrive at a destination matters, not just the fact that you're at that destination.
Well, do you disagree with with the statement itself, though? Like, would you have taken this before the season started?
Just in a vacuum, I guess.
You would have.
But it's a season where Burrow missed a ton of time, Jackson missed a lot of time. So
you think the context is important?
Yeah, and you had an opportunity to really seize this thing, I think, by playing a little better, especially in the mid-portion, and they didn't. And then you had an opportunity, even with all that, on maybe an unexpected little run that you got on. You won a Detroit game that most people had chalked up as an automatic loss. And that, by virtue of that, you had a chance to truly, even as the worst record of the AFC playoff teams to be, give yourself a bye week when only one other team is formally getting one, and you blew it. And you did it in, awful, awful fashion. And so, again, destination matters. Journey to and how it unfolded also matters. And that is why I have a very hard time just sidling up and going, oh, yeah, if you had offered me this, I'd have signed in blood. And maybe if the team was projected to go 4-13, had the worst roster in the NFL, and they somehow dragged themselves to this, or Rodgers had gotten hurt and Rudolph had steadied the ship all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, but how about as a rebuttal or a retort to that, how about we had to play without Metcalf, we had to play without Austin, we had to play without Washington for 3/4 of that game, we had to play without Sayamalu.
Well, the first one's the biggest one probably because of how bad their passing game was, and why was he not there? DK Metcalf.
Because he acted like an idiot.
Yeah, he lost his temper and tried to grab and physically, briefly harm a fan. So, again, self-inflicted wounds. And also, injuries happen in football. I just talked about why the other two teams that were supposed to be probably the big contenders in the division, I think were the two betting favorites going in, 1 and 2, Ravens and Bengals. Mm-hmm. Why they were out of it, or in the Bengals case out of it, the Ravens case on life support, it was because their most important player on each of those two teams got hurt. I'm sorry, Calvin Austin getting hurt, Darnell Washington getting hurt, a veteran left guard getting hurt is not the same.
Well, the Steelers' best player, though, in theory, hasn't played for a month now. The Steelers don't. Aaron Rodgers is not Joe Burrow or
And why
Lamar
has he
Jackson.
not played for a month? Because somebody punctured his lung during a treatment.
Yes.
This is, the way you're saying it, and I know you're bringing it up to try to just continue to bring up other points, it's been the most Keystone Cops, Las Vegas Raiders or Cleveland Browns type season other than the record that you could possibly dream up. Think about it. I use those two teams as a very specific example because we laugh at the Browns because they're 140 miles northwest of here, and we laugh at the Raiders because they have the Prince Valiant haircut owner that's always and he's always at a clown show.
But if these two incidents happened to them, we'd say
we'd be
classic
howling
Browns.
with laughter. Yes, or classic Raiders.
The Browns is the Browns.
Hey, the Raiders were going to make the playoffs, but then their best receiver decided to try to assault a fan because he got mad about stuff the fan was saying. Oh, the Browns were actually looking good, but one of their people punctured Myles Garrett's lung during a dry needling treatment. We would be literally excoriating them for what a joke they are. And these things actually happened here. So I can't let the Steelers off the hook and say, well, I'd have signed in blood for this. If the Penguins going into this year, who are still pretty high up in the regulation points won, if they end up getting on a little roll like apparently everyone's allowed to in the NHL this year, like a random winning streak again, and they make the playoffs after they were looking like one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the league on paper coming into the season, like Gentili told me he thought they were that, about bottom 5 or so.
Yep.
Then I think you would say, yeah, they made the playoffs. Holy crap, Gavin McKenna doesn't maybe quite look like as much of a dude. Yeah, I'd have signed in blood for that, knowing all that now. Yeah, because now you're in that tournament. Who knows what the hell happens? Another year of Crosby in the playoffs?
Looked like
not with this team,
but if they were a lock to make the playoffs and then had a horrible April and needed to win the last game of the season to get in the playoffs, you're telling me you wouldn't say, or you would say, well, if you told me back in October the Penguins would have one game at home to make the playoffs, I would have signed in blood for that. Even if they lost 9 of 10 down the stretch?
I just think that I would not be in the mode to view things through that lens. Would you? If it went from playoffs are a fait accompli, they're going to make it because they were so good for 70 games.
Yeah.
To they have literally frittered this whole thing away in 3 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Could you as a sports fan look at that and say that? If somebody said that to you with a straight face, wouldn't you be like, come on, man, get real?
See, I don't think it's one size fits all. I think with the Penguins, I probably would still say, you know what? The last 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the season have sucked, but win this game and all's forgiven and you've had a good year. The thing that keeps me from getting on board with who wouldn't have signed up for this AFC North Championship game when the season started? Keep that in proper context, Steelers fans. Don't lose sight of that. Be hyped. Be excited for this game. Who cares that we lost to Cleveland? Let's move on. We've got this gigantic game now that we should be happy about and excited about. The thing that keeps me from getting there is we just did this last year. They lost 4 games at the end of the regular season, and we had Steelers fans telling us, hey, it's actually not a bad thing that they drew the Ravens in the playoffs. They know how to beat Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, how'd that
Forget
go?
about the last 4 games. If you would have told me that they had a playoff game against the guy they always beat, I would have signed in blood for that.
Yeah.
And then they lost 28-14, and the game was actually much, much uglier than the final score indicated.
Yep.
So because that just happened, I have a hard time playing the game of, yeah, it's just about the fact that you're here and, ignore what have you done for me lately and just focus on the full 17 weeks that led up to this point. And you absolutely would have taken this back in September when the season started.
I hate that way of looking at it. You said it very well. The way Mike framed it was we won that game last week to get to this point. If we hadn't won a game last week, we wouldn't be in this. It would be a meaningless game. No.
Welcome to AFC North Championship Week, as I like to refer to it.
If he had won as a 10-point underdog against a really good team last week, right?
Yeah.
He had gone, I don't know, pick a team, right? They're playing the Bills in that game, and he hosts them, and they actually win. Okay, if you find out they've got to win that game for this game to matter at all, I would feel a little different because they'd be riding high, having been victorious over a playoff team. You lost to a team that was at least partially trying to lose, Mike.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll do Tomlin's takes next. Mike talked for 27 minutes today. We don't make you listen back to all of it. Your ears might bleed. So instead, we give you the greatest hits, including what Mike said about the loss of Darnell Washington and his complete back and forth on what's up with TJ Watt and what the odds are of him playing. Also, what he said about Roman Wilson. He claimed last Tuesday this was a big week for Roman Wilson against the Browns. Then he played 9 snaps. Why? He offered an explanation on that. Quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Hurricanes tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. Stuart Skinner will start for the Penguins. Yegor Chinikov, who the team acquired yesterday, will not play. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Bijan Robinson racked up 229 total yards on Monday night, the victory over the Rams. Head coach Raheem Morris called him the best player in the NFL. Well, he won't win an MVP, but he is the Offensive Player of the Year. I'm John Lund.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No accidents to report at this time, which is awesome. Keep it up.
just be courteous and careful out there. It's still a little snow flurries I see as I look out the window. Expect slow-moving traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Parkway North 279 is moving well inbound. Outbound looks good as well as you work your way out of the city. The Parkway West, slow to moderate inbound at Green Tree Hill towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Outbound moderate traffic as you head out of the Fort Pitt Tunnel heading towards Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for Tomlin Takes, maybe for the last time ever. Wouldn't that be delightful?
You're not. Your head is saying it. Your heart doesn't sound in it. Like you want it to be true, but you know it won't be.
Here is Mike Tomlin to start on the magnitude of getting to play the Ravens in Week 18 with something on the line.
Game.
Oops.
Try it again.
It is an honor, man, to be in these games, to be in these hotly contested matchups. It seems like Baltimore is always a dance partner. I certainly am respectful and appreciative of that relationship and some of the historic things we've been able to do when these two teams have come together. This appears to be one of those weekends. It's humbling and an honor to be a component of it, but to be a component of it is just that. You know, our job is to win.
It's humbling and honoring to be a part of a game that honestly should have never happened if we had just beaten the Browns decisively on Sunday, and then we could have really made this rivalry perk up by getting to play the team we hate, eliminating them the week before, and getting to play backups against them to, like, rub it in their face that they're eliminated and we're not. That, to me, would have been, what's going on here with this song?
Yeah, what are we doing,
Why is it
Charlie?
starting over and so quickly?
Because that's the way that the bed is set up.
No, we never heard it this way.
Maybe we have it on so low usually.
No, it never starts up like that.
Do we have like a Milli Vanilli situation on
I think it's just, it's changing so fast that it's going to drive me crazy if we do this for the rest of the segment. So, tell our friends Flock of Seagulls, or whatever like their names are.
Flock of Seagulls?
Who are these guys? Whatever this band's name is.
Isn't it Aha?
Tell Aha to shut up.
All right, so what I have in here is only a 41-second one.
Yes, get it out. See ya.
All right.
He said honored to be in the AFC North title game like they got picked by a committee.
Yes, like the Bowl Coalition poll had him up there.
Thank you for selecting us to play in the playoff.
We're honored to be here at the Independence Bowl or something like that.
Yeah, you're only in this because of the calamity
I really
that was last week's game.
do dislike that because I've said many times I don't expect Mike to ever give you like the strategic look behind the curtain, and he's going to say certain things to keep his team engaged in it. And maybe even that one is him trying to do a Jedi mind trick. We're honored to be here. But that one, for some reason, to me, is beyond the pale. Like, we all watched it. That game sucked. Oh, here we go again. I think he's got it now.
Charlie, if you're just doing this to mess with me, so help me God.
I was going to say, this is a dangerous game, a high-wire act. Anyway, this one is so beyond the pale. Like, we all know, Mike, why you're here. Stop trying to act like it's a good thing. His insistence on, like, just talking about the pageantry of the AFC North.
Don't gaslight us.
I hate, exactly. That's the word. Thank you.
Leave that for your players.
It's classic gaslighting.
Here he is going back and forth with the reporters, including our Jeff Hathorn, on what's going on with TJ Watt.
I'm assuming since TJ practiced last week that he's been cleared at least to do that.
Again, he's coming off of a medical circumstance different than the injury circumstance, and so certainly he has a certain level of health, but we want to be cautious about how we work him back into the fold, and certainly he's done appropriate things in that area as well. And as I mentioned last week, I'm sure you guys will be hearing from him sooner rather than later, directly.
Do you consider using him situationally, or does he need to be back to be a full-time?
I'm open to utilizing him in any way that's appropriate relative to his availability.
We need to practice fully multiple days this week to be able to go on Sunday.
Practice participation certainly would be more comforting in terms of making the decision, given he's coming back from a medical circumstance.
How would you describe his level of football shape?
I doubt that TJ is ever out of football shape or conditioning over the course of a 12-month calendar. I just know how he lives his life and how he prepares and how thoughtful he is in terms of what he puts in his body and how he trains. And so I don't imagine that component of it being a major concern.
My takeaway is the ball's in Watt's court. I think they are going to let him make the ultimate decision. Do you trust your body to play on Sunday? Okay. So you do think you can play. Now, how much do you think you can play? We'll play it by ear once we get in stadium, but I think they're going to let him. It's his body. He's the one that went through this quote-unquote medical procedure. I think they're going to pretty much leave it in his hands. And if he feels up for it, I think they'll let him go.
Then he's probably going to want to play. I don't know. That thing about,
I don't agree with that.
What, them letting him do that?
No, I don't agree with him.
You think he'll just... I don't think he'll just rubber stamp it and say, put me in, coach?
Yeah, I think he's the type of guy, and we see this from when he takes himself out of games, when he's healthy. I think if he feels like he can't be T.J. Watt...
He doesn't want to put himself out there?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he wants to play at like 40%.
That's why the most specious part of Tomlin's answer there to me was, I think he's T.J. Watt. He's always in football shape. Mike, despite his long history of great play here, one of the critiques from fans has often been he's out of the game at the most crucial moments because he decides he needs a breather because of how hard he plays and everything else. He's not Max Crosby, who, by the way, was livid that he wasn't playing in one of the worst NFL games of the year. He was shooting baskets.
I actually respect that about him.
No, I do too. I do too.
Here is Tomlin on making do without Darnell Washington.
We use a lot of tight ends. We also use guys at the tight end position that don't play tight end. Spencer Anderson. And so we have a lot of options at our disposal relative to that from a strategy perspective, and certainly given 6 or 7 days to prepare, I don't think it would be a strategic issue in terms of replacing his efforts.
We play a lot of tight ends versus we know what to do with our tight ends or know how to use our tight ends are two different things. To their credit, I will give them a compliment. They have unlocked and untapped something in Darnell Washington, and I think now moving forward, they have a kind of unique player at that position that gives them a competitive advantage. Where they lose track of things at that position is how the rest of the guys get, how they dole out the playing time and then how they use those guys. Yes. So Freiermuth and Smith. And he says, we'll be fine. We got a lot of tight ends. Yeah, you do, but I don't trust you to use those guys correctly. Right. And Pat Freiermuth's season is Exhibit A for that.
I mean, the only silver lining, and I say this not even half-heartedly, this is quarter-heartedly, is maybe you get Freiermuth, who has proven pretty obviously that if you can target him, he can make plays for you. Get him the ball more. The Darnell Washington touches should go to one person in the passing game, and that's Freiermuth. Targets, the touches, all of it. Not Jonnu Smith. As a matter of fact, if you're going to use Jonnu Smith, I would rather you line him up as a running back and toss the ball to him.
Like they used to do with Cordell Patterson.
It's worked this year for a touchdown.
Another one of Arthur Smith's favorites.
But it's worked this year for a touchdown. He's faster than Cordell Patterson, by the way.
I think you probably were. And I beat you in the 40.
Shut up.
Here is Mike Tomlin on what the heck happened with Roman Wilson, how he went from being bullish on Roman Wilson to barely playing him against the Browns.
Particularly when you're not winning third downs, I don't think anyone plays as much as they would like. We've had this conversation many times about running the football. I felt really good about our run plan. I thought we had an opportunity to really control the game through those means. And we didn't have a bad running day, but we certainly didn't have as good a running day as we could have had we converted more possession downs. And I think the same could be said about levels of participation for guys like Roman and thus their ability to impact the game in a positive way.
So we needed more offensive plays for the guys we deem better than Roman Wilson to get tired and need a playoff so he could have gone in more and played in those situations.
I just don't know. I just don't even know why. Why even bother? I know why people ask the questions. They should be. He's a third-round pick from last year. At this point, Mike just should say something to the effect of, he's been working hard, but we just didn't find a place to use him. Just don't even try to.
How great would it be if he said and Aaron couldn't find a way to use him in this game? Because that's really the major reason, the main reason why he doesn't play is because Aaron Rodgers doesn't play.
But I think also I do think Mike has strong enough opinions that if Mike really felt like he was doing something in practice that was worth taking a look at in the game, he would say, Aaron, I'm sorry, but you got to put this guy out there, and we're going to put him out there. You got to look for him. But he doesn't.
Those were Tomlin takes. Thank you, Charlie.
Had a labeling issue in there that Charlie told me in my ear was the issue.
Who do you blame?
It's the way that things are labeled.
Wait, why?
It's nobody's fault.
Why are you asking Charlie who do you blame? You guys were the ones involved in this. I should be the one being the blame arbiter here.
The song is called Take On Me, so I looked up Take On Me.
You found it?
And that was the 41-second one. But there's another one that's deep in there that's called Tomlin Takes.
Deep in there. And that was the one he was
full
looking
bet.
for.
I was playing the one that I thought was the right one.
I will admit to this one on Pony's side. When I kept hearing it loop over and over again, I was ready to strangle myself. Yes, I was getting very upset.
All right.
Well, I apologize.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can watch us on Twitter. We're pinned to our X page at 93.7 The Fan. A PM Team name game is up next, the final edition for 2025. But first, a headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pit hoops begin the ACC play tonight in Miami when they face the Hurricanes. Tip-off scheduled for 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 6:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hello, Nelly. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. Following the loss to Cleveland, A-Rod said he didn't have a good game. The quarterback was 21 for 39 for 168 yards with no touchdowns. A-Rod could not orchestrate a late comeback for his team. Pittsburgh had multiple chances in the fourth quarter. A-Rod drove the ball to the 7-yard line with a half-minute remaining, but tossed 3 straight incompletions to derail the comeback. A-Rod said he has full confidence the team will win this week at home versus Baltimore, citing they handle adversity well. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycled. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. fees. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, at 5:30, it is time for the final PM Team name game of 2025. The slate gets wiped clean starting next week. So we'll all be dead even.
Question.
Yes.
Were there any kind of stakes on, like, being the least loser? Okay.
No.
Are we putting anything on it in 26?
We can
discuss
that when Donnie gets back in next
How
week.
about we do Donnie's, like, turkey club bet where he was going to bet? I think we should just put a nice, robust sandwich on it for 2026.
You did lose this year, Malzy.
Yeah, I sucked.
Donnie finished in second. I finished in first.
A distant first. You lapped us.
And participating today as Donnie's proxy, Charlie Borges.
This bugs the hell out of
And
me.
I was told 2 categories today where Charlie could excel. The way this works is Joel Nelson is back to officiate. He was given 2 categories from an Odyssey Pittsburgh employee today. We will name the category. We will go round and round until one of us gets one wrong, gets stumped, or we close out the category and get every name right, which has happened one other time.
Question.
Yes.
Because this is turning over to a new calendar year after this one, do we get to know who the Mystery Odyssey employee is, or do you want them to continue to be anonymous?
Depends if we think they did a good job or not.
Okay.
All right, Joel.
The name game, December 30, 2025. The wide receivers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. There are 31 names on here, 2 of which are also listed as handback, halfback, whatever. So
Halfback.
HB.
The handback.
Handback?
Is it handback or halfback?
He gives the ball to the handback.
Joel,
Touchdown.
You're a Penn State fan. You see Kajana Carter's name with HB next to it, and you think he's the handback?
It's a
I saw
handback, baby.
tailback.
TB, okay.
All right. Malzy, you get to go first here.
All right.
Wide receivers in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I'm going to do the nice and easy one first. Jerry Rice.
Next.
Lynn Swan.
Lynn Swan, yes.
Chaz?
Oh, my God. Randy Moss.
Randy Moss.
Man, I
yes.
thought for a brief moment.
You were already going to go down there?
I told you guys, my brain goes just blank.
Why does your brain go blank?
Don't know. I get it from my mother. Every time I ask her a trivia question, everything just goes right out the window.
John Stallworth.
John Stallworth, yes.
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson, yes.
Chris Carter.
Chris Carter, yes.
Terrell Owens.
Terrell Owens, yes.
Steve Largent.
Steve Largent, yeah.
Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison.
Wide receivers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I'll go with one of those guys that I bet has. Should I? Don Hudson.
Don
Hutson.
No, sir.
Pony.
Is he not listed as a wide receiver?
HUT. Come on, you didn't even react to that.
Okay,
you know how absurd
he's
that
in the
is.
Hall of Fame.
What is he listed as?
There's some sort of category, letter E.
An end. They called those guys ends.
Oh, ends? Okay.
Pony, are you giving me that one on
That has to count, right?
The
He's
obvious
in.
principle.
Now, how many
here.
guys are in the end category?
There are 7 of these.
So I guess maybe that would up
Hudson
it to
and
30.
6 others.
To 38. Because I'm going to give you Don